I am proud to call myself Vistani, and I have chosen to forgive the people who once cast me out, though they are kin to me no more. You see, decades ago, the glen beyond that bridge was my home. Elves and Eladrin represent two sides of the same coin, a coin fashioned with tears and blood by the Protector, and their lands overlap between the mortal world and the Feywild. Why was I cast out? That's a rude question, Giorgio, but I'm feeling wistful today, and nostalgic for the old stories. My exile has nothing to do with the Vistani. In fact, the dissolution of my elven ties is what brought me to the Vistani in the first place. No, the truth is simple. I spared the life of an orc and dared to befriend her. Is that so unforgivable a crime? To the worldly children of Corellon, the Protector, first of the Seldarine, Coronel of Arvendor, and father of the Feywild, it most certainly is. You know what time it is. Corellon, it's your turn.
So powerful and so wise.
So, Corellon Larethian, the leader of the Seldarine, the elven pantheon, making him basically the god of elves in Dungeons & Dragons. And unlike some of the gods we've discussed previously, Corellon isn't just the god of elves in the Forgotten Realms setting. He's the god of elves across more or less the whole of the D&D multiverse. Even a basher from Sigil would recognize him as such. Corellon first appeared in the canon of 1st edition, 6 years after the 1974 original D&D box set in the 1980 sourcebook Deities and Demigods. He was a creation of designer James M. Ward, who was one of Gary Gygax's original players and disciples, and the namesake of the Oerthian wizard Dromij, which is just Jim Ward backwards. At this early point in D&D's history, the idea of there being specific gods at all was fairly new. Sure, there had always been clerics, but there was no detail about who or what they might be worshipping. Just the vague idea that they received aid, quote, from above, quote. The supplement Gods, Demigods, and Heroes was released in 1976 to try and fill that void, but it was just a grab bag of mythology, swiped and garbled from real-world religious traditions, historical cultures, the fictions of H.P. Lovecraft and Michael Moorcock's Elric novels. At least until they realized there might be some copyright implications there and scrubbed the last two out of later print runs. But think about the deities you consider to be classic D&D deities. Pelor? Debuted in 1983 with the World of Greyhawk fantasy game setting. The original 1975 Greyhawk supplement didn't really detail much about the culture of the setting beyond lists of what killable monsters populated the wilderness and what obscure polearms were available for purchase. Mr. Antorum and Company? Most of the Gods of the Forgotten Realms debuted in 1981 in a Dragon magazine article by Ed Greenwood, but they wouldn't make it into a book until 1987 Forgotten Realms campaign set. Back in the early days of 1980, it was Age of Mythology, or Make Something Up, or nothing at all. And to be clear, Deities and Demigods really wasn't a departure from that appropriation soup approach to divinity, mostly. It was full of gross, offensive caricatures, half-remembered from already poor understandings of Hindu or Native American religious and spiritual tradition, which, oof. Also, Zeus is in here, and he's chaotic good. Let's not think too hard about that. But the chapter on non-human deities would ultimately have a lot more staying power. It not only gave us Corellon, but it also gave us Garl Glittergold, Yondala, Curdlemac, Maglubiet, Moradin, Blibdlepoop, and Grumpsh. This is where they all came from. So, who was Corellon Larethian at the creative dawn of D&D? Corellon Larethian represents the highest ideals of elvenkind. He is skilled in all the arts and crafts, and is patron of music, poetry, and magic. Corellon is alternately male or female, both or neither. The god is also mighty in battle, and is said to have personally banished such demons as Lolth from the sunlit upper world. Elven lore states that the race of elves sprang from the drops of blood Corellon shed in this epic battle. Corellon hasn't really changed much. The classic ingredients are all still there. He is and has always been a mighty god of war. He's always been a god of magic, specifically elven magic. He's always been a god of the arts, and basically everything elves like. He's always been the eternal nemesis of both Lolth and Grumpsh, and he's always been sorta gender fluid. The other Seldarine deity to make his debut in Deities and Demigods was Deep Seychelles, who was given the title of the Knowledgeable One, and said to possess the power to always know where food is, as well as mastery over dolphins. He's also a general sea god, so mortals of all races make sacrifices to him when they take to the waters. But the rest of the Seldarine, heck, the notion of the Seldarine as a pantheon, was yet without form. It was just Corellon for the forest elves, Deep Shashellis for the underwater elves, and Lolth for the bad elves. 2 years later, Roger and Georgia Moore, no relation to the James Bond of the 70s and 80s, would submit a series of articles to Dragon magazine that examined the faiths and cultures of non-human people of the D&D world. Dwarves in Dragon number 58, halflings in Dragon number 59, gnomes in 61, half-orcs in 62, and in Dragon magazine number 60, when they turned their attention to the elves, we got the Seldarine. Airdrie Fania, Erevan Illiser, Hanali Selanil, Labellus Enereth, and Solanor the Landira. Welcome to the party. The Elven Pantheon is largely headquartered on one of the plains of Olympus, in an area known as Arvindor, the High Forest. Here dwell a large number of elven deities who collectively refer to themselves as the Seldarine, which roughly translates as the Fellowship of Brothers and Sisters of the Wood. The title also implies a wide diversity in capabilities and areas of interest, linked together by a desire for cooperation. Though many of these beings' areas of influence overlap to some degree, there's no conflict between them. Of all the Seldarine, only Corellon Larethian is a greater god. The Seldarine, almost without exception, are chaotic, neutral, and/or good in temperament. None are evil, and very few, 2 or 3 at the most, are lawful. They act, for the most part, independently of each other, but they are drawn together by love, curiosity, friendship, to combine their strengths to accomplish a task, or by outside threats. Corellon Larethian, the most powerful of them, reinforces this freedom of action and compels none of them to perform any task. Instead, they seem to sense when something needs doing, and automatically, a few of them, if more than one is needed, get together and do it. It's interesting to note that Corellon's wife, Sayanine Moonbow, wouldn't be added to the Pantheon until 2nd edition, with Monster Mythology in 1992. Wait, monster mythology? I guess the elves are monsters. We'll get to that. So, that's Corellon's real-world history as a fictional character, but what about his in-universe history as a multiversal divinity?
Odin and I drowned entire civilizations in blood and tears. Where do you think all this gold came from?
The earliest point in Corellon's history that we have reference to is from an article in Dragon magazine during the 4th edition era, which puts forth the heretical idea that he and Grumsh, his nemesis, are secretly twin brothers! Yep, 10 years after Austin Powers in Goldmember, but 3 years before the James Bond franchise it was parodying would play it completely straight in Spectre. But first, I must speak a bit of heresy, and quietly. This is something bandied about by lore masters of Vecna, and particularly intrepid theologians. Some claim, you see, that there were once 2 brothers, twins of a progenitor deity that sacrificed its own life so that its offspring would live. It imbued one son with exceeding intelligence, light, and beauty, and the other with savagery, darkness, and chaos. This deity believed its sons could turn the tide of the war in favor of the gods. To the elder brother, Corellon, it granted arcane magic, knowing he would possess the care and wisdom needed to deliver it to the mortal world. For the other, its less intelligent and uglier son, Grumsh, the deity felt great compassion, and so it seeded in him a spark of divine prescience. Yes, the power of foresight. That was a mere echo of the greater power that Ayun, god of prophecy, possessed. There is no knowing the truth of this heresy, and it is not wise to speak of these twin gods around those with pointed ears or with jutting tusks, but none will deny that a vicious rivalry has always existed between Corellon and Grumsh. The 2 gods are mirrors unto each another. Where Corellon is graceful and fair, Grumsh is brutal and wanton. The 2 sparred time and time again, each leery of the other, but their eternal hatred, the emotion we see play out with every hissing arrow or bloody axe, was yet to be realized. But, note the unreliable narrator here. Almost the whole article is in quotation marks because it's being relayed in character by an enigmatic Vistani narrator. He tells that he was once an Eladrin cast out by his kin for befriending an injured orc woman, and that he found a new family in the Zaravan tribe who are known for their preternatural knowledge of past, present, and future. So, is he telling the truth? The Vistani have heard every version there is of this tale, and none are better equipped than we to sift truth from shadow and rumor. Here, then, is the closest truth you will ever hear about Corellon and his enemy, Grumsh One-Eye. Ah, but the god of destruction didn't always have that grisly moniker, did he? That's what this tale is all about. Come, I'll tell you the story. I'll even do the voices. For an Eladrin, I do a pretty good orc. The box text is more non-committal. It's a story. Might be true, might not be. After all, that's often the nature of the beast when it comes to mythology. A DC 30 history or religion check is required to know of the heretical theory that Corellon and Grumsh are twins. So we've got a possibility that Corellon has a divine precursor, like He Who Was, the forgotten deity who features in some of Asmodeus' backstories, yet another nameless dead god from the unfathomably deep prehistory of the multiverse. But that doesn't even make it into a book. It remains, let's say, an enigmatic possibility. Another enigmatic possibility, one that hasn't yet made it to print at all, comes from the quill of Ed Greenwood, who says that at one point, Corellon and Larethian were separate deities, but Corellon devoured Larethian and stole his divine essence. This tidbit comes from Ed Greenwood's Discord server, Greenwood's Grotto, in response to a question about why some gods seem to have surnames. They are bynames, nicknames, not surnames. And in the case of Corellon, it's because Corellon subsumed Larethian, literally consumed another deity named Larethian and assumed his powers. And this raises so many questions that we don't have answers to. Who was Larethian? Was he a good deity that Corellon transgressed against? Or an evil one whose corrupt essence yet persists within the heart and very name of the Protector? It's pretty ominous either way, one little breadcrumb of doubt. By the end of this video, there will be enough for a whole loaf, I promise. Jumping back to the days of 2nd edition, we get another reference in Planescape to an early and unexplored period in Corellon's history. If you look up Corellon in basically any edition, you'll see that his home plane is Arborea, sometimes called the Olympian Glades of Arborea. In the Great Wheel cosmology, Arborea is at an intercardinal, halfway between alignment with good and chaos. It's the plane of chaotic good, basically. If we go anti-clockwise around the Great Wheel in a goodward direction, we arrive at the Beastlands, which is mostly good with a little bit of chaos. So obviously that one's the plane of furry TF. And if we go clockwise in a chaosward direction, we reach Isgard, which is the plane of mostly chaos with a little bit of good as a treat. Arborea is a plane of many names. Arvindor is the name for the divine realm of the Seldarine, which takes up under half of the first layer of the plane. The other half of the layer is given over to the divine realm of Olympus, the home of the Olympic pantheon and inexplicably chaotic good Zeus. The remaining portion is the independent city and divine realm of Brightwater, home to a quintet of Forgotten Realms goddesses. Though following the spell plague, Brightwater is gone, and its goddesses all moved in with Selune on Isgard. So, what about the layer itself? The first layer of Arborea is called Arvindor, after Arvindor. Arborea has 3 layers in total. The second layer is Aqualor, which is one infinite ocean, though it has many names depending on which multiverse you're sitting. Aqualor is what the elves call it, and it contains the divine realm of Elvendom, which is sort of an extension of Arvindor for the aquatic elves, ruled over by Deep Seychelles. If you're a follower of the Greek gods, or a Sigil basher, though, this layer is called Ossa, and it's the realm of Poseidon. Because the Olympic Pantheon doesn't have a license to operate their franchise in realm space, it's not widely known to its inhabitants that Arborea is shared between 2 divine realms. So to the people of the Forgotten Realms, the whole plane is called Arvindor. The divine realm of Arvindor within the layer of Arvindor, which is the first layer of Arvindor. And to make things even clearer and less confusing, some earlier publications instead refer to Arvenaeth instead of Arvindor, and others refer to Arvenaeth as part of Arvindor, reserved for the elvish dead before Planescape collapsed the distinction. Arvindor, the realm of most of the elvish powers, and Arvenaeth, the realm of the elvish dead or departed, are often held to be the same place. The primes know only that the two are remarkably similar, but planers and elf petitioners can tell a body with assurance that the realms are one and the same. So, what's the dark on Corellon here? Long ago, the layers of Arborea were the province of the powers of the Titans and the Giants, now exiled to Carcerai and Isgard. 2 great pantheons moved into town and threw the old lot out. The first to arrive were the deities of the elves, a group of thin, tiny, sickly-looking creatures besides the robust giants. Under their high-up man, Corellon Larethian, they challenged the giants and took the plane in a titanic battle, pardon the pun. The giants fled to the land of Isgard, that the elves had abandoned. Don't make as much sense as it might, but that's the dark of it. Corellon didn't come from Arborea, he colonized it. Corellon, and however many of the Seldarine existed at that point, migrated from Isgard closer to Chaos and further from good. Though, who knows if Isgard was Corellon's original plane. If he really was Grumsh's twin brother, maybe their progenitor deity was one of neutral Chaos, whose offspring diverged good and evil respectively. It also seems like Corellon was already going by Larethian by that point, so may have devoured that other god, though again, we've maybe got an unreliable narrator to consider. Planescape will see your well land in its own canny, in-character style, cutter. We do have a lot of evidence here, though. Arborea is physically littered with the Cyclopean ruins of its former inhabitants, and the Seldarine conquest isn't exactly a secret. The ruins of giantish cities and halls rear up from the forest here and there, more like hills than artificial constructs. These massive stone halls match the enormous scale of the plain, with walls often 50 feet high or more. Rumors say the giants abandoned many treasures in their flight. Sometimes giant raiders come to reclaim them. Arvindor is a place of mystery, even to the elves themselves. It's said that only the powers know its secrets. One thing that's not dark, the Seldarine won the realm from the gods of the giants. Even today, giantish ruins litter the glades and meadows of the forest. Not to mention that there's a literal living witness in the form of a giant goddess who the Seldarine permitted to remain following their conquest. One of the giants remained. Yelanis, the gentle goddess of good-aligned giants, stayed at the hearthside when her brothers went to war. The glory-seeking elven gods didn't toss her out when they drove the others out, but they don't much respect her either. Glory-seeking, eh? And don't much respect her, huh? Woof. She's literally a gentle goddess of kindness. This is a troubling revelation about the Seldarine, to say the least. Who were Yelanis' brothers who went to war? If we look across at Eastgard, we find two evil giant gods, Surtur and Thrym. The giant gods of frost and fire rule Jotunheim, though the other gods of the giants pay occasional visits. Surtur rules from Mirok, while Thrym wanders the mountains and glaciers with a band of giantish jarls. His court makes occasional stops in Utgard. Surtur and Thrym are sons of Anam Allfather, the progenitor of giants, so they're Yelanis' half-brothers. It's plausible they took up arms against the Seldarine, since they're the giant powers that currently reside in Eastgard, alongside the bulk of the giants who still live on the Outer Planes. In Carcerai, we find the brutish Gorlantor, who is Yelanis' brother by both parents, and Carantor, who is the youngest son of Anam, and has the same mother as Surtur and Thrym, but who myths say was exiled by Anam himself. But not all sons of Anam are evil. Strawn Mouse, the smiling god, was his firstborn, and also shares a mother with Yelanis. He's neutral good, while Anam himself was neutral, as is Scoreus Stonebones, the giant god of craftsmanship, who was said to have withdrawn from the world in disgust at the evils of his brothers Surtur and Thrym. So this isn't necessarily a vile pantheon of always chaotic evil monsters cast down by the noble Seldarine in the name of righteousness. This is a diverse pantheon spanning many alignments, and with the exception of the goodest, kindest daughter who refused to fight, the Seldarine cast them all out, not as some part of moral crusade, but for glory, to steal their land. Was the smiling Strawn Mouse driven from his home by the Seldarine? Was Anam? It's not stated directly, but the implication is that they were. Anam, before he set out to wander the material plane, lived on Eastgard, within the now abandoned Crystal Palace of Gudheim. And we know Eastgard was where the giants retreated after their conquest of the Seldarine, rather than their original home. Eastgard, where the giants now live, is a much harsher, less desirable place than Arborea, which is so fertile it's considered by Sigil to be the breadbasket of the Outer Planes. Giantland, the country where the Norse giants live, is a harsh and demanding country where all small creatures are hunted by larger ones. Raw strength, elemental passions, and a sense of arrogant superiority make Jotunheim noxious. Abrasive weather and residents combine to make the giants' realm one of the least hospitable places among the upper planes. Eastgard is also dominated by the Norse powers who hate giants. Odin, in particular, is moved to rage by the notion that anyone would grant succor to a giant. And, not all giants are evil. The Norse powers are apparently just racist. In any case, the Allfather epitomizes the Norse race. He's savage and wise at the same time, straightforward and subtle as the mood strikes him. He rewards power with power, and only few things anger him: aiding a giant, losing a battle, or breaking the laws of hospitality. And Loki, the black sheep of the Norse pantheon, stands out for his profound lack of enmity towards them. He even had a daughter with a giantess. Loki's proxies are thieves and giants. He has none of the traditional Asgardian hatred for the huge bashers. Chance is, Loki's even got giantish blood himself. It's all a little bit uncomfortable, given that the giants are basically refugees cast out of their stolen plane. Even Yelanis wouldn't stay under the sneering gaze of the elves. By 3rd edition, she's moved to Jotunheim on the plain of Eastgard too and set up shop there. When it comes to the Seldarine conquest of Arborea, we just have so little to go on beyond the fact that there's evidence that it happened. And it's muddied by the fact that Strawn Mouse, in modern times, cordially hangs out with Airdrie Fania, who is one of the Seldarine, though I guess their shared alignment and divine portfolios are a big incentive to sweep the past trespasses under the rug. Strawn Mouse lives in a spectacular cloud palace in the Beastlands, crafted from gold, platinum, gems, and marble, in which he has a magical opal pool which appears some 100 feet long to a viewer, but which is of endless size when one swims within it. The waters of this pool can heal any creature Strawn Mouse chooses to allow to swim here, as well as effect restoration and regeneration. Strawn Mouse delights in swimming here with Trishina, the dolphin goddess, with his sister Hyatea, and with Serminair, the Selkie queen. In the skies above his home, he rides the air currents with Airdrie Fania of the elves, and Sirenita, the Arakocra goddess. Strawn Mouse takes pleasure in consorting with good deities of skies and seas, and he has many friends among them. Given that the giant pantheon is so scattered and yet almost a nuclear family, it isn't inconceivable that they started together in Arborea. We know that the Seldarine conquest happened long after Yelanis was born, and we also know it happened long before the War of the Seldarine, in which Lolth the Spider Queen, previously a member of the Seldarine called Arashni, was banished from the pantheon along with her children. Lolth lived among the elves of Arvendor for long eons, but was thrown into the abyss when she convinced some of the elves to turn stag against their kinsmen, and now the elves of Arvendor regularly put her followers in the Dead Book. We actually have a date for the War of the Seldarine in the Chronology of the Forgotten Realms specifically. Per the Grand History of the Realms, published in 2007, Lolth was banished from the Seldarine sometime around minus 30,000 Dale Reckoning, about 1,000 years after the changing of the stars and the Tearfall in which Aber Toril was sundered by Eo into 2 worlds. At around the same time as the War of the Seldarine, we also have the marriage of Anam Allfather to the Torillian demigoddess called Othea. At this point, Anam was kicking around the material plane, having abandoned Gudheim. So that's consistent with the order of events we've been talking about. The conquest of Arborea took place long before the Sundering, deep into the obscuring mists of time. Those giantish ruins scattered across Arvendor were already old when most ancient ruins of the Forgotten Realms were new. Turning our attention back to Eastgard, it's notable that there are elves there too, Norse elves. Most of them live in Alfheim, which is another divine realm on Eastgard's first layer. A brilliant sunlit region populated primarily by the spirits of elves who worshipped Frey and Freya. Alfheim seems infused with so much light and joy that the entire realm sometimes feels suspended in midair, ready to be carried away by a puff of breeze. Makes a basher go all mushy, it does. But it's a fair land, right enough, and a joy to visit, though not for everyone. Elven hospitality is only extended to a few. Dwarves and gnomes aren't welcome in Alfheim, though they are regarded neutrally by Frey and other Vanir. The elves who live here do everything possible to make dwarves and gnomes feel uncomfortable and unwelcome. Once again, the elves are racist. So where did these elves come from? Do they have a different, more Norse-inspired origin? No, they too are children of Corellon, and they're from Arvandor. Some say that Alfheim was once part of Arvandor, and gradually slid over into Eastgard as people grew more concerned with honor and survival. The elves are friendly cutters, but like the Sensates, they care little for anything but play and the enjoyment of nature. So, all roads lead back to Corellon. And let's be unambiguous here. Invading someone else's home unprovoked by force for a planar Lebensraum, displacing its population to a harsh land whose powers despise them, treating the ones who remain with contempt. This is a shockingly wicked thing for Corellon to have done. It would have been shockingly wicked even if the giants had been monsters to a man. But that sounds like even that paper-thin justification holds very little water. It's very reminiscent, if you'll forgive the very pop culture reference, of the scene in Thor Ragnarok where Hela confronts Thor in the throne room of Asgard. The Asgard we've been presented in the Marvel movies up to this point is a benevolent place, technologically advanced, where beautiful people live in luxury, yet have also taken it upon themselves to wield their natural superiority to protect the 9 realms, of which Midgard, aka Earth, is one. But Hela explains that the whole reason Asgard led the 9 realms is that the good, wise King Odin was once a cruel, brutal conqueror. He subjugated those 9 realms. The reason Asgard is so wealthy and advanced and decorated with so much solid gold is that it has extracted that wealth from those it has crushed under its heel. After all, where did you think all this gold came from? Only later did Odin decide to give up his warmongering ways and become a king who protected peace and life. A peace that conveniently now protects Asgard's place at the top. The bully who has stolen all your lunch money no longer needs to keep punching you. He has your lunch money. He might even start to profess that punching people for their lunch money is wrong. After all, perhaps it's time for a new, enlightened playground in which none of us fear the heinous theft of the lunch money to which they have inalienable property rights. Let us come together, lay to rest our old grievances, and choose peace. Let us protect each other against any who would unjustly take our lunch money. The old bully, of course, still has everyone's lunch money. He's also going to replace that fresco of him stamping on your head, pockets overflowing with your lunch money, with a new one showing him reaching down benevolently to help you back onto your feet. He's wealthy now. He's a philanthropist. Thor Ragnarok makes an attempt to try and grapple with the comment on the sins of a colonial past. Your mileage may vary on how successful it was, especially given the constraints of its medium. Obviously, you don't expect anything particularly incisive or revolutionary from a Marvel movie, but Corellon has a lot in common with Marvel's Odin, right down to the bit where the story and its protagonists sort of refuse to condemn him textually. You might also wonder about Arborea itself. Isn't this supposed to be a plane of pure chaotic good? Why is there so much dubious stuff happening here? Why were the giants here? And believe me, we've barely scratched the surface on how dangerous and depraved Arborea can be. But from Planescape's write-ups on Arborea, that almost seems to be the point. Arborea is a land of huge appetites and broad emotions, a land more of melodrama than restraint. At the same time, it's bound by ancient traditions and superstitions, codes of conduct and respect that no one dares violate. The powers constantly feud among themselves, and they're not ashamed to use their followers as pawns against one another. Some Addlecoves might be flattered that their powers devote such personal attention to them, but they're the sort of idiots who disappear in the realms or die an early martyr's death. To avoid the attentions of the powers, the inhabitants of Arborea have created elaborate rituals and tributes designed to appease them. These rituals include libations poured from every cup onto the ground, animals sacrificed at midsummer and midwinter, and offerings of gold, perfumes, and spices designed to distract the powers from the affairs of their worshippers. Since even these rituals don't always keep the powers from interfering in the lives of their inhabitants, the denizens live lives of hedonism, quick fixes, and no restraint. Lots of bashers think it's because Arborea is the home of the sensates, but that's only half the chant. After all, the curses of the powers can bring about tragic conclusions, including such ugly ends as exile, slavery, patricide, and blindness. Comparing oneself favorably to the gods, failing to make a sacrifice, offering an insufficient sacrifice, breaking an oath, all these things have consequences. Sad truth is, any sod can make a mistake, but in Arborea, the powers might hold it against him. That's chaos. But it ain't pretty. That doesn't exactly sound like a paradise, does it? Olympus, the other divine realm on the first layer of Arborea, has a town called Polycleptolon, which is inhabited by an upper class of stodgy philosophers and the vast population of slaves it takes to sustain their decadent lifestyles. That doesn't feel particularly chaotic good either, but the problem that Planescape was written to solve is that a plane that really is a paradise would be terribly boring setting for an adventure game. So in Planescape, we get complex and messy pictures rather than the planes of homogeneous good and bad. That's the nature of Arborea, a plane of decadence and inequality, melodrama and tragedy, a place where you'd better watch out lest you take a wrong turn and end up with your eyes plucked out, sold into slavery, or starving to death at a Dionysian revel that never ends. A thin aesthetic veneer of good that's rotten inside. Many civilized amenities and services are available in Olympus, but overall the Olympians prefer to remain technologically backward. No item from any period later than the ancient period is available. See the Dungeon Master's Guide, page 35, for a list of prohibited items. The Olympians are aware of new inventions and even criticize and comment on them, but they simply choose not to adopt most of them. The philosophers go on about the purity of their simple lives, but the petitioners in the fields are the ones who get the blisters. Polycleptolon is also a stronghold of the Fraternity of Order, the Sigillian faction that stands for absolute cosmic law. It's one of the few places on the chaotic side of the Great Ring where they have such a strong presence, which is one of the many clues that the positions of the planes and the dispositions of their inhabitants don't always cohere. There are bastions of angels in the abyss, there are pockets of corrupted modrons running amok in Mechanus, and the inhabitants of the heavens can be just as cruel as any demon. It's also strange to think about the idea of invading and depopulating an infinite plane with theoretically infinite space, and yet the Seldarine place themselves directly on top of the giant's ruins. Basically, there's enough meat in this notion of the Seldarine conquest of Arvindor for a whole campaign. Returning to Corellon himself, being a brutal colonizer, seems at odds with his consistent characterization as the goodest boy ever. But also, are we surprised? The Seldarine and the elves in general have kind of always had this hard edge to them. Corellon is, after all, a god of war. Beneath the silk lies steel, and when it comes down to it, they've always put their interests first. If anyone happens to be standing in the way, it might be sad, but they're not people. If anyone should spend time with the elves, they quickly learn that they call themselves Tel-Kasir, or the people, and all non-elves are Entelkes, or not people. While some assume that the elves are elitist and demeaning the other races by calling them thus, elves mean little by it. For them, the term only distinguishes that the people are linked physically and spiritually with each other by their communal lifestyles and their innate connections to the weave of magic about Toril. The not people are removed from these links to the elves, their own people, their magics, and their gods. While they may be confusing or annoying, elves harbor few racial hatreds, even for the ever-present orcs and goblinoids. The only Entelkes that surface elves truly hate with a passion are the drow, and the drow equally hate and likewise refer to all other elves as Entelkes. When a drow calls you not a person, they truly mean that they don't see you as a real person, worthy of respect or life, because obviously they're bad. But when we do it, we don't mean anything by it, honest. We harbor few racial hatreds, though weren't we just talking about how the elves of Alfheim do everything in their power to make dwarves and gnomes feel uncomfortable? Don't worry about it. And the conquest of Arvindor isn't quite an isolated incident that can be dismissed as out of character for the Seldarine. Just like how Corellon was said to have consumed the deity Larethian, his pantheon has also made a habit of appropriating and absorbing other deities. If you read between the lines. One example being how, when the elves arrived in the Yearwood in the Forgotten Realms, the Seldarine consumed the pantheon of its native people. By some measures, the Seldarine contain a pantheon within a pantheon. In the centuries past, before the Cha-Tel-Kasir, half-green elves of the Yearwood, appeared in Aglarond, the Sai-Tel-Kasir of the Yearwood adopted and co-opted ancient powers previously venerated by primitive humans who had preceded even the elven settlements of the forest. Little remains to mark the worship of those ancient powers, although their legends are still retold in the oral traditions of the Cha-Tel-Kasir. At the heart of the Yearwood is the Sunglade, dominated by two concentric rings of stone menhirs. While each stone of the outer ring bears an inscription to a different member of the Seldarine, each stone of the inner ring is inscribed with the symbol of one of the gods of the year. Of those 10 stones, only 4 symbols are still legible. Relkath of the Infinite Branches, Magnar the Bear, Elikarashe, and Zandalar the Dancer. A 5th menhir is believed to have once held the sign of the Symbol, the goddess of the edge and the moment of choice, from whom Alasra Shentrantra, its common appellation, is derived. All but one of the gods of the Year, weakened by the long absence of their faithful, were absorbed by the Seldarine when the fair folk first arrived in the Yearwood, and are now simply wild primitive aspects of Rilifane Ralathil, Cheverash, Labilas Enereth, and many other elven powers. Only Zandalar the Dancer retained any degree of independence after the coming of the Sai-Tel-Kasir. However, she too declined in power and was forced to merge with the Mulharandi goddess Bast, now known as Shares, after an unsuccessful gambit against Varan the Masked Lord that she initiated in the hopes of averting the defeat of her adopted worshippers by the Drow. Details of those aspects of the gods of the Year that are still remembered may be found in the entries for the corresponding powers of the Seldarine, or, in the case of Zandalar the Dancer, in the entry for Shares found in Powers and Pantheon. Here, have another breadcrumb of doubt.
So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
A certain point of view?
One fact about the elves of the Forgotten Realms that often goes under the radar is that, canonically, they cultivate their history with exquisite care, going out of their way to suppress any inconvenient historical evidence that might cast them in a less than benevolent light. And given how much material on elves in Dungeons & Dragons is framed in character, that can really muddy the waters about what is and isn't true. So let's take a closer, historiographical look at Corellon's children. The elves' origins on Toril are so cloaked in the mists of time and secrecy of all the elves that it is unlikely the truth shall ever be laid bare. A good example of this penchant for communal secrecy is how the elves treat the history of the ancient conflicts known as the Crown Wars, which began over 16,000 years ago. Only among the elves are the stories of the Crown Wars told, as they wish to hide their shame in bringing down their own golden age. The most basic outline of the Crown Wars is common knowledge in elven communities. Elven libraries may even have some very abridged histories, but the Not people, on the other hand, are diligently prevented from researching it at all. Even to non-elven historians, the Crown Wars are just an obscure historical period involving civil war between elves. In elven communities such as Evermeet, the fortress home of Evereska, and the remnants of the elven court in Cormanthyr, the most basic lore of the Crown Wars is easily accessible in the libraries and halls of learning. A great sage may know more specific details than those other lore keepers can provide, such as the locations of a specific city or fortress. But for the most part, any elf with an interest in history can learn about the Crown Wars with relative ease. Difficulties often arise when members of other races seek that same knowledge. The Crown War era is quite possibly the single greatest shame in the history of the elf race, and the elves have no desire to share the details with outsiders, especially in Sun Elf communities. Non-elf researchers are frequently denied access to information about the Crown Wars. As a result, the majority of Faerun's people believe that the Crown Wars were simply an internal struggle for supremacy among the elf subraces. Much deeper digging might reveal what seems to be a terrible secret, that the Drow were cursed during the Crown Wars as punishment for their unfathomable depravity, and that this was an act of divine intervention. But this is barely scratching the surface of the truth. The real tea is kept under lock and key, and the most terrible secrets of the Crown Wars, such as the details of the magic that inflicted the dark disaster upon the realm of Miaritar, are kept in check by literal assassins. The High Moor is enough mute evidence to illustrate that this magic is not to be summoned ever again. In fact, the elves scrupulously pay attention to the talk of wizards in Faerun. When even a hint has emerged of a mage considering a killing storm, that mage has been dead within a 10-day, and his books and notes of such magic destroyed irrevocably. This assassination scenario happened 7 times during the time of Netheril alone. The elves have diligently guarded against anyone using this magic, or a variant of it, since the end of the Third Crown War, and no elf would dare to resurrect this greatest of sacrileges. One of the most detailed resources on the early history of elvenkind is the novel Evermeet, Island of the Elves, by Elaine Cunningham, published in 1998 after Wizards of the Coast's acquisition of TSR, but before the release of 3rd edition. And it really is such a tremendously vivid, epic source. We see the events of the War of the Seldarine, Lolth's betrayal of Corellon and her banishment. It recounts the trials and tribulations of Charlario Moonflower, the first Moon Elf. We see Ilithir at its height. There's a scene where Ilia Stray herself appears to Charlario and his sons to give them advice about the events to come. We learn how Lolth's attention was drawn to Toril in the first place. We hear her thoughts as she conspires against her husband, consolidates her power in the Abyss, and spies upon the people of the First Flowering. But go over it too closely, and you'll notice there's stuff that doesn't always hang together. For example, prior to the fall of Lolth, Arashni, as she was called back then, manipulates a bunch of hostile gods into attacking Corellon. Among them, who do we find but... There was Maglubiet, leader of the Goblinkind's gods, Rugek, who led bugbears into the hunt and into battle, Kurtlemak, the head of the Kobold pantheon. It still amazed Arashni that kobolds had a pantheon. By any measure of elvenkind, these gods were unimpressive foes. Kurtlemak is an incongruous god in this scene, because he was once a mortal kobold king of the early kobold nation of Darastrixerthi, who was raised to godhood by the draconic power Asgarath after Garl Glittergold dropped a mountain on his head. And Darastrixerthi has a presence in the history of the Forgotten Realms. It's located where Anarok is now, a land that would, in the intervening time, become part of the Empire of Netheril. That kobold nation rose and fell the last millennium of the Dawn Age, around minus 24,500 Dale Reckoning, which the Grand History of the Realms notes as the time when kobolds and urds became the first of the dragon spawn. Because kobolds weren't always present on Toril. They were created at that point after Asgarath shared the secrets of creation with dragons, as recounted in the sourcebook Races of the Dragon. And all of this took place after a period of prehistory that just so happens to have taken place 5.5 millennia after the War of the Seldarine. Kurtulmak, during the time of the War of the Seldarine, before elves arrived in the Forgotten Realms, hadn't even been born. And the reason he is present is that a large portion of the book is an in-universe document subject to in-universe embellishment, specifically that of its fictional author, the human bard and masked lord of Waterdeep, Danilo Than, whose epistolary introduction frames the novel. In my short career as a bard, I have observed that facts usually serve only to obscure the truth. Truth, when it can be found at all, is more likely to be heard when it is presented in stories and song. One of Danilo's motivations for writing such an ambitious, all-encompassing history of Evermeet, an elven ethno-state where he's all but forbidden to tread by virtue of his race, is that he was engaged to a half-elf by the name of Arelyn Moonblade. Arelyn was the granddaughter of Queen Amaluril of Evermeet, and the daughter of Princess Amnestria and a human harper named Bran Scorlin. Through the blessings of the gods, which gods precisely remains to be ascertained, I am soon to be wed to an elf woman of royal blood and mixed race. Her greatest sorrow, and therefore mine, is that she has been denied her elven heritage. While this history cannot restore her birthright to her, it is the only such gift within my power to give. My lady has little use for anything my wealth can purchase. The things she values cannot be found in the bazaars of Waterdeep, and are, alas, in scant supply elsewhere. Honor, courage, tradition. As I undertake this work, I keep ever before me an image of this true daughter of Evermeet, whom I love dearly for her elven ways, and despite them. When her family discovered her relationship with a human, Princess Amnestria was forever banished from Evermeet for the crime of miscegenation, along with her half-elven daughter. She and Bran would never see each other again, and she was soon thereafter murdered on the orders of Kaimil Nimicin, a sun elf supremacist who resented that the throne of Evermeet was occupied by a dynasty of moon elves. Double dose of racism there. As a bard and a scholar of elven lore, know that the elven races have often been in conflict with each other. During the terrible centuries in which the Crown War swept in killing waves over the people, gold elves sought to expand their rule at the expense of the silver and green elf settlements. Green elves joined with the dark elves to combat this aggression, and finally gold and silver and green elves banded together to drive the dark elves below. The Crown Wars and other battles like them tell but a part of the tale. A subtle, constant battle has been waged between the elven races, a battle that is older than the beginning of elven history. If you would understand Kaimil Nimicin and his followers, you must go back as far as lore and legend will take you and observe the ancient conflict between silver and gold. From such threads are woven the tapestry of Evermeet. As you follow the story of silver and gold, keep in mind that the clan Nimicin is a sept, that is, a minor branch, of the ancient clan Durathil. This fact alone will explain much. I repeat, Kaimil Nimicin represents much of what is valued by elven nobility. By the same token, he illustrates that which is most basically and grievously wrong with the elven people. As you can see, Danilo does have some friends in pretty high places, especially since he helped thwart Kaimil's plan to invade Evermeet, and through them access to a lot of potentially forbidden lore, but ultimately he's working from myths and legends. So then, what scenes in Evermeet Island of Elves bear any resemblance to the actual events of elven history? It's unclear. When Corellon regards Arashni upon her betrayal and sadly tells her that he loved her and that he would have given her anything that she wanted, Arashni monologues that she hates him because she's just a bitch. She doesn't have any rational reasons for the things she does. She's evil. But come on, this is some propaganda and a half. This is a dramatic reenactment of the story where it's all my ex-wife's fault because she's just quote-unquote crazy. Can we really believe this? Corellon looked into Arashni's malevolent crimson eyes, marveling that he had never truly seen her before. She stood taut and defiant, her fists balled at her sides and her entire slender form quivering from the effort it took her to keep from striking out at him. Where did it come from? This rage, this terrible ambition. "What is it that you've done?" he said softly. "What could you possibly hope to gain by such actions? If there's anything that you lacked, you had only to speak it and I would have given it to you with joy." "Exactly," snarled Arashni. "You would have given. True power is not given, but seized. As to your great gifts, I held in my hand the destinies of mortal beings, but was my own ever mine to command? You treated me like some cherished and cosseted possession, while standing in the way of everything I desired." "Not so," Corellon told her gently. "Never did I show you such disrespect. I loved you. and you will yet live to regret it, she hissed. Look at the adverbs. Corellon says softly, tells gently. Oroshni snarls and hisses and spits. This is the mythological equivalent of, and then everyone stood up on the bus and clapped. I wonder why the elves would want the story told in this way. Speaking of Charlario Moonflower, the first moon elf, the sections of the novel that concern themselves with his story are telling. Basically, the Sun and Moon Elves of the Forgotten Realms are all descended from a single wave of refugees from a nation in the Feywild called Tintagir. In victory, they were defeated. The Elves of Tintagir, at least the few that had survived the long siege, the battle that followed, and the horrendous magical cataclysm that ended it, clung to each other and watched as the last few invading ships were torn to driftwood by the raging sea. Not a single enemy remained on their island. All had been shaken into the angry waters by the magical attack whose power went far beyond the expectations of those who'd unleashed it. Even now, violent convulsions shuddered through the elven island, as if the land itself felt a lingering horror, or a premonition of doom. The account tells of how Bonaluri, the last surviving priestess on the island, sacrificed her own life force and those of a number of other elves to open a portal to another world, using elven high magic, so that some few survivors could escape Tintagir's catastrophic collapse. That other world was, of course, Toril, divined as a viable new home by an earlier divination. The grand history of the realms confirms these events. Tintagir had apparently been one of the most populous elven realms in the Feywild. There had been only 100 or so survivors when Bonaluri began casting, and only half of them made it through the portal alive. One of these survivors was Prince Durathil, the sole survivor of Tintagir's royal family. Another was not like the others, the sole non-gold elf, Charlario Moonflower, who hailed from some unknown elven nation north of Tintagir. Supposing this is true, and not another of Danilo's embellishments anyway. Charlario Moonflower was a merchant, a pirate more likely, who'd had the misfortune to make port at Tintagir days before the invading forces struck. The Northerner's appearance was quite different from the golden, elegant beauty of Tintagir's folks. Charlario's skin was pale as parchment, a stark contrast with his bright red hair and sky-colored eyes. Odd though his appearance was, his ways were stranger still, blunt to the point of rudeness. Charlario had little use for the elaborate traditions and protocols of court life. Charlario and the Gold Elven refugees discover that they're not alone in this new world. For starters, there are green elves here, and one group of those green elves, the Dark Elves, have built a whole nation called Ilithir. There are also dragons who rule the majority of the continent. Ilithir had negotiated with them for a parcel of land on which to build a city-state, but the Gold Elves found them a problem in need of resolution, and in this problem, Prince Durathil sees an opportunity to reclaim power for himself and his crown. And so he makes a dark bargain with an ancient god of this new world called Gonadar. He uses the power Gonadar lends him to temporarily bind a powerful red dragon called Mahatnatorian, nicknamed the Master of the Mountain, and tries to strike a deal with him. Durathil wants Mahatnatorian to provide him with a silver dragon egg so he can hatch it, have it imprint on him, and train it as his mount. He'll be the first dragon rider, and with the power of elven magic, dark pacts, and a dragon mount, he'll slay all the evil dragons and be a great hero. What could possibly go wrong? Durathil is kind of dim and hasn't quite realized the implications of making a pact with Gonadar, so Mahatnatorian fills him in. Gonadar will eventually want a sacrifice, whether it be an innocent life or his own. So the Red Dragon proposes a win-win deal. Mahatnatorian has a grudge to settle with Charlario Moonflower, so if Durathil hands over his friend to be devoured, not only will the Red Dragon provide him an egg, but this will also count as paying off his debt to Gonadar. They settle the terms such that Durathil will betray Charlario once the dragon is of age, so that he can ride it. And so, Mahatnatorian flies off to slay an innocent silver dragon mother and eat all of her children except the one he'll give to Durathil to raise as his slave. And Durathil stands there, questioning his life choices. Once he has his egg, Durathil shares his how to train your dragon plan with Charlario, though not how he came about the egg in the first place. I have heirs, but it seems we have little to say to one another. But you have a way with the young elves and several restless sons and daughters of your own. Help me train this dragon, and then teach the young ones. Together we will gain the knowledge. I as a dragon rider, you as a teacher of those who will follow. For many years have I worked to this end, Durathil said earnestly. It is the best way my mind can fashion to vanquish the evil dragons for once and all. And so they raised their kidnapped dragon slave together, keeping her in a magical prison and never allowing her to see the sky. But it's apparently okay because... Swiftly, the creature grew from an endearing little hatchling to a thoughtful, intelligent being who learned all that the elven partners had to teach her, with a pleasure that surpassed even the innate elven love of learning and beauty, and warfare. Silverywing and Durathil learned to work together to create spells and attacks that neither elf nor dragon alone could counter, and as the years slipped by, all three of them learned one more thing that elves and dragons gain from such a bond. Friendship. Uh-huh. Sure. Eventually, the moment comes. Durathil goes through with his end of the bargain and sends Charlario off into a trap. When Charlario realizes what's up, it stings. Charlario was not prepared for the intense stab of pain this betrayal brought him. Though the former prince had made no secret of his opinion that gold elves were innately superior to all others, during the years that he and Charlario had worked together, they'd become partners, even friends. Or so Charlario thought. That the elves of Tintagir were so open about their belief of their own racial superiority raises some, questions about the precise nature of the war they were fleeing from, but returning to the story, Durathil ends up getting cold feet at the last moment. So he rides in on Silverywing to attempt to rescue his quote-unquote friend from Mahartnatorian. The outcome is something of a draw. The Elder Red Dragon easily dispatches the younger Silverywing, but Durathil uses the magic Gonadar granted him to magically bind Mahartnatorian once more, such that he loses control in flight and collides with a mountainside. Both Durathil and Mahartnatorian are mortally wounded in the crash. With his final words, Durathil begs Charlario to carry on his legacy, and so Charlario does the thing that elves do, and whitewashes history. The dim-witted racist who slew a mother to steal and enslave her child, who made deals with dark powers and sold his friend as meat, who rode that kidnapped child to her death, goes down in elven history as a wise king and a great hero. Many more years were to pass before Charlario came to understand the full meaning of Durathil's final words. He never spoke to the other elves of the mage's involvement with the evil god Gonadar, or his own suspicions concerning how near Durathil had come to bringing the matter to a very different conclusion. But there was no need to tarnish their hero's luster, or to dim the enthusiasm of the young elves who saw that even a fledgling dragon elf-trained could bring down a great and evil worm. In the end, Charlario surmised, what mattered was not only the honorable choices that a person made, but the temptations they overcame to come to that place of decision. By that measure, Prince Durathil was a hero indeed. One wonders if Charlario Moonflower never told anyone how this story ended up being retold by Danilo, but perhaps this underlines his point that truth, when it can be found at all, is more likely to be heard when it's presented in stories and song. The truth is that elven history is papered over to make it more palatable, the sins of the past airbrushed away to make room for more palatable stories about wise kings and great heroes. And tens of millennia later, one of Durathil's distant descendants, Kaimil Nimicin, would again make bargains with dark beings and seek power and dominion at the expense of the line Charlario Moonflower began. Because time is a flat circle, and elves don't learn lessons. After Kaimil's first scheme is foiled by Danilo and Aralyn Moonblade, he's captured by the Harpers and sentenced to imprisonment for murdering 27 of their number in the course of his plot. But they soon realize that a regular prison isn't going to cut it. Evermeet knows about his plot to assassinate their entire royal family, so half of the world's most dangerous elves are out for his head. They settle on putting him in his very own demiplane, nestled in some distant corner of the plains that no wizard will ever find. It's comfy, they even give him a pet cat and a library, but he's trapped there for the rest of his extremely long elf life. He spends 5 years seething and imagining all the awful things he'd do to everyone who ever slighted him. And then, a miracle happens. Gonadar comes to visit, and this is the first time Kaimil has ever had a reflective thought, since in that instant, he realizes that Gonadar only visits evil and ambitious people, which would make him evil? What? He knew the lore. He knew as well as any elf alive that Gonadar was summoned by great and audacious evil. Until this moment, Kaimil had never perceived his ambitions as anything but right and proper. The arrival of Gonadar was a glimpse into a dark mirror, and the shock of confronting his own image was greater than his dread of the terrible power before him. His moment of self-awareness lasts a few seconds before Gonadar reveals he's also brought a friend, Lolth herself, who is like, Hey, I hear you like punishing elves. So do I. Wanna punish elves together? She offers to bust him out of his demi-planar prison and furnish him with an army of gold elves. She doesn't want anything in return beyond what he already wants, which is to bring Evermeet to its knees, slay its queen, bring shame upon its people, make its inhabitants suffer, enslave everyone else, and rule a new elven empire as a horrible, racist tyrant. The grim, naked ambition in the goddess's voice horrified Kaimil. He did not know what ambitions the goddess harbored within her dark heart. He did not truly want to know, but somehow he believed that she would do all she offered. He himself had made several improbable alliances in order to reach his goals he had accomplished thus far, and he had honored them in so much as they advanced his purpose. He saw his own resolve reflected back from the mirror of Lolth's crimson eyes. "What you say, I will do," he said simply. Kaimil isn't bothered by the implications of the Spider Queen's approval of his goals because he isn't really capable of much in the way of self-awareness, but about that army of gold elves she promised. "You fairy elves are so enamored with yourselves, so determined to think you're the only people alive, that you've forgotten your own history," she sneered. "You came to Toril as invaders, more than willing to displace those who came before. Do you think you're the only elves so minded?" In the skies above Toril and in the crystal spheres beyond, the Spelljammer setting's second unhuman war is currently raging. The second unhuman war is a consequence of the first unhuman war, in which the Elven Imperial Navy decided to wipe out all the unhumans, meaning bugbears, goblins, hobgoblins, kobolds, ogres, and orcs. Initially, they were also going to exterminate the Hadazee too, but they changed their mind at the last minute. It was a horrifically messy war, as you'd expect, involving all sorts of incredibly messed up superweapons being deployed on both sides, but the eventual result was total elven victory. Space had been successfully ethnically cleansed of the quote-unquote bad races. A supposed victory for goodness against evil that goes puzzlingly unexamined in this text. But far, far away from the celebrations on a barren rock of a remote planet, some few survivors of the losing side slowly begin to regroup under the leadership of an orcish visionary called Dukash, who convinced his kin that brutality was getting them nowhere. They needed to get smart, and they needed to get organized. They needed to read books, they needed to study tactics, and they all needed to learn fluent Elvish, so when they finally get even with the elves, they can tell their victims in great detail exactly who their conquerors are and why. Dukash basically created a radically new orcish culture from scratch. On his deathbed, he declared that the old ways were dead. His orcs were a brand new orcish people, the Skro, which is, yeah, it's just orcs backwards. So the Skro gathered their strength, and then they went back into the ring with the elves for round 2, and so began the Second Unhuman War. 11 years earlier, the Skro had invaded the crystal sphere containing Toril. Though the groundlings of Toril didn't notice, the Skro were repulsed after a dozen massive space battles by the Elvish Imperial Navy, which was headquartered in Evermeet, and so they turned their attention instead to more remote elven worlds. Now, as the planet of Arboriana burns beneath the might of the Skro war fleet, Lolth shows Kaimil a spelljammer full of gold elves fleeing the destruction, and on their tail, a massive Skro warship. Lolth assures Kaimil that the Skro will soon prevail, but she has a plan. She'll give Kaimil a spelljammer of his own, and a weapon capable of taking out the enemy warship. With this, he'll sail to their rescue, winning the gratitude of the Gold Elf refugees. And then, all he needs to do is point them at Evermeet. They'll connect the dots themselves. Lolth knows that elves are their own worst enemies, and if there's ever a choice between you or them, it's them every time. These are survivors of a world in flames. The Skro overran their homeland and utterly destroyed it. These elves are desperate for a homeland, and they would follow an elven noble who offered them one, and not fret overmuch if they needed to overthrow a kingdom in order to possess it. Thus did your own ancestors when they fled from a dying world. Thus would you do also if you were thrust into a new world. Elves such as you believe that rulership is a divine right. To say Lolth is a pessimist about elven nature would be an understatement. But is she wrong? Maybe. Maybe not. When Kaimil's second plot against Evermeet is inevitably foiled, the liberal Prince Amaluril extends an unexpected welcome and an offer of sanctuary to the remaining gold elves of Arboriana, and they accept. We never really find out how far they would have gone to take Evermeet for their own. But to underline the thesis of this chapter, Evermeet Island of Elves closes with a letter to the author from Kelbin Blackstaff Aronson. Kelbin's father was a half-elf noble, and Kelbin would be heir to his house were he not human. But Kelbin is so elf-aligned that even though he's a lawful neutral chosen of Mystra, he goes to the elven afterlife of Arvindor when he dies for the second time. So, with the present-day plot of the novel resolved, our bard author, Danilo, has sent Kelbin the manuscript of what is presumably the book we're reading for review. Kelbin cautions Danilo that much of what is revealed about elves in the book is highly sensitive, and that publishing it would probably arouse the ire of Evermeet, so it's probably better if he sends a heavily redacted version to the Library of Candlekeep. Rather than return the manuscript to Danilo, Kelbin informs him that he sent it on to a scribe of the Queen's Library in Evermeet for her review. A particularly ancient and particular scribe who is known for working extremely slowly. Kelbin cautions Danilo that he shouldn't expect the manuscript back for quite some time, but to take heart that members of his family are known for their longevity. Which feels like the Forgotten Realms equivalent of the scene at the end of the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the government agents assure Indiana Jones that the Ark of the Covenant will be studied by top men, and then we cut to the Ark being sealed away in a crate and locked away in a giant warehouse. For the good of the elven people, it's best if the not people don't know too much. Let's turn our attention to a completely different source, The Complete Book of Elves, published in 1993 for 2nd edition Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. Most of the book presents itself as objective, though we'll soon see it's far from unbiased. Let's read the in-character introduction, the first words in the book, to give us a taste of what we're in for here. We do not deign to acknowledge the slanderous propaganda spread by the stunted humans who call themselves dwarves. The little miners have always had a rather, shall we say, biased outlook on history, and the true workers of reality. They call themselves the finest creatures to grace the worlds. With bodies like that, we suppose one would have to have an active fantasy life. For those graced with true vision, elves comprise the finest race in all the worlds. We are which other races aspire to be. Our longevity, our beauty, our craftsmanship are all the stuff of legends. Certainly each of these attributes can be recreated in some fashion by the lesser races, but theirs is an artifice of face and form and creation, never as fine as those that come naturally to us. Our lives are long and filled with happiness, for we recognize the impermanence of all things, excepting ourselves. Indeed, we do not suffer death as do the mortals. Only through violence, accident, or disease do we die at all. Although we vanish from the ken of mortal knowledge after hundreds of years of existence in this plane, you may rest assured that we continue on elsewhere. Even those who perish on the battlefield do not truly die, but instead become part of the Earth's cycle of growth and rebirth. Our spirits linger on, for we are intimately tied to the world and its core. Indeed, we are the integral part of that core. We would now turn to other matters, for to continue on in this vein will no doubt lead you to believe that we are boasting of elven prowess. We do not boast. Anyone who has seen even the slightest fraction of elven ability knows the truth of what we say within these pages. Yes, we're a proud race, but do we not have just cause? Are we not elves, creatures of the most wondrous might? Simply understand that we are what we are, and that nothing you can do will change us. Then may we become good friends. But beware, we are a complex race, and the workings of our lives will ever be a mystery to you. Our dreams are foreign from yours. You will never truly understand us, no matter how hard you try. Yeah, it's super obnoxious, but one could probably suggest that that's a bit intentional. It's also chock full of elements that the subsequent canon doesn't really bear out, such as the fact that elves cannot die of old age, and that elves are never voluntarily resurrected because their afterlife is so great. Which, no, elven adventurers are always getting raised, and since 2nd edition, they've generally been said to live for around 750 years. At the time, the Complete Book of Elves was generally pretty poorly received by the D&D player community, though for different reasons. It didn't restrict its effusive praise of elves to the fluff. It gave elves all kinds of crazy mechanical advantages that many players and GMs consider to be excessive. Also, compare and contrast the following passage to Planescape's depiction of Arborea. Arvenaith is a place full of natural beauty, hidden away from all but elves. Some human sages have speculated that this pocket is a piece of Arvandor on the plane of Olympus, but none have ever been able to reach it, save through death. Those sages who have made such a journey and were able to return to their original plane are unable to speak of Arvenaith. The memory of the beauty is too intense for their human minds to bear. It is truly a realm only for the elf. Those elves who have passed into its wooded glories can experience anything they've ever wanted for as long as they want. Unimaginable happiness lies in this realm, and every elf can expect to enter Arvenaith upon his or her departure from temporal kingdoms. The only way to return from Arvenaith is through reincarnation, resurrection, or some way of retrieving the spirit from this realm. The last two methods are always done against the elf's will. A very few return voluntarily, having spent millennia enjoying the splendors of Arvenaith. They volunteer to be reincarnated, and their souls begin anew. No human sages have ever been able to reach Arvandor, but those who have are unable to speak of it? Many's the time a bubber in Sigil sings the praises of unsullied Arvandor, the high forest, the land of the elves, a pure forest untouched by civilization. Don't believe it. The realm's been tamed, but what an elf considers tame, pleasant, and proper ain't the same as what a city dweller'd expect. Planescape's a lot less sentimental, though the thing about non-elves getting their heads scrambled is true. Bashers who aren't elves have to make a wisdom check when they enter Arvandor. Those who fail are lost to the spell of the land. They seek out the elves and dance and sing and indulge themselves in the joys of life. They can be guided out, but a body who doesn't have a friend to lead him will be lost for sure eventually. The complete Book of Elves does, however, give us a three-part elven creation myth, which is framed as being told by a priest of Corellon named Larian Songshine. So, what does the Church of Corellon preach about the origins of elvenkind? Would you believe that it's gratuitously self-serving propaganda that is unbelievably contemptuous of non-elves? Surely not, right? Surely not. From the primordial turmoil at the center of the universe sprang the gods full-fledged, full-formed. Each claimed jurisdiction over certain effects, all being equally endowed with the power and force of the cosmos. They cooperated for the first and the last time to create the worlds, but some gods used their powers more wisely than their brethren. An early alliance formed among these wiser gods. They knew how to manipulate their powers. This gathering of gods, who called themselves the Seldarine, or the Brothers and Sisters of the Wood, imparted their very essence into creating certain aspects of the worlds. While other gods squabbled over jurisdiction and possession of this virtue and that attribute, the Seldarine modified some of the lands, making their worlds lush and green and beautiful. In addition, they created vessels that would one day hold the spirit of the first sentient life to set foot upon these worlds, the race of beings known as elves. They crafted these vessels with thought and care, and gave them extraordinary beauty. The other gods grew black with jealousy, and they thirsted to imitate the Seldarine. These gods hastily fashioned their own vessels, vying against those created by the Seldarine, but they would not invest the time vital to creating a race, and so their results were flawed. The gods did not care. Their creations were nothing like those shaped by the Seldarine. Most were monsters, creatures that would one day haunt the dreams of elves. Of all the crude creations, only the vessel reserved for man held a glimmer of potential, for they would one day have the ability to change the land, as would the elves. The gods of the new races tried too hastily to reproduce a feat that had taken the wiser gods eons, but neither group's constructs would not come to life until the historic meeting between Corellon Larethian and Grumsh, leader of the anti-Seldarine. All non-elven mortal races, according to this particular priest of Corellon, are flawed because their gods weren't as wise as the Seldarine, who would come up with the idea to create mortals in the first place. The only reason the other gods made mortals of their own at all was because they were jealous of how perfect the elves were. The complete Book of Elves goes on to explain that the elves believe that unlike the creation myths of other races, which are obviously exaggerated, their creation myths are actually true, though. The elves believe that their religion is closer to actual history than are the religions of other races. There may be some truth in this belief since the elves have such long lifespans with memories to match. They have far fewer generations between their creation and the present day. Thus, they claim there has been far less dilution of the truth. Unlike the other stories, they state, the Elven Chronicle is pure. It goes on to harshly critique the dwarves for distorting their religious mythologies to, quote, glorify their race and their tribe above others, which, of course, elves would never do. The elven creation myths about how the elves are the most perfect, most pure race of which all others are sad, malformed imitations is just objective fact, after all. With Grumpsh's defeat, the Seldarine and their allies continued with their works. The Seldarine gathered the moon's tears and the blood shed by Corellon in the great battle, placed these into the vessels they had created, and infused them with their own spirit. Each god imparted virtue into his or her creation, feeding and nurturing the newly formed race. Thus were the elves born from the blood of Corellon Larethian mixed with the soil of the world, blessed with the tears of the moon, and given their nearness to divinity. The other gods saw this example and set about infusing life into their own sadly misshapen vessels, with varied results. Alas, all the other races were but sad imitations of the elves. Blood and soil, eh? Where have I heard that one before? We also have an account here in the Complete Book of Elves of the start of the conflict with Lolth and the Drow, which is referred to in this text as the Elf War. And this is interesting for many, many reasons. Let's break it down. After the Gods' War, the deities divided the world among themselves so that their creations could prosper and grow. The Seldarine chose the forests for their children, the elves, but secretly encouraged them to spread as they would. The other gods did likewise, and the races fought for land. The hatred introduced by Grumpsh the Cursed One had spread to the mortal species. The elves were, at this time, all one people. There were variations, but they were individual rather than any sort of societal rift. All differences were a matter of personal inclination, and the elves lived in harmony with one another. We start with the same exceptionalism that we've come to expect from Larian Songshine. Elves rule, orcs drool. When our gods secretly encourage us to expand our borders Manifest Destiny style, that's based. When other gods encourage other races to take land for themselves, that's cringe. The next paragraph contradicts the former. The elves didn't live in harmony at all. Actually, they fractured and turned against each other. And from what we heard about the intrigues of Evermeet earlier, and what we will hear about the Crown War later, this sure sounds like elf behavior. There were those who lusted for power, and those who could not bear to live within the confining walls of a city. Others were rabidly xenophobic, wanting to bar outsiders such as humans and dwarves from the Elflands, keeping away the taint of those unfavored by the gods. Still others, more moderate in most things, were scorned by their brothers or even despised. Each elf thought he knew best, and each tried to impose his views on his brother. Evil flourished in this atmosphere of distrust and dissent. The great elf cities of old deteriorated, and the Spider Queen Lolth gained a foothold in the hearts of many elves. They used her to gain greater power and influence, and her evil ways led them even further astray. These elves practiced dark magic and forbidden lore to make themselves mighty, and they turned from the light they had loved so much. Next, we get a sort of garbled version of the Crown Wars. Again, there are real-world reasons for why it's this way. The canon of the Crown Wars wasn't written until later, but we get a story very reminiscent of the history that would be established later in the decade. Note how, in this telling, the Lolth-corrupted ancestors of the Drow struck first, unprovoked. The tension grew unbearable. The elves who had embraced the teachings of Lolth marched into the city and slaughtered their brethren. The first attack came under cover of darkness, and the other elves could not mount a defense. But they had seen the dark time to come, and they had readied themselves for war. Their preparations were not in vain. They returned fire. The elf war raged for decades, neither side gaining victory. Thousands of elves perished on both sides, and the number of wounded grew ever higher. The elves of Lolth took the name Drow to signify their new allegiance, and they took the cities that they had captured as their homes. They massed for the final battle, and Lolth covered the land in loathsome clouds of black to strike fear in the hearts of mortal elves. The Drow were prepared to win. But then, the gods themselves intervened. We cap off the tale with divine intervention, and again, there's a grain of truth here. The Fourth Crown War was ended by Corellon's intervention, sort of. We'll talk more about the truth of the Crown Wars later, but I just want you to sit with this myth as told by Larian Songshine, so you can hold it in mind when we talk about what really happened. But first...
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Corellon Larethian and his companions struck deep into the heart of Drow territory. Long and hard they fought, seeking the evil in that land. Finally, Corellon Larethian came upon the dread Spider Queen, and he attacked. Magic flared and spat, blood merged in rivulets. Then Corellon struck Lolth a telling blow, driving her deep into the earth. With her defeat, the haze over the battlefield lifted, allowing the bright light of the sun to bathe the land in its healing rays. The Drow turned their faces away from the sun's purification, preferring instead their fallen goddess. They consciously chose the shadows over the light, and Corellon decreed that such treachery would forever show upon their faces. It is for this reason that the skin of the drow is dark. Corellon forced the evil elves into the rift where he had banished Lolth the Spider. After the last drow was driven underground, he and his fellow gods abandoned the elves to their own devices, preferring instead the plain of Arvandor. Here, we encounter one of the grossest and most problematic aspects of the complete Book of Elves and the D&D elf mythology in general from a real-world standpoint. The drow are cursed by Corellon with having black skin as a visual expression of their moral corruption. Yikes. Woof. Do I even have to explain how grossly anti-black racist this is? The same sourcebook explains that the good kind of elves are always pale-skinned, and that this is framed as being a natural result of their innate physiological superiority. Elves can withstand a temperature up to 100 Fahrenheit with only mild discomfort. Likewise, they can remain clad in their usual clothes to a low of the freezing point of water and be only mildly uncomfortable. Below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, they suffer the same ill effects as anyone else, but until that point, they feel little different. Above 100 Fahrenheit, they suffer as do others, but exhibit no undue stress until that temperature is surpassed. They lose no body water to sweat, nor do they need to lighten their clothing. It has been surmised that this is why the elves have pale skin and only rarely tan. Their resistance to the elements prevents much of the skin damage that other races suffer. Only those elves who are constantly exposed to the elements suffer even the slightest amount, and even then, they do not tan as deeply as some humans and dwarves. The curse of Corellon, his decree that the treachery of the drow would forever show on their faces, also bears more than a passing resemblance to certain misinterpretations of the biblical curse of Ham, which was used for centuries to quote-unquote explain the existence of people with dark skin, and provide divinely ordained justification for imperialism and chattel slavery. I won't get into the textual story of Noah and Ham because it doesn't make a lot of literal sense and has been the subject of intense, prolonged theological debate across the centuries. For what it's worth, the biblical passage doesn't even mention skin color. Basically, I'd be remiss if I didn't emphasize just how vile this particular element of the lore is in a real-world context. It was written in 1993. There was no excuse then, there's no excuse now. It's also far from the only problematic element in the book. In addition to being obnoxiously racist, constantly referring to the lesser races throughout the book, elves are unbelievably ableist, too! Second, elves neither revere nor respect those who have lost many limbs. Their generals and those of warrior houses may wear up to 2 artificial limbs without shame. Anyone injured beyond that point must, to the elven mind, be a total incompetent. Such a person's bungling and sheer stupidity has obviously led to that state, and that person commands no respect from the elves. Such individuals are actively avoided, for their mere presence is viewed as bad luck. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, elves are not proud of their scars, as members of lesser races so often are. Elves who have these limbs take pains to hide them, for they're ashamed that their lives have not followed the elven way. These individuals wear long gloves, heavy tunics, or thick breeches to hide the fact that their bodies are not perfect. Those whose bodies have been totally altered to go even greater lengths to hide their restructuring. Their bodies have become something that is not natural, and so the much vaulted elven connection to the earth seems a hollow mockery of the way they once were. Indeed, most elves are far too proud to allow themselves to be preserved in such a way, preferring instead what they perceive as the sanctity of death. What's so deeply unsettling about this sort of text is the ambiguity in what meaning is being conveyed. To what extent are the authors aware of how messed up this is? It's one thing, however dubious, to present a work of fiction in which you have a group of people the universe itself endorses as the good guys, complete with a little metaphysical label that can be detected by a magic spell. Think hobbits in The Lord of the Rings. Sam and Frodo are classical heroes with all the virtues that implies, and some of that virtue is attributed to the humble, good nature of hobbits, whether as a people or as a culture. But hobbits alone are capable of bearing the ring without being corrupted by it, which is also ascribable to some specifically hobbit nature. Everyone in the Fellowship is a hero, but only the hobbits can be ring-bearers, as Boromir illustrates. It's another thing to present people who have gross attitudes and a deep-seated superiority complex, and to vividly depict their seething disdain for those that they consider their lessers, to have them comfortably espouse racism, ableism, and naked supremacy. Think the Cardassians from Star Trek, or even the Vorlons from Babylon 5. They just disguise it better. The problem arises when you try to do both at once, and that's what's happening here. As much as the complete Book of Elves is maybe trying to be tongue-in-cheek about it, the whole is more than the sum of its parts. The dissonance is palpable, and this problem isn't unique to one sourcebook or even one author. In Cormanthier, Empire of Elves, there's a section on misconceptions about elves. One of these misconceptions is that elves are condescending and arrogant towards other races. We're told that elves, quote, harbor few racial hatreds, not even towards orcs, and that it's a mistake to think that the fact elves refer to non-elves as not people is any sort of slight on them. Then, only a few paragraphs later, we get told, elves view other miscellaneous intelligent races with a variety of pity or scorn. Orcs, goblinoids, and their ilk are not hated by elves. Such barbarians are not worth the effort of hatred, and instead are looked upon as pests and vermin, i.e. dangerous only when their populations are left unchecked. The half-breed races are viewed either with disgust or are judged by individual merit. Elves will either outright dismiss a half-elf from their presence, or they will attempt to make them into the best elf they can be despite their half-breed status. Half-orcs most often are dismissed as vermin, though an exceptional and honorable half-orc gains respect from an elf simply for exceeding the racial limitations and drawbacks of your sires. Yikes, but also, what? This is rhetorical sleight of hand at best. I don't hate you, I just think you're disgusting by virtue of your race, and that you're vermin and that your population should be culled. I call you a not person and refer to you as one of the lesser races. None of this is a slight on you. I'm not racist, though, honestly. I'm actually very wise. What are we supposed to think about this? Are we supposed to conclude that the elves are actually super-duper racist? Are we supposed to realize that they're actually extremely flawed and have a lot of issues to work through? Or are we supposed to conclude that their super racism is good, actually, and that they're rightly super racist because they're factually correct about their own indisputable racial superiority? That seems to be what a lot of the elf-apologia in the texts of Dungeons & Dragons and in the wider fandom is essentially saying. And to be sure, that line of thinking has already gotten lost in the mire. To get into the weeds about whether a quote-unquote race is quote-unquote truly superior or not is to concede to naive scientific racism and accept the disingenuous frame that it matters at all. That it isn't an ill-posed question and an attempt to pull a lazy, opportunistic, rhetorical fast one. But even on its own terms, it doesn't make a lick of sense. Because D&D elves, when left to their own devices, are textually shown to be utter bastards in basically the same way that all people are. For all their claims of exceptionalism, the truth of the Crown Wars and Tintigir and Evermeet and the Eldrith Veluthra, the long, long history of intrigue and hubris and magical genocide, backbiting, and hate should make the idea that the elves are uniquely good or uniquely wise a laughable one. Because the thing is, it'd be boring otherwise. Ultimately, we have to confront the truth that there is none to find. Elves don't exist. Dungeons & Dragons is a work of fiction. What does exist are its authors and the context in which the text was written. Lore content will only get you so far. Elves are, as a narrative device, caught between two purposes, both of which boil down to elves are cool. On the one hand, elves are a canvas on which to paint cool stories. High magic, high adventure, high stakes, high intrigue, high elves. And since these kinds of narratives require epic conflict, elves are painted as nuanced and flawed and downright interesting. So they don't all want the same things, and they're both willing and capable of getting their hands really dirty to get what they want. Long lives and inherent connection to magic can afford elves an incredible sense of entitlement and arrogance bordering on megalomania. Perfect fodder for creating great villains. They are full of pathos, almost Shakespearean in their grandiosity. On the other hand, elves are a power fantasy. And sure, all of D&D is a power fantasy. But elves in particular across the fantasy genre are an embodiment of the fantasy of supremacy. A fantasy of inherent racial superiority, of natural aristocracy, of being purer and more beautiful and more refined and more able than everyone else, unmarred by time or disease or disability. Elves are the fantasy of looking down your nose at those pitiful lessers who will live and die in the space between your heartbeats, of sadly shaking your head at the folly of the brutish, uncivilized races who still have so much to learn, and declaring that they are not ready for the power and glory that is your birthright. In other words, elves are a fantasy of white supremacy, a synthetic diet version of whiteness that can be enjoyed guilt-free, but that satisfies some of those same cravings. They are the mirror inverse of the device of using orcs as a stand-in for marginalized groups, whether to enjoy a guilt-free massacre like in D&D, or as a clumsy allegory like in 2017's movie Bright. In the same way that orcs are a racialized other lurking out there in the wild frontier that is far more palatable to our modern sensibilities than the extinct Western genre's use of the actual literal indigenous people, elves are a racialized elite. But elf, you say? Surely it's the other way around. If you were going to remake 1995's Disney animated film Pocahontas with elves, where would you put the elves? You probably wouldn't have the elves be the settlers, right? Right? You think you own whatever land you land on? The earth is just a dead thing you can claim? But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, spirit, name. And that sounds like something an elf would say, right? Because it's true, elves also incorporate signifiers of indigenousness, mostly superficial. A deep spiritual and material connection to the land, an existence in harmony with the natural world, a profound sense of social belonging, an ancient culture steeped in rich tradition and elaborate ritual, and a distinct aesthetic sense. The affirmation that you will never understand us without being us. Elves are coded indigenous because that's also part of the fantasy, but let's refresh ourselves on what it means to be indigenous. Indigenousness is an identity constructed, shaped, and lived in the politicized context of contemporary colonialism. The communities, clans, nations, and tribes we call indigenous peoples are just that, indigenous to the lands they inhabit, in contrast to and in contention with the colonial societies and states that have spread out far from Europe and other centers of empire. It is this oppositional, place-based existence, along with the consciousness of being in struggle against the dispossessing and demeaning fact of colonization by foreign peoples, that fundamentally distinguishes indigenous people from other people of the world. If you want to dig deeper, read Alfred and Corntassel's paper, or watch Andrewism's summary video on the topic, links in the description. But this is why, for example, the Maori people are indigenous to Aotearoa, but contemporary British people aren't indigenous to the British Isle in the same way. So in the real world, we can't have our cake and eat it too. Indigenousness and white supremacy can't coexist. They are two opposing ends of the same relation, the institution of colonialism. And sure, there do exist many peoples with complex relationships to colonialism, who have suffered brutal dispossession under a colonial boot, who struggle to preserve a distinct cultural identity from the homogenizing maw of the capital, and who have also participated at the other end of the extractive colonial relation, dispossessing others, financing colonies, carving out a place in the imperial core, benefiting from white supremacy. But being Scottish is no one's fantasy. In fiction, we can imagine things that don't exist, things that can't exist. We can imagine magic and dragons, and so too we imagined this impossible shadow cast upon the wall. A people that are coded as both the superior quote-unquote civilized race, but also as the quote-unquote noble savage. Elves are a people that live in Edenic purity, untainted by the corruption of civilization, possessed of an oppositional, place-based indigenous existence, but are also somehow at the same time the most civilized, most advanced, most superior people by virtue of having transcended the state of nature into wise, rational, enlightenment dominance. What if Retvern, but also like the exact opposite? Understanding this, we get a better idea of why elves are capital L, capital T like that. Because while elves are better than you, they must also be protected. Although they were once the most powerful group of the realms, the elves are a group in sad decline. They retreat from their world in ever greater numbers. One day, humans will find the realms devoid of elves. The greater world will no doubt miss their presence. Ariana Natalie Myers, a historian of medieval Iberia and North Africa, observes that elves in fantasy are often cast as a dying race, and therefore can be understood as an embodiment of the anxious obsession of whiteness with its own vulnerability. Link in the description. It is no accident that elves of high culture, of magnificent wisdom, of immense grace and power are nearly always portrayed as light-skinned. It's also no coincidence that elves are the classic example of the dying race. These tropes exist because of the explicit and subconscious understanding that this is the situation of the so-called white race. White supremacists have for centuries raised the specter of a hypothetical white extinction in order to galvanize repression of people of color worldwide. You can see it today when politicians and pundits talk about the declining birth rate among white people in the United States and Europe, immigration fears, and the idea that the United States will soon no longer be majority white. This is presented as something to be dreaded, the loss of something essential to society. Exactly the same rhetoric was behind anti-miscegenation laws and continued bigotry against interracial couples. This is the way the ideology of white supremacy operates. It hides in plain sight in popular culture, its very pervasiveness rendering it invisible to the untrained eye. Its unquestioned presence in our society leads us to accept it is simply the way things are. White people, reflected in the literary creations of the elves, have convinced ourselves on some level that we are at the same time superior to people of color, but also on the brink of total destruction. This is the core assumption and worldview that white people are falling back on when we react defensively to discussions about racial injustice and racism. And we need to fight it. So that thing that we noted at the start of the chapter that is happening in character, where elves curate their history to protect their image of wisdom and benevolence, to a certain extent that's also happening out of character, when writers cultivate the text to protect the fantasy of the elf. Because without the aegis of divine, objective, metaphysical, and authorial endorsement and assurance, maybe elves are just a bit messy. And maybe that messiness punctures that particular fantasy just a bit. And that's why we end up with pages and pages of elves behaving like evil, snotty little gremlins, and then we also, in another part of the text, get a defensive, but they're inherently cosmically good and egalitarian and hold no racism in their hearts, and their superiority is earned, and they're quite humble, actually, and... Okay. Deep breath. I can already picture the comments. You think elves are racist, so if you like elves or you play elves, you're racist. Is that it? No. In case you can't tell by my name or just looking at me, I really like elves. I like them, right? It's true. And one of the things I really like about elves is how messy they are. I have always really enjoyed how sun elves have this uncanny veneer of unimpeachable virtue hiding a sinister history. It's a bit of a meme in my shorts that sun elves are actually the bad guys, because the idea of a great and terrible glorious empire of the sun is such a cool story beat, it's a tragedy that D&D hasn't explored it further in its present day. But it can't, not without compromising the elven fantasy. Because D&D can only really relate to race and culture in a binary way. Either you're one of the races afforded humanity and interiority and moral worth, or you're a racialized other, and if there was a belligerent elven empire in the modern day of the Forgotten Realms, elves would suddenly become the racialized other. Players would randomly encounter elves in the forest, kill them, take their stuff, and not think too hard about it. But this means that the narrative potential of sun elves is squandered by that mealy-mouthed insistence that they're the good guys, really. And come on, no one's fooled by this. Elves just need to cut loose. They need authorial permission to explore their worst selves without their behavior needing to be excused. Because, oh boy, do they have a history.
King Dragon sends his regards.
No one, not even the wisest and most venerable elven sage, can say with assurance when and from whence the first elves came to Toril, but tales are told of a time long past, when elves fled by the thousands from war-torn Faerie, that magical land that exists in the unseen shadows of 1,000 worlds. The songs and stories that tell of those times are as numerous as the stars. No one now living could give a history that would sate those sages who search the ancient lore as a lover studies his beloved's face, or as dreamers who gaze up into the night sky in wonder. But sometimes a pattern emerges from the telling of small tales, much as the individual bits of tile or stone become a mosaic, where 1,000 bright threads interweave to form a tapestry. Elves aren't native to Toril. They migrated there from the Feywild, or as it was called during the earlier editions of D&D, the Plane of Faerie. And they first started turning up during what's known as the Dawn Age, around minus 27,000 Dale Reckoning. But there were ages before the Dawn Age. The oldest we know about was the Primordial Blue Age, which ended when the Primordial Dendar devoured the sun, ushering in a great ice age known as the Shadow Epoch. The age that followed the retreat of the glaciers following the presumable restoration of the sun was known as the Years of Thunder. During the Years of Thunder, the world was populated by the enigmatic so-called creator races, possibly referred to in elven myth as the Ikar Tel Kasir. There were the Saruk, ancestors of the Yuan-Ti and lizard folk, the Batraki, ancestors of the Bullywug, Kuatoa, and various other amphibious species, the Aerie, ancestors of the Arakocra and Kenku, and doubly enigmatic Lachey, the immortal Fae creatures who ruled the plane of Faerie. As the Years of Thunder drew to a close, a new player entered the game. The Dragons. In the wake of the Days of Thunder, dragons rose to rule Faerun. Elven myth, recorded in the form of the Parwiccan cycle, speaks of the Tearfall, thought to refer to a rain of meteors that fell from the sky. Some scholars interpret the ancient texts as suggesting the meteors precipitated a dramatic climactic change, which in turn sparked the rapid evolution of proto-dragons, little more than large lizards, into varied forms of dragonkind known today. Others claim that the meteors were in fact falling dragon eggs from which the varied races of dragonkind were born into this world. As the developers of 5th edition confirmed at Gen Con 2012, watch my video on AO for more on that, Tearfall was when the dragon deity in primordial Asgarath threw an ice moon at Aber Toril, and so AO decided to divide the planet into two, Abir and Toril. This splitting of the worlds was the so-called First Sundering, and the Tablets of Fate that featured so heavily in the Time of Troubles were the focus for the divine magic that AO used to accomplish it. Most scholars now speculate that at about this date, a comet or ice moon fell from the sky, devastating much of Abir Toril, and refer to this event as the Tearfall. The four inner seas merged together to form the body of water known today as the Sea of Fallen Stars. Tens of thousands of dragon eggs soon hatch across Toril. The dramatic climate change that followed quickly brought an end to the Batraki civilization. Shortly after Tearfall, the Aerie began to experiment on landbound dragons to produce, quote, the first winged worms, which ended up being wyverns. Their whole thing was creating avian creatures, so it makes sense, even if it makes the history of dragons even more confusing. In any case, the Aerie created vast armies of wyverns, which allowed them to rapidly expand their empire across the supercontinent of Meruboros. Then, a few hundred years after that, at the dawn of the Dawn Age, and at roughly the same time as the War of the Seldarine, in which Lolth was banished into the Abyss, a dragon called Nagamat comes along. He unites dragons from all across the world in the name of Tiamat to lay siege to the empire of the Aerie. The surviving Aerie flee into the far north of what is now Mastica and disappear. The Lachey had also mostly disappeared from Toril at this time, retreating back to the plane of Faerie they ruled. It said they were decimated by a plague, and it suggested that the dragons may have been responsible. Least known of the creator races are the Sylvan people that populated the forests and other wooded areas. Living in harmony with nature and leaving few traces, it's believed that their civilization fragmented after a great plague created by a draconic or demonic power. Their descendants are the sprites and other small wood folk that populate secret parts of Toril today. The dragon connection might be on the money, because although the Lachey go home, they don't let it go, and for the next several millennia, they or other Fae powers orchestrate a behind-the-scenes campaign to, quote, undermine dragon rule on Toril. What's their tool for undermining dragon rule? Elves. By this point, there's a massive population of elves in the plane of Faerie, and the Lachey are unparalleled masters of portal magic. In fact, it's specifically their portal magic that the Imiskari Empire will eventually use to bring Earthlings in huge number to Faerun from ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia. The Lachey know dragons are weak to fairy-type moves, so to kick their anti-dragon plan into motion, they start opening a large number of Fae crossroads and backroads between Faerie and Faerun. Crossroads are basically a fancy druidic kind of portal, much less obvious than a giant glowing circular hole in the air, and which each have a guardian, a crossroads guardian, who decides exactly who can pass back and forth. Backroads are the magical pathways that connect the crossroads together, like fairy-themed wormholes. The elves, despite their long history, are not true natives to Faerun. They came to Faerun from the realm of Faerie 25 millennia ago, passing through Fae crossroads and backroads that have long since been lost. The first elves to arrive were the Saitel Kasir, Green Elves, the Lytel Kasir, Lythari, and the Aril Tel Kasir, of Ariel. Of these three original races, only the Green Elves, now known as the Wild Elves, survive in any number. The Avariel are nearly extinct now, having fought many terrible wars with the dragons of the ancient world. The Lythari have changed so far from their elven roots that they are regarded by most Faerunian scholars as a separate race from the Tel Kasir. And isn't it interesting how the Lachey have basically the same idea that Lolth had in the Tale of Kaimil Nimicin? Both of them feel like they can reliably count on the fact that if you send elves somewhere, they'll want to steal the land and displace its inhabitants. And isn't it interesting that that's basically exactly what happened to Arborea too, with Corellon at the helm? Because this is exactly what happens to Faerun too, just as planned. Though one group of green elves has the bright idea that, hey, why don't we just, I don't know, talk to the dragons? Continuing their work to undermine dragon rule, the Fae opened new gates, allowing the first elves to immigrate to Toril. These primitive green elves worship the fairy gods, not the Seldarine, which were unknown at the time. Although most green elves are content to remain in small scattered tribes, one group known as the Illithiri negotiates with the dragons and begins to carve out a small kingdom in the south. The great Illithiri capital at Aternash remains a shining beacon of elf culture for millennia. Illithir is Toril's first great elven civilization, and sources differ on whether they were a group of green elves or a different elven subrace from the very beginning who came in a second wave of migration. They would become known as the Sri Telkasir, dark elves, because they had a darker complexion than green elves and pale hair. The second wave of elves to travel to Faerun included the Sri Telkasir, destined to become the Drow. They were the most successful, emerging from the southern jungles of Faerun and quickly establishing grand empires in their new home. At the same time, the Ar Telkasir, sun elves, and the Tu Telkasir, moon elves, arrived to the north. You might remember the story of Tintagir from earlier, from Danilo Than's History of Evermeet, from Evermeet Island of Elves. Those were the Sun Elves, and Charlario Moonflower is the Moon Elf. All Moon Elves, per that legend, are descendants of this one guy, a seafaring foreigner to Tintagir who just happened to be on the island during the evacuation. Those that remained welcomed the newcomers to their forest home, and the Elves of Tintagir, the proud gold people from the ancient southlands of Faerie, had mingled with these wild folk. To Durathil's relief, not all took to native ways. Some of the elves kept proudly to themselves and strove to plant the seeds of their magic, arts, and culture in the forest soil. Amazingly enough, one of these elves was Charlario Moonflower. The red-headed warrior had survived and had wed a Faerie woman, a devout priestess of Sayanine Moonbow. Between them, they'd produced a roisterous brood of young elves, most of whom had inherited their father's pale skin and flaming hair. Almost without exception, members of the burgeoning new clan followed their mother in their veneration of the goddess of moonlight. Already the others were referring to them as moon elves. The story we heard earlier, about how Prince Durathil made a pact with dark forces and betrayed his friend so he could enslave a silver dragon, took place shortly thereafter, and a few decades after that is the setting for a short story called Traitors, published in 2006 anthology Realms of the Elves. The story takes place in the draconic kingdom of Dawnfire, 3 centuries after the arrival of the Elves of Tintagir. Dawnfire is ruled by a gold dragon, the lawful good kind of dragon, named King Orctrian, and his subjects include both elves and humans. Which is interesting because this might be one of the earliest canonical references to a human society in the timeline of the Forgotten Realms, and they seem to be more or less integrated into a ye olde medieval time-style kingdom that just happens to be ruled by a big shiny lizard. In fact, they're the majority of the population. This was 7 millennia before the Citadel of the Raven was constructed, which is an ancient ruin that some modern scholars in the Forgotten Realms controversially take as, quote, irrefutable evidence that a grand human nation existed on Faerun long before recorded history. So yes, there were humans kicking around at this time, and neither were they all illiterate barbarians living in caves. The writings of the elves are generally silent about the state of humans during both this period and regarding whichever nation built the Citadel of the Raven, which bodes very poorly for the humans. But the early history of relations between elves and humans isn't much explored. Beyond the odd reference to quote-unquote primitive tribes, humans only officially turn up in Elven chronicles after the Crown Wars. So Traitors opens with King Orctrian's elven court wizard Respin having just ridden to defend an elven settlement in response to a missive begging for the crown's help against an attack by trolls. But there were no trolls. It was a trap, in which the mostly human army Respin brought with him was massacred. At the last second, Respin and the survivors of the slaughter are rescued by the king's son, Prince Bexendral, who is also a gold dragon. And we cut to the throne room where Respin is presenting his findings to the king. Not only is the kingdom contending with this attempted uprising, but it's also embroiled in a war with a red triumvirate to the south. It's implied that in some cases, shown later, that also surrounding nations are ruled by dragons of various colors. Which changes the picture I'd had of the era. The dragons aren't all just sitting in their lairs and flying around, hunting in their pristine wilderness. At least some of them, maybe most of them, are doing some sort of statecraft. The king's other court mage, a human, doesn't trust Respin. After all, it was the elves who just attempted an uprising, and almost all the casualties were human. And now Respin is cautioning his liege against responding. He says that only 3 elven noble houses, because I guess elves are eager to reinvent aristocracy at the first opportunity, were involved in the attack. Orctrian mediates between his 2 advisors and comes up with a compromise. No one will be executed for this. Instead, the elven nobles will send their children to court as hostages. Respin will be in charge of them while they're here, since he's the best bet at a sympathetic host. Orctrian expressly requests that they be made as comfortable as possible. The king's hope is that hostages will deter any aggression in the short term, but that in the long term, they'll have a great time at court, eat the best food, learn more about dragons and humans, feel indebted to their glorious gold dragon overlord, and eventually go back home to lead their families towards greater integration into the kingdom. But Respin rides out to meet the first hostage. Her name is Winterflower Duskmere, of the noble House Duskmere, who were one of the 3 houses responsible for plotting the attack in the opening of the story. Winterflower is either a gold elf or a moon elf, very pale with dark hair, and Respin is into her. But she's cold and resentful, she refuses to look at the beautiful scenery on the ride, and when Respin shows her what's outside the carriage with his magic, she scolds him for his impudence. When they arrive in Dawnfire, which Winterflower identifies as her prison, they have an interesting exchange. She spots half-dragon elite guards, all children of King Orctrian, and she laments that the king must have forced himself on their mothers, making him a gross predator. Sucks to be working for such a cancelled dragon, Respin. Respin responds that actually their mothers were all willing consorts of the Dragon King, and were richly rewarded for bearing his children, and that he doesn't do the deed in the form of an enormous lizard either. He's capable of shapeshifting into a super hot human guy. But she rightly points out that the power differential between a king and his subjects means that consent is not possible in that situation. Oh hey, it's the Mystra video all over again. It's Mystra. Agreed, Winterflower. But Respin dismisses the notion and changes the subject, because he's a dragon-pilled monarchist. The column passed through an arch in the wall adorned with flowers, bumblebees, and hummingbirds rendered in mosaic. On the other side, in the very heart of the city, towered a wood of oak and shadowtop. High in the branches hung dwellings constructed on multiple levels, some portions enclosed, others simple platforms. White, blue, and amber lamps glowed in the twilight, and the scent of cooking tinged the air. "This is the Elf Quarter," Respin said. "You can imagine all the hard work and potent sorcery it took to transplant these trees to the top of a mountain, just so people like us would feel at home." "In other words," she said, "Orctrian wounded a true forest to create this unnatural place. That doesn't surprise me. His marauders kill trees every day to clear more of his cursed farmland. The army must eat, milady. The entire kingdom must. And the unfortunate truth is, forests don't yield as much food as grain fields. I assure you the king intends to leave the greater portion of the woodlands intact. Every particle of soil, every leaf, every twig of our homeland is sacred, my lord. If you still possess the soul of an elf, you'd know it, but I fear it shriveled in you long ago." Take note how quickly the elves have come to consider this their homeland, despite the fact that they arrived less than a generation ago. And the people who lived here, who were living here long before elves arrived, are now the ones who are on elven land. Winterflower, though, is such a fascinating character, because she does have a point. Monarchy is an inherently bad thing, a wicked and unjust form of government. No one person, by virtue of a fancy hat acquired by force or inheritance, should have the absolute power to abuse the rest of the population at their whim, nor an opportunity to pass to their descendants an entitlement to do the same, to dominate and oppress. There is no good version of monarchy. Royalty was like dandelions. No matter how many heads you chopped off, the roots were still there underground, waiting to spring up again. It seemed to be a chronic disease. It was as if even the most intelligent person had this little blank spot in their heads, where someone had written, "Kings, what a good idea." Whoever had created humanity had left in a major design flaw. It was a tendency to bend at the knees. But Dungeons & Dragons, and fairy tales and fantasy genre more broadly, is in love with monarchy as an ideal. The aesthetics and beautiful trappings of royalty, the idea that kings can be rightful, the reactionary idea that all we need is a good, wise king to sort us out. There's a famous quote from George R.R. Martin. "Ruling is hard." This was maybe my answer to Tolkien, whom, as much as I admire him, I do quibble with. Lord of the Rings has a very medieval philosophy, that if the king was a good man, the land would prosper. We look at real history, and it's not that simple. Tolkien can say that Aragorn became king and reigned for 100 years, and he was wise and good. But Tolkien doesn't ask the question, what was Aragorn's tax policy? Did he maintain a standing army? What did he do in times of flood and famine? And what about all those orcs? By the end of the war, Sauron is gone, but all of the orcs aren't gone. They're in the mountains. Did Aragorn pursue a policy of systematic genocide and kill them? Even the little baby orcs in their little orc cradles? Fantasy is very naive about these kinds of questions, but Winterflower here isn't. Here in Dawnfire, we basically have the platonic ideal of the harmonious fantasy kingdom. Its good king Olurin is a gold dragon, a creature that is almost constitutionally lawful and good. He has literally moved heaven and earth to create a Rivendell-like architectural paradise for his beloved subjects. And Winterflower doesn't buy it. She's immediately reaching for the guillotine. Girl boss behavior, honestly. At a royal banquet to celebrate victory against the evil red dragons in the south, the king requests Winterflower regale them with a song, since she's already become known around town for her lovely singing voice. So she does, to Respin's surprise. She sings a song in Elvish about a mad king whose subjects hated him and whose narcissism drove his realm to ruin. The human court mage, Respin's rival, can speak Elvish and takes this as an insult against his king. He attacks Winterflower on the spot while she pleads ignorance. Respin defends her, so Olurin, who has kind of had enough of their squabbling, allows them to settle their differences with a friendly mage duel. After some flashy magic, Respin wins by turning invisible and then smacking his rival over the head with his staff. As Respin continues to beat the helpless human to death, Olurin intervenes to demand his advisor's life be spared, and Respin reluctantly backs off. Afterwards, when she and Respin are alone, Winterflower reveals that she did absolutely intend her song as an insult, and Respin admits, in turn, that he's developed a crush on her. She pokes at his point of view that serving a dragon is an agreeable state of affairs, and when she doesn't make much progress, she admits that at the banquet she folded like a leaf because she didn't want to die. She gazed out across the city with all its myriad lights. Perhaps if we elves could set aside a measure of our pride, we'd recognize that our lives can still be fulfilling under Olurin's rule. Perhaps I could learn to be happy in this place, if some kind of friend would teach me its joys. Respin felt his heartbeat quicken. Milady, that's all I've ever wanted. But, spoilers, this is a lie. Deep down, Winterflower is as locked in as ever. She's just finding her angle. She's successfully seduced Respin, thus gaining a new game piece for her secret chess game against Dragon Monarchy. Fortunately for her, he's kinda dense. Over the course of the past 2 months, Winterflower had immersed herself in the life of the city and the amusements of the court with a relish that astonished him. It was as if she, a creature of passionate extremes, must either hate or love her captivity, and upon recognizing the bleak futility of the former course, had committed herself heart and soul to the latter. Or perhaps it was her affection for him and desire to share in his life that accounted for the change. For though both had tried in vain to stifle the burgeoning feelings, it was reckless for a jailer to grow overly fond of his prisoner, and her kin, still rebels at heart, would scarcely have approved. A tenderness had flowered between them. Indeed, for his part, it was a love deeper than he'd ever felt for any other woman. Meanwhile, she also makes some moves against King Dragon himself. At a revel to celebrate victory against a kingdom of green dragons, he transforms himself into a hot elf guy to impress her, and they kind of hit it off. So Olurin begins to shower Winterflower with gifts and attention. As she gives another performance, the king speaks with Respin quietly and reveals that, for starters, he knew the first performance was supposed to be an insult. And he also doesn't, for one moment, buy her sudden conversion. He knows she's up to something. But he digs it, actually. King Dragon is actually kinda into guillotine play. Olurin reveals to Respin that he plans to try his luck at seducing her, and that he wants her to bear his child. Respin receives this like a punch in the gut and confesses to his king that he loves Winterflower. He begs his majesty to please back off of his girl. But King Olurin responds by assigning Respin to oversee an attack against the green dragon enemies away from the capital, so he runs to his crush and fills her in on everything. Respin shook his head. I don't know. He may think he's buying me off. That's the common practice when the king or one of his princes wants to bed some wretch's wife. They give the cuckold a fine appointment that takes him away from court so that he needn't witness what's occurring. And the fact of the matter is, before I met you, I begged repeatedly for such an opportunity. With the kingdom perpetually at war, fighting is the surest way to win the highest honors and most profitable offices. Winterflower at first pleads with Respin to run away with her, and when he doesn't seem receptive to the idea, she asks that he provide her with a spellbook so that she can assassinate the Dragon King during a compromised moment. He refuses. So she predicts the king will assault her while he's away on the front lines. Respin tells her that he can't imagine Olurin doing something so heinous, so she promises to stay out of trouble and politely refuse the king's advances, and he departs. Respin's assignment takes him into a dangerous battle with a green dragon. He barely survives, but manages to lead his soldiers to a narrow victory. He's hailed as a dragon slayer and returns to Dawnfire a hero. The king showers him with endless praise and glory. He promises that Respin will command the king's armies in their next war. But to Respin, it all feels hollow. Cause he steeled himself before entering Orctrian's great hall, but even so faltered when he saw that the king had opted to preside over his court in the form of a bronze-skinned, topaz-eyed elf. There had to be a reason he favored that shape, and when Respin spotted Winterflower among the throng, it was plain what it was. She'd abandoned the clothing and jewelry she'd brought from her homeland, and likewise the love tokens he'd given her, in favor of all new attire and ornaments agleam in gold. She smiled at him. He was, after all, the guardian who treated her kindly, but the expression betrayed no excitement and promised nothing. The warmth came back into her face when she returned her gaze to the dragon on his throne. I truly have lost her, Respin thought. Grief and fury surged up inside him, and he strained to hold them in. Shortly after the party, when Orctrian flies off to attend matters in the south, Respin gets drunk and storms into Winterflower's quarters, using his enchantment magic to disperse the guards. When he finds Winterflower, she at once tells him that the evil King Orctrian had used enchantment magic to compel her to be his consort. She tells him that he does this to all the women who bear his children, that he threatened to hurt her family and viciously assaulted her just as she predicted he would, that he's exactly the evil dragon tyrant she's been saying he was all along. Respin just couldn't see it. Spoilers! This is another calculated lie, but Respin believes her. He offers to break the curse, but she tells him that he can't. Dragons have magic beyond their ken. He leads him toward the idea that there's only one way to break the curse: slaying the dragon. But then, an idea! He asks her to wait for him, and then he wipes her memory of the conversation with enchantment magic. Respin goes and breaks into the king's personal mage tower. After a close encounter with one of the princes, he stumbles into a bound devil and manages to banish it when it attacks him. And he's disturbed by the discovery. It's more evidence to his mind that the good King Orctrian is secretly evil. He uses magic to make copies of a number of the king's magical grimoires. After some feverish study of his hall, Respin then goes to Winterflower and casts a powerful counter charm on her. She almost bungles it because she can't actually remember their previous conversation, but she manages to figure out her past self's game and put on a show of being freed from a terrible curse. Respin's attempted heroism is interrupted, however. His human rival court mage is here with a host of elite crossbowmen. In a bid to throw him off guard, Respin reveals that he had stolen their liege's arcane secrets, and says they're all stored in that bag over there. Hoping this will avert their gaze for a moment, he casts a spell, incapacitating them all. It doesn't go the way he planned. They shoot him and he ends up with a dozen crossbow bolts to the gut. But for a moment, they're safe. As he's lying there, bleeding out, Winterflower makes her move. She picks up both grimoires and Respin's staff, but instead of rescuing him, she teleports away, leaving him for dead. That's rough, buddy. Respin wakes up bound and gagged in a torture chamber, where he receives a visit from a disappointed dragon. But Orctrian doesn't hurt him. In fact, the king has his wounds tended to, and offers him water, and they have a candid chat. Curse it, anyway. Why did you betray me, Respin? Haven't I given you everything? Everything but what I wanted most. When I begged for that, you sent me away to die. No, the gold hesitated. Well, alright, that possibility was in my mind. I wanted her, and no hunter likes it when someone tries to balk him in the pursuit of his chosen prey. I was annoyed with you, but by no means certain you'd die. I thought it more likely that your exile would simply cure you of your infatuation and impudence, and that if you succeeded in your mission, the rewards would more than compensate you for the loss of a woman, however fetching. If you didn't want me dead, why didn't you respond to my call? If I, or one of the princes, had crossed the river, all the Greens and all their warriors would have turned out to fight us. I wanted winter raiding, not all-out war. And such strategic considerations aside, you were chastising me, even if it wasn't supposed to result in my demise. Just so, but when you returned victorious, your punishment was over. I wasn't angry anymore. I meant it when I lavished honors on you. Why couldn't you put the episode behind us? Respin responds that he might have, until he learned that Orctrian had hurt Winterflower and forced himself on her. But the king scoffs and gives his word that he did nothing of the sort. Winterflower has been playing him like a fiddle from the very start, manipulating him into treason. Orctrian does admit that she got him too. Her affections had seemed so genuine by the end that he'd come to believe she actually loved him. Majesty, if what you're saying is true, of course it's true. Why would I bother lying to a creature in your situation? Then I've wronged you, my benefactor, my liege lord, in thought and deed, and I beg for the chance to atone. Let me help retrieve the books. Traitors, Ortrian said, don't get second chances. He jammed the gag back into Respin's mouth. Left alone in the torture chamber, and it is worth noting that Ortrian owns a torture chamber after all, Respin manages to escape by summoning his staff. He then disguises himself with magic, and tags along with the royal army as it sets out towards the rebellious Duskmere clan. When they arrive, they find the settlement abandoned. Winterflower has managed to link up with her father, and they've all fled deeper into the woods. Eventually, Respin finds their secret lair, where a host of elf mages are poring over the stolen grimoires for anything that might give them an advantage in the coming battle. Respin decides that if he can return what was stolen, surely the king will forgive him. Wisdom is definitely Respin's dump stat, which is rough when everyone around you is pumping charisma. Respin teleports into their sanctum and casts an area of effect spell that knocks out all the mages with psychic damage. He considers knifing them while they're helpless, but decides against it and gathers up the grimoires. As he's making to teleport back to Ortrian, he notices that one of the mages is Winterflower. Winterflower made her saving throw. She's still conscious, and she confesses that she was a spy all along, but she tells Respin that she does really love him. For real, though. The only reason she didn't save him is that she knew the books were more important than either of their lives, and didn't want to delay even another second before bailing. She had no choice, and it broke her heart to leave him for dead, but now he's back. They can live happily ever after. He doesn't believe her. At first. Punish me however you want, Winterflower said. I deserve it, but don't go back to Ortrian. By his lights, your treachery was too grave a matter to ever forgive. He'll kill you whether you give him the books or not. You just don't want him to have them. You think as long as they're in someone else's possession, even mine, a chance exists that somehow, someday, the lore will wind up serving the cause of insurrection. I'm trying to protect both you and the texts. You because I love you, and the books because they're vital. We rebel wizards devoted ourselves to mastering the ward against divination first of all, in the hope of shaking Ortrian off our trail. Beyond that, we've scarcely begun to decipher the lore. I suppose that after a century spent in the company of worms, you've had an advantage in that regard. But we can already tell that here, finally, is our chance to oppose the dragon's might with comparable strength of our own. Respin made a spitting sound. Nonsense. But suppose you could succeed and establish an independent realm of your own. What makes you assume that kingdom won by lies, theft, and seduction would prove any better than what exists now? Perhaps it wouldn't, but at least we elves would rule ourselves according to our own philosophies and traditions. The forest would be sacred, and if our archers died in war, it would be to protect their own people and homeland, not to further a conqueror's dream of empire. They are then interrupted by King Ortrian himself, who attacks the sanctum with dragonfire. After finding it fireproof, he conjures a force field around the structure and flies off to summon his army. By the time he returns, Respin has switched sides again. He's back on Team Winterflower. His ideology truly is, whoever made a charisma check against me last. Respin ultimately sacrifices his life in a futile duel against Ortrian with a combination of his own magic and the secrets gleaned from the grimoires. While he keeps the dragon busy in the sky, the rebel elves share out the grimoires amongst themselves and make a break for it, the moment the force field drops. Only one of the rebel elves manages to make it through the enemy lines, Winterflower Duskmere. When no one else turns up at the rendezvous point, she realizes she's on her own. So she cracks open her book to see what awesome, magical secrets she's managed to escape with, secrets for which she's ultimately traded the lives of her entire family and community. To her horror, it's not even a spell book, just a book on the metaphysical anatomy of dragons and about how they are inextricably linked to the forces of creation, to the elements of nature, and the stars. She considers tossing it all into the fire in utter grief, but she just can't do it. It has to be worth something, or else all that sacrifice was for nothing. It has to be. Little does Winterflower know, in this moment, luck favors her this grim night. This was the one tome that will turn the tide. The terrible revenge of the Lachey, millennia in the making, is nigh. 89 years later, late in spring, Ortrian and his court repaired to the gardens to enjoy the balmy night air and the spectacle of the comet. Burning a fiery red, its tail spanning much of the heavens, it was a fascinating sight indeed. The dragon could hardly tear his eyes away from it, though everyone wanted him to. All the tiny scurrying folk wheedling and whining for his attention. He reminded himself that it was part of being king, and a part he usually enjoyed, but at the moment that didn't make it any easier to tolerate. In his present humor, the jabbering, blathering mites seemed as contemptible as gnats, and when he felt obliged to glance down at them, he discovered the light of the new star still colored his vision, as if he saw them through a haze of blood. Something about that made him feel excited and uneasy at the same time. He shifted his gaze back to the sky, and a hand stroked his foreleg, startling him. "Let's go to my chambers," a husky voice purred. He looked down at the human woman, and after a moment remembered she was his current mistress, though even then her name escaped him. "I can show you better sport than this." He picked up a foot and stamped her to paste. For an instant, he was appalled at himself. Then a wave of elation swept the previous feeling away. He licked up what remained of an arm and gobbled it, tasting human flesh for the first time. It was savory enough to make him shudder with pleasure. But even so, it couldn't long distract from the even greater ecstasy of slaughter. He killed another human, and another, until he lost count. Indeed, he lost nearly all sense of himself. He only vaguely comprehended and cared not at all that he was laying waste to his own palace, and once he ran out of prey there, he went on destroying his way across his own city. Nor did he consider the implications when he smashed his way into the fortress where he quartered much of his army, or register the pain of the wounds he suffered when the men-at-arms and war wizards, trapped and desperate, started to fighting back. Until the strength spilled out of him all at once and he flopped forward onto his belly. Then, a measure of clarity returned. He tried and failed to stand, struggled to muster another blast of flame and couldn't manage that either. His sight dimmed. Meanwhile, warriors stabbed and chopped at him. It shouldn't be happening. If he'd fought as he was accustomed to, using his intellect and magic, he could have crushed a dozen armies, but he'd engaged them like a rabid beast, and here was the result. "The Red Star murdered me," he whispered. Having gained unparalleled knowledge of the metaphysics of dragons, Winterflower and her elven kin were able to use elven high magic to construct a weapon that would indiscriminately strike at all dragonkind, the Dracarage Mythal, which they secreted high in the depths of Toril's frozen north in an ancient observatory built to track the wanderings of a peculiar red comet. Its activation was tied to appearances of the comet, which became known as the King Killer Star. The destruction was unfathomable. A genocide of planetary proportions. As a result of this ancient curse, dragons have periodically gone berserk, rampaging across the realms. Like some sort of disease, the so-called Dracarage, sometimes known as the Dragon Rage, or simply the Rage, lays dormant, erupting forth every several decades or even few centuries, an event seemingly associated with the reappearance of the King Killer Star, actually a bright red comet that winks like a baleful eye, to infect dragons for several 10 days at a time. The intensity, breadth, and duration of a Dracarage has historically depended on the astrological position of the King Killer Star. As a result, sometimes the effects of the Dracarage have been localized, leading to a so-called flight of dragons. The most recent flight of dragons occurred in the Year of the Worm, 1356 DR, and resulted in the destruction of cities and the death of thousands across the Moonsea, Dalelands, Coromir, and beyond. At other times, approximately every 300 years, but recorded intervals have ranged from 100 to 700 years, the Dracarage has affected all Faerun, precipitating in full-blown Rage of the Dragons. The last true Rage of the Dragons, precipitated by the King-Killing Star, occurred in the Year of the Dracarage, 1018 DR. This intentional natural disaster has been going on for millennia, and after being created, rapidly brought the Age of Dragons to an end. Like, really rapidly. In the 25 millennia that followed, the collective power of Faerun's worms waxed and waned, but dragonkind never reclaimed its absolute rule over Faerun. Every time individual worms or dragon clans sought to re-establish their dominance over large swaths of Faerun, either the lesser humanoid races united to bring them down, see the Dragon Moot sidebar, or failing that, the King Killer Star returned to drive them off into madness, destroying what they had wrought and turn them against their own offspring. Only once did an allied group of dragons come close to unraveling the Dracarage Mythal, but the long-forgotten worms of that day were turned aside by the sacrifice of nearly the entire sub-race of Avarials, who mustered a great crusade to fly north and defend the ancient citadel that housed the Dracarage Mythal capstone. In the intervening ages, the dragons tried over and over to escape the curse, even constructing a Death Star-like super laser to blow up the comet itself in the hopes that it would stop the rages, but nothing worked. In desperate hope that another of Asgarath's children might chance upon my remains and seek what I have found, I now reveal my most precious piece of knowledge. The hills of the 7 lost gods are not what they first seem. Each of the 7 rings of standing stones dates back to the last days of the reign of dragons, when the elder worms sought to reverse what the elves had wrought. My ancestors tried to focus the weave into a weapon of unparalleled might that could shatter the drifting stars into the clouds of rubble in the heavens above. But they scored only a glancing blow on the moon that circled our world, leaving only a string of tears and an inland sea to mark their failure. Now, reason is once again undone by rage, and all that dragons have wrought crumbles slowly into dust. So, what do we think of this story? First, what do we think of King Orctrian of Dawnfire? Is he the villain of the tale? Is he a good king? Gold dragons are dedicated foes of evil and foul play. They often embark on self-appointed quests to promote good. Woe to the evildoer who earns a gold dragon's wrath. The dragon will not rest until the malefactor has been defeated and either slain or brought to justice. Gold dragons do not settle for anything less than complete victory over evil. Orctrian is a gold dragon, and he doesn't really do much on stage, so to speak, that would shift his presumed alignment of lawful good. Sure, he's a king, and as a king, he aggressively courts commoners and hostages, which is an utterly gross abuse of power, but both of those things D&D doesn't seem to want to give anyone evil points for. Just ask Mistra. Despite his rampant horniness, Orctrian is appalled at the idea he would sleep with someone without their consent. That's a line he won't cross, seemingly. He wants his consorts to reciprocate enthusiastically and lavishes them with perks. In every case, we see them trying to drag him into bed, however disingenuously. In the Year of Rogue Dragons novel trilogy by Richard Lee Byers, who also wrote Traitor, a copper dragon named Chatulio fills the protagonist in on the history of dragons and laments the sins of the ancient age in which dragons ruled the world. We metallic dragons, Chatulio said, sounding entirely serious for once, like to think we ruled less brutally than the reds, greens, and their ilk, but maybe that's just a lie to ease our guilt. In any case, we weren't the same creatures we are today. We weren't merciful or gentle. I guess we needed a comeuppance to temper our pride with wisdom. But what we see in Traitors muddies that picture. Is Orctrian really no better than the chromatic dragons? He doesn't think so, but is he deluding himself? He's certainly full of it, but this is also a king who will transplant half a forest to the top of a mountain to keep his subjects happy. This is a king who, after half his army is wiped out perfidiously in a rebellion, doesn't retaliate. All he does is request hostages, whom he orders to be treated kindly, all of whom, save Winterflower, have a great time and go back home singing his praises. It occurred to Respin to wonder just how many men-at-arms the Gold had lost to seize the territory in question, but he decided not to inquire as yet. Let the king savor his triumph. They'd have time to assess the current state of the army later on. We'll go back next year or the year after and push the Greens out entirely, Orctrian said. Chromatic drakes treat their subjects like cattle. Compassion demands that we bring their poor thralls the enlightened rule of a metallic. We see glimpses that make us question. He has a torture chamber. There are implements of torture in there. Why does he have one of those? And he's bound a powerful devil in his mage tower, which attacks intruders. Summoning fiends is generally considered to be dubious, alignment-wise, but it's also not necessarily evil. There's an entire prestige class in 3.5 called the Malconvoker from the sourcebook Complete Scoundrel, who specialize in summoning and binding fiends for heroic purpose. Taking levels in Malconvokers literally requires that your alignment be non-evil. At the very least, Orctrian is troublingly used to getting his way. People tend to acquiesce to his demands out of fear because he's a mighty dragon. And he does send our protagonist Respin on a dangerous assignment that he knows might lead to his death, all because Respin annoyed him. But sending people out on dangerous assignments is also part and parcel of being a king. And Respin outright says that this is an assignment he would not only have freely volunteered for, but begged for in the past. There's a certain expectation that he accepts, but did he have to? It might have hurt his position at court, but I don't know, if Orctrian just eats him on the spot if he refuses. Even seeing the Court of Dawnfire in action, there's a lot of ambiguity about how much of a tyrant Orctrian really is, or whether Winterflower is just getting in Respin's head. Which makes one wonder where Chatulio's accounting of draconic history comes from. The dragons of that era perished, and as Dragons of Faerun notes, dragons are tragically subpar historians. So the history that does survive, who do you think that comes from? That's right! It's elves! If you guessed elves, you're correct. So given that elves are pretty assiduous historians, but gratuitously selective and partial in what they record, it's hard not to wonder if the account of the Age of Dragons written into history by the elves has been curated. Somewhat. Because the elves kinda need their metallic dragon allies to believe their narrative of all dragons of the age being tyrants. lest they get ideas in their head about restitution. Second, what do we think about Winterflower Duskmere? Winterflower has politically radical ambitions that for someone in a medieval fantasy setting are almost as good as it gets. No kings, no masters, no deforestation, no blood for oil, no empires. We should govern ourselves. She sees the cruelty inherent in the system even when the genre itself doesn't. She sees further and dreams of a better world. And in the course of realizing their ambition, she massacres responders to a distress call, seduces everyone in her path under false pretenses, turns friends against each other, lies about sexual assault in an attempt to manipulate someone into committing murder, abandons them to her enemies, then masterminds one of the worst genocides the world has ever seen in such a way that countless millions of innocent bystanders end up as collateral damage. The sheer volume of the blood on her hands puts her in the same league as Vecna and as Sararak, at least. She is one of history's greatest monsters, and also a hero of elvenkind. We never get a canonical alignment for Winterflower. I think that's a good thing. Whatever the answer, it would cheapen the story, flattening a really complex, interesting character with complex, interesting motivations into a tick box that just says she was right or she's the real villain. We don't need to be told either of those. But, come on. Whatever is written on her sheet, it sure as heck isn't good. In the 2014 action comedy film Kingsman: The Secret Service, the villain, Richmond Valentine, is an eccentric billionaire philanthropist and environmentalist. And as villains in this kind of spy movie pastiche often do, he has an evil scheme. His is to cull the population of the planet Earth, ostensibly in order to save it. His chosen few, distinguished VIPs and world leaders, most of whom have managed to get on his side, including a US president who is clearly supposed to be Obama, will secret themselves in bunkers while he broadcasts a signal that will basically do a Draca Rage mythal to the rest of the human population, drive them into a violent frenzy until none remain. This makes Valentine not just a villain, but a cartoonishly diabolical mastermind in the Bond villain mold. In the climax of the movie, the hero Eggsy gets a message to his mom telling her to lock his baby sister somewhere where she can't easily reach her. Then, Valentine sends his signal. We see a crowd is spilled out onto a baseball field during a match and are beating each other to death. We see beachgoers viciously kicking, chopping, and drowning each other. And we see Eggsy's mother, meat cleaver in hand, chopping her way through the bathroom door while her infant daughter screams on the other side. It is brutal. The parody becomes momentarily very high stakes until Eggsy pulls the plug. And this is what the elves do to the dragons in minus 25,000 DR. But unlike in Kingsman, no one saves the day. Kings devour their subjects, parents devour their children, a storm of rending claws and gnashing teeth, brothers against sisters, lovers and friends. An entire race, good or bad, gentle or cruel, the Draca Rage strikes them all, without discretion or mercy. Each and every one forced to watch themselves rip open their closest to them and feast on the goo inside. The screams echo across continents. And it happens again, and again, and again, and hundreds of times for millennia. To Winterflower and her rebel mages, it was worth it. The elves, they don't so much as blink about it. This is the horror of elven high magic. Corellon's magic.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
With the dragons in full retreat across the supercontinent, the time of elves has come. Of course, Ilithir already had a grand civilization and has for millennia, but there's a perception among the elves that came from Tintagir that the Illithiris sort of don't count. Here we return briefly to Danilothan's dubious chronicle of elven history. About 300 years after the elves of Tintagir arrived on Toril, Charlario Moonflower and his son Cornaith are sitting around a campfire, supposedly. Cornaith asks his father about the Illithiri far to the south, about whom they've heard only rumors, and as if in response to his question, a mysterious woman appears. They recognize her at once as a goddess, and she introduces herself as Iliastraei, the Dark Maiden. She explains the Illithiri worship a bad god with whom they're not familiar. Many of the elves there worship Varan. You may not have heard of him. He fell from the Seldarine when Faerie was still young, and few of the people know his name. His followers are like him, proud enough to believe themselves destined for power and ruthless enough to seize it any way they can. As they grow in number, Varan grows in might. With each tribe the Illithiri enslave, with each city they destroy, Varan's influence spreads like a bloodstain upon the land. Finally, he became strong enough to achieve that which he most desired. Varan was of course exiled from the Seldarine along with his mom and sister at the conclusion of the War of the Seldarine. Arashni was sent to the Abyss and became Lolth, but Varan was exiled instead to the material plane. Here's Corellon's sentence upon him in Danilo's chronicle. The Elf Lord shook his head in bewilderment and turned to face his son. "And you, Varan," he added sadly, "though you also have betrayed, you have earned a different fate. You are young, and you merely followed your mother's bidding. It's tragic that this path led you to evil. You must learn to think and live on your own. In time, perhaps, you can redeem yourself and return to the Fellowship of Arvindor. But for now, you must find a place on a mortal world alone." And here on Toril, he does find a place on a mortal world. He comes across the Eleutheri, fresh from Faerie and with land of their own parlayed from dragons, and extends his patronage to them. He's not a particularly benevolent influence, as the Dark Maiden says, though she and he are bitter enemies. But it should be noted that there are also many Eleutheri who follow Aelius Rei, and that the Archmage of Adarnash, one of the most powerful Eleutheri leaders at the time, is supposedly a proud Gonadaran, who openly disparages Varan. Varan, the corner of Canarlis' lip lifted in an expression of contempt. A minor godling, an upstart. His followers are mostly thieves, raiders, rogues of all kind. I, myself, have nothing to do with this god. At the campfire, Aelius Rei utters some prophecy that foreshadows the descent of the Drow and the coming of another elven homeland. The gods experience time in ways you cannot understand. There are some of us who hear echoes of things that have not yet happened in mortal experience. I have foreseen that most of those who follow me will, like me, be exiles, wanderers, who will never find their way to the elven homeland. Elves, barred from Arvindor? Charlario demanded. Surely not. The goddess's silver eyes grew misty, as if they turned away from time and place to gaze upon visions no mortal could see. No, not Arvindor. There will be another homeland. There must be another homeland, she said, her voice becoming more intense. The storm is coming, Charlario Moonflower, when the children of one father will become bitter enemies. Thus it was, and thus it will be, again and again. The actions of the gods ripple down through time to touch their people. Soon, mortal elves will know the pain and turmoil that tore the Seldarine asunder. She also issues a cryptic warning. There is one more thing which you must know and fear, the goddess said at last. High magic, which brought you to this place, can be a wondrous thing, but it can also be used for great evil. You'll find this to be true if you visit Adarnash. You who have never had reason to fear magic must learn to be wary of it and those who wield it. So we've mentioned it before, but what is high magic? The elves call it Arselu Telkes, the great art of the people, and it's basically a uniquely elven form of epic magic whose practitioners are called Selutar, the art's disciples, or more commonly, high mages. High magic was introduced to the D&D canon with the 2nd edition sourcebook, Gormanthier, Empire of the Elves, which, as a source, follows in the footsteps of the complete Book of Elves in being particularly breathless about how unimpeachably awesome elves are. Where art is life, lore is thought, and song is beauty, Arselu Telkes is all three in their immaculate forms yet combined into a new, purer whole. No Telkes can conceive of achieving such a union with life, thought, and beauty to weave such wonders, for only the people can touch the weave in this way. I realize some of the people, and even some savant humans, seem to cast the same magics. But these are mere effigies of the true magic they mime. The humans have copied the replica spells, but they have never felt the art sing in their breath, their pulse, and their heart as the Selutar do. This you will learn, youngling, or forever know the loss of such resplendence in art. Gormanthier, Empire of the Elves, calls high magic the most wonderful of magic still practiced on Toril today, and generally casts it as a beautiful, benefic, dying art which reflects the inherent goodness and communitarianism of elvenkind. But your mileage may vary on how reflective genocide is of elven ideals. On a basic level, elven high magic illustrates the most fundamental difference between humanity and elvenkind. The magic that humanity is capable of mastering without the god's decree is individual in nature, and the wizard has only to rely on himself and his knowledge for this power. In only exceedingly rare cases can humans' magic be worked among more than one caster, and this requires trust and cooperation, things the elves believe humans have in only limited amounts. Elven magic, on the other hand, relies on cooperation and community, and high magic depends on that unequivocally. Culturally, humans stress every man for himself, while the elves' culture embraces the idea of all for one and one for all. Their magics reflect those very same ideals. High magic is a kind of ritual magic, usually involving a long cast time and extremely exacting material components. There are 3 tiers. Rituals of Solitude are the most basic form of high magic, requiring only a single caster, and the most reminiscent of what we would consider a traditional D&D spell. Rituals of Complement are a more advanced form of high magic, requiring a minimum of 3 casters working in concert. The casters are mentally linked together throughout, even able to read one another's minds. Finally, Rituals of Myriad are the most powerful form of elven high magic. They require at least 5 casters, but usually 9 to 12, and are usually preceded by separate, equally lengthy rituals of preparation and cleansing before the magic can even begin. And in addition to the casters at the center, they often have another ring, or several, of support casters assisting with the ceremony. High magic can also sometimes involve blood sacrifice, though in elven culture that's considered a good thing. The death of the caster may seem like an insuperable deterrent to the creation of a mythal, but many elven high mages are more than ready to go to Arvindor by the time they become capable of such magic. In elf society, sacrificing one's life to create a mighty work of the art ranks among the most highly honored ways to leave this world. The goddess of magic in the Forgotten Realms setting is Mystra. The current neutral good Mystra is the second Mystra. The first Mystra was lawful neutral, res ex to doubt. But before her, the original goddess of magic was the chaotic neutral Mistral. Whoever wears that metaphorical crown, whoever sits on that metaphorical throne, their job is to steward the weave of magic, which is the medium through which spellcasters and creatures shape raw magic into spells and magical effects. It's not separate from the goddess herself. Whomever she is the weave. All magic goes through her. Well, almost all magic. There also exist alternative weaves, the most well-known being the Shadow Weave of Shar, the goddess of loss and darkness. During the course of her eternal war with the goddess Selûne, the goddess Shar created the Shadow Weave in response to Selûne's creation of Mystra and the birth of the weave. If the weave is a loose mesh permeating reality, the Shadow Weave is a pattern formed by the negative space between the weave's strands. It provides an alternative conduit and methodology for casting spells. Shar, being the goddess of secrets, has mostly kept the secret of the Shadow Weave to herself. Over the millennia, some mortals, mainly her servants, have been allowed to discover the Shadow Weave, or have stumbled across it in their researches. Shadow Weave users enjoy several advantages. First, they ignore disruptions in the weave. A Shadow Weave effect works normally in a dead magic zone or wild magic zone. An anti-magic field which blocks the flow of magic remains effective against Shadow Weave magic, as does spell resistance. Skilled Shadow Weave users are able to cast spells that are extraordinarily difficult for Weave users to perceive, counter, or dispel. During the Spell Plague, Lolth also got into the game with her own alt-weave, the Demon Weave, which was a significant development in Lolthite theology, which made arcane magic a lot more socially acceptable. Lolth's intention was to become the new goddess of magic, with her Demon Weave replacing the weave, but as Ed Greenwood explains in response to a question on his Candlekeep forums, both these alternate weaves are shoddy, second-rate knockoffs that just parasitize the main weave of magic, because neither of their respective goddesses have the sauce that Mystra does. Lolth intended the Demon Weave to replace Mystra's damaged weave and allow her to become the goddess of magic, and therefore the greatest deity of all, excepting Eo, the overgod. However, Lolth has a problem shared by many, many deities. Her hubris doth outstrip her performance. In her case, by a long shot. She's wanted a certain Drizdoer and dead for years and hasn't managed it, and he's just a lone mortal. Yes, the Demon Weave and the Weave did coexist for years. The Demon Weave was Lolth's creation, and for the most part worked very reliably for those mortals she wanted to be able to access it. But it was never self-supporting or self-sustaining. From the outset, it fed on, drained energy from, Mystra's weave. And if the weave had ever utterly failed, which it might have done given the fate of Azuth, if Elminster and Storm and Shrinshi and many, many others hadn't worked so hard to anchor it and prop it up and mend its rents, the Demon Weave would have collapsed and faded away with it. Because like the Shadow Weave before it, the Demon Weave was tapping the weave for energy and stability. Lolth just lacks the skill to properly understand the complex flows and balances. All she's mastered is the taking of power and its unleashing in various forms, i.e. magical effects, not how to keep the entire house of cards from collapsing. So one of the greatest ironies in all of this is that, to save the weave and therefore protect most of the realms from the ravages of utter magical chaos, Elminster and Storm and the others did work that allowed the Demon Weave to persist and function for years longer than it would have otherwise. After Mistra's return, adventurers dove into Arindlin and foiled Lolth's plans in favor of Mistra's plan, allowing Mistra to consume the nascent demon weave and use it as a scaffold to rebuild and reinforce her own, which would come into being with the Second Sundering and D&D's 5th edition. So some of those changes to magic in 5e might partially be Lolth's fault. You're welcome. But guess who else is a god of magic? Corellon. And unlike Shar and Lolth, he's much more capable of keeping the wheels of magic systems turning. Though in the Forgotten Realms, he doesn't really have to. He is a very, very close ally of Mistra, and they share a lot of magic-related divine workload. As Ed Greenwood once explained on Discord, Corellon doesn't maintain his own weave, but he does have veto power over all high magic. We were having a discussion over at #RealmsLore about high magic, and it came up that you said some time ago Corellon could ban some uses of it, like Mistra can do with the weave. Does that mean that Corellon maintains a kind of weave of some sort that elves use to cast high magic spells? No, it means that Corellon can block some uses of high magic by arrangement with Mistra. For the same reasons, to stop mortals trying to upset the entire apple cart or oppress/slaughter lots of rival wielders of magic. Which might make us want to side-eye Corellon every time someone uses high magic to commit genocide, which is regularly, by the way. In a separate answer, Ed Greenwood explains that high magic is also not weave magic. It doesn't use the weave, though that's a statement with many caveats and one seemingly contradicted by Cormanthier, Empire of the Elves. Though Cormanthier conceived of high magic as sort of a magic but better. The final note about high magic is its strength in resisting the effects of wizards' and priests' lesser magics. Since it taps directly into the weave rather than through the distillation process of component-driven magic, high magic rituals and their effects have an active immunity against their magic being altered or stopped by lesser magics. In general, high magic effects are permanent unless they have ways of being nullified set into the ritual. In any case, Corellon administers high magic just like Mistra administers regular magic. It almost feels like a hybrid of arcane and divine magic with some bardic magic mixed in. Singing is sometimes literally involved. Was epic magic, i.e. 3rd epic spells, magic outside the weave? It seemed to include elven high magic, and certain spells that were subject to Mistra's ban were reproduced that way. Could a sufficiently talented arcanist have rebuilt the Karsus' avatar spell as an epic spell and completely evaded oversight? Or was there a force, Ao for example, who regulated epic magic? You indicated that Corellon Larethian had some say over high magic, which was formulated as epic magic in that edition. No, epic magic is weave magic. Elven high magic is not weave magic, but it has to be carefully cast, precise wording of incantations, to avoid using the weave as it takes effect. Explanatory metaphor: if a spell effect is inside of a warehouse that has a big front door everyone's supposed to use, that front door is the weave. Only if given a key to the tiny fire exit back door that smokers use for smoke breaks can you get into the warehouse through that back way. The back way is high magic, specifically formulated, but if you don't word your high magic spell properly, it uses the big front door, alongside all the arcane magic being cast by wizards all over the realm. No, there are no sneaky workarounds to bring about alternate Karsus' avatar effects. Ao is watching, and anyone somehow managing it will be caught in the same forever loop that Karsus is imprisoned in. Gamers ask that a lot for some reason. This is not thy road to godhood. Corellon guides and administers high magic just as Mistra guides and administers arcane magic, but unlike Mistra, Corellon is not dedicated to let everyone have and use magic, and that includes magic harmful to me, and likely to others and the system. Corellon, however, doesn't seem to have ever used his veto. He doesn't lift a finger to prevent it when high magic is used to exterminate an entire city of innocent elves during the Crown Wars. Maybe he values the freedom of his children so much he's absolutely willing to sit there and watch them stick a fork into the electrical socket. This is the theodicy that Danilo's History of the Elves ultimately supports. Corellon didn't even veto the high magic that was used by acolytes of Varan during the events of Lisa Smedman's Lady Penitent trilogy. The ritual consumed the souls of Iliastraians in an attempt to enable Varan to assassinate Iliastraei, though perhaps this was by design. A forewarned Iliastraei, with the aid of Mistra, would end up consuming Varan instead. So returning to Charlario and Cornaith, they decide they're gonna go see Adarnash for themselves. As the capital city of Ilithir, this was the first elven city ever built on Toril, and it is impressive indeed. He had seen on Faerie the wondrous dwellings that elven magic could coax from crystal or coral or living trees, the mighty castles that were fashioned of marble and moonstone. Never had he seen anything quite like Adarnash. The city was perched at the very edge of the sea, on all three sides of a long narrow bay that thrust deep into the land. Many of the buildings were fashioned of dark stone, not carved into the rock as they were the cities of the dwarven folk, or made from piles of masonry such as halflings favored, but stones that had been drawn up from the depths of the ground in the form of finished buildings. Gemstones glittered in precise patterns against the smooth stone, sometimes forming elaborate mosaics that covered entire walls or even paved the walkways. Most wondrous of all, however, was a vast castle of stark black stone, whose turrets soared into the sunset clouds. A high wall surrounded the keep, enclosing a vast estate. A similar, lower wall of black granite encircled the entire city, a wall without seam or crack to mar its surface. By all appearances, it was a single expanse of solid rock. This was a mystery to Charlario, and the walls seemed powerfully evocative of the mysteries that awaited them within. In the days that followed their arrival to Aternash, Charlario began to suspect how the strange stone walls and dwellings might have come into being. The first thing Charlario noticed was that there was something very wrong with the bay. The waters were too turbulent for such a sheltered place, troubled even at low tide, and on the calmest of days. When night fell and when the winds blew hot and dry from the south, the sea shrieked like a lost, demented soul. The Bay of the Banshee, the Elithiri called it, and probably for good reason. It was whispered that many elves had died from the force of the magic that ripped apart the land to fashion the city, and many more had perished when the sea rushed in to fill the void. Charlario felt the uneasy presence of those restless souls in the voice of the sea. So the implication is that the Elithiri are capable of using high magic. They used it to raise Aternash, and Charlario infers or overhears that people lost their lives in the process. Is this the great evil that Aelius Rei spoke of? Why didn't they evacuate people from the area of effect if they were going to go through the trouble of doing a lengthy ritual? It's not clear. But maybe the message of the story is just that they're evil and uncaring and use magic irresponsibly. Again, with Evermeet Island of Elves, it's difficult to separate the in-universe historical record from the embellishments of a bard telling a story, especially where the Elithiri are concerned, because the elves have an extreme interest in a very particular narrative. 7.5 millennia after Charlario and Cornaith's visit to Aternash, the elves, some elves, gather together to fulfill the growing dream of an elven homeland. An elven homeland for those elves. And there's a religious angle. This is a homeland for the racially pure kinds of elves that follow the right gods. From the fabric of magic, from the very weave itself, the elves had planned to fashion a new and wondrous homeland, a place that was theirs alone. Not every elf on Faerun applauded this vision. Tensions between the Elithiri and the fair elves of the north were increasing with each season that passed. The decision to exclude the dark elven mages from this great spell tapestry only served to increase the animosity between the races. Yet the gold elves in particular were adamant. They would create an island kingdom. This place, which the oracles had named Evermeet, was to be a place where no dark elf might follow, a haven for the children of Corellon Larethian. The dark elven followers of the goddess Aelius Rei found this a particularly poignant irony, but their voices were drowned by the insistent chorus of gold elves seeking a return to the glories of Faerie. And so the elves cast a great high magic ritual of the Myriad called the Eversakatian, intending to tear apart and remake the world itself in their image, pulling Arvindor itself into Faerun to create heaven on earth, to recreate the glories of some imagined legendary past, but obviously not for the Dark Elves. The result of this hubris was a world-shattering cataclysm, the Sundering. The magic came to be known as Ual Selu Kerith, meaning at war with the Weave, the most utterly forbidden of high magic rituals. Used only during situations most dire, 12 high mages can harness the energy of the Weave to cause it to fluctuate across a great distance. In lesser ritual forms, the Ual ritual disrupts all magic for miles around and causes great turmoil in weather and animal life. Thunderstorms, earthquakes, dead magic, animal stampedes, and tornadoes are common. In its ultimate form, the Weave is temporarily torn asunder, and the damage is made manifest in major cataclysms and storms, tidal waves, and permanent changes to the lands of any planet. The exact workings of this ritual is lost to all but 2 high mages on Toril. The Srinshi of Cormanthir is one of them. The long-lost killing storm magic is a byproduct of this calamitous ritual, and involves the loss of life of all involved in the ritual, including the 12 high mages. This ritual has been invoked only once in the history of the elves on Faerun, and the ensuing cataclysms broke up large land masses to allow the creation of the isolated island of Evermeet. In crude effect, this is mimicked by earthquake and weather control spells. The center of the ritual, according to Danilo Than, was a young elf named Starleaf. She witnessed the unimaginable destruction. And notice how whenever high magic comes up in this era, it's always unfathomable destruction and epic genocide and tearing apart the land and spawning monsters. Sure, high magic does have peaceful uses, but Aelius Rey was right that this most wonderful of magic is no less capable of the worst evils, no less worthy of fear than any other. The tower shook as if it were being tossed like a toy between two titanic gods, and the roar and shriek of the unleashed spell melded with the cacophony outside the tower. With her heightened senses, Starleaf felt the agony of the land as tremor after tremor ripped through it. She saw the one land of Faerun sundered, and vast portions of it swept away, tearing again and again as they went to leave scatterings of islands upon the once pristine ocean. She saw the destruction of great cities, the collapse of mountain ranges into the sea, the flooding tides that swept away terrified people and creatures on 100 newborn shores. All this she saw, for at this moment Starleaf was utterly one with the weave. And yet, she stood alone. The mortal forms of the Magi had been consumed by the magic, and their life essence was caught up in it, lending fuel to the cataclysm they'd unleashed. Starleaf finds herself alone, and then in the presence of two elven gods, Corellon and the triune moon-elven goddess Angarath. It's a long story, but she's basically Airdrie Hanali Selenil, and Sayanine Moonbow amalgamated into Corellon's perfect tradwife. The moon elves venerate her in her own right, and the modern sun elves think she's a moon elf misunderstanding of Sayanine. But before the elven migration, according to Danilo anyway, whose sources are probably connected to the moon elven royal family of Evermeet, it was the other way around, the sun elves of Tintagir who venerated Angarath. Angarath explains what we surmised earlier about Danilo's Theodicy, that the Seldarine never veto high magic, however destructive, because of free will. We also get a reminder that it was the high magic that sunk Tintagir beneath the seas of Faerun. Rise and listen to what we have come to say. You were chosen for this task under our guidance. Once, in a land devoted to my worship, the priests and mages cast a spell that nearly destroyed them all. There are some things the gods cannot prevent, for to do so would be to take all choice from the hands of their mortal children. Yet this time, we did what we could, with your help. And we also get the suggestion that this whole ritual, global destruction and all, was sort of the Seldarine's plan. Starleaf was chosen by the Seldarine for this purpose. These horrors the Selutar unleashed upon the world might then all be Corellon's terrible design, because although the Eversakatian broke the world, it did create Evermeet, just as planned. A piece of Arvindor upon the face of Toril, a firm foothold of one of his colonies, planted firmly upon another. Corellon touched a finger to the elf's forehead. Instantly, she saw in her mind's eye a spinning world upon which she recognized the torn and scattered remnants of what had been Faerun, the one land. Glowing like an emerald in the sea was a small island separated from land masses on either side by vast expanses of water. And even as she watched, the tattered weave began to repair itself. Dimmer over much of the world, true, but bright and fair upon the island. Then Starleaf was on the island itself. Its beauty brought tears to her eyes, for here was everything an elf could desire. Deep and ancient forests, rich glades, laughing rivers, pristine white shores, the company of both forest creatures and magical beings, and a joyful, vibrant magic that filled the air like sunlight. Laeroth Runemaster, the Grand Mage of the Towers of Evermeet, one of the last remaining Selutar, and also one of the oldest elves in the Forgotten Realms, hypothesizes that the magic of the Eversakatian not only sundered the world, but reached through time itself. When Evermeet was conjured by the spell, it didn't arrive in the seas of Toril. It had always been there, complete with an ancient ecology. We speak today of the greatest known example of the Arselu Telkes, the union of art, lore, and song that led to the creation of the Green Isle. Our history attests that nearly 19 millennia ago, the greatest high mages of the Telkasir cast a ritual of the myriad known as the Eversakatian, sundering Faerun and creating the Green Isle on which we now stand. According to the common human scholars, our ancestors tore off a great hunk of land, leaving in its wake the Sword Coast, or the Shining Sea, then caused this landmass to float westward into the heart of the trackless sea. But our investigations of the natural world suggest that our fair Evermeet is as old as the world itself, and that its forests and rock formations have stood here since before the time of the flowers. So, how do we reconcile the persistent legends about the creation of a new land with evidence that this place has always been? I submit to you today my interpretation of the nature of the Eversakatian, which differed in many ways from the rituals of Arselu Telkes that we practice today. Long before the crown wars that rent the Telkasir and shattered our greatest kingdoms, our ancestors conceived of the need for a place of sanctuary, a place wholly of Faerun, yet apart from it, a place that would serve as the heart and home of the Telkasir. But the creation of this place did not involve rending the world as humans imagine. Instead, our ancestors created a concentration of the weave so powerful that a piece of fair Arvendor became part of Toril, as if it had always been so. By thus altering the creation of the world, our ancestors also changed the history of the world as it had unfolded to that point. Granted, their actions might not have altered history all that significantly, since they had simply created an island in the middle of an unexplored ocean. An island hidden from sight by the will of the Seldarine. But change history they did, and the true extent of that change is forever lost to those who followed them into this world. Leyroth further surmises that by drawing the weave into one place to create Evermeet, the elves may have weakened the weave across the rest of the world. He cites dead magic and wild magic zones as phenomena that are unknown on Evermeet, and may be the result of this hoarding of the lion's share of all the world's magic within a single isle. Was, Mistral okay with this? So to surmise the times we've seen the high magic used in elven history so far, it's been used as a weapon of war by the island nation of Tintagir, one so destructive that the land was consumed by the sea and barely 100 survived from one of the most populous nations in Faerie, forcing them to use high magic to flee to another world. It was also possibly used by the Illithiri to raise their city of Aternash from a rocky bay, apparently causing massive casualties and blighting the land. It's been used to commit multiple genocides upon the dragons of Faerun by driving them into feral rages every few centuries, causing untold collateral damage amongst humanoids caught in the crossfire. And now, it's been used to tear apart the world itself in the interests of creating an ethnostate for a particular subgroup of elves, splitting the subcontinent of Meroboros into its present configuration, geological devastation of a scale beyond even the time one of Toril's moons was thrown into the planet to create the Sea of Fallen Stars. Behold, the most wonderful of magic. We're gonna see high magic used again during the Crown Wars. And universally, it is not pretty.
War. War never changes.
Some 700 to 900 years after Charlario Moonflower and his unnamed wife had their first round of children, and some centuries after his passing, there exists a massive city-state composed entirely of moon elves called Charlarian. It was named after Charlario, and most of its inhabitants, being moon elves, are his descendants. Just don't think about the implication of that too hard, okay? Charlarian exists contemporaneously with another, primarily sun elf city called Oxidian, to the north. And by this time, according to Danilo, the elves' original home plane of Faerie has faded into legend. None of the original 50 or so from Tintagir remain, and the elven high magic among these cities of silver and gold is in something of a golden age. In minus 24,500 Dale reckoning, Oxidian is overrun and sacked by a horde of orcs pouring out of the north, which keeps rolling south until it reaches and lays siege to Charlarian. This siege is lifted and the army defeated by the legendary moon elf hero Kithrilia Amaryllis, who founded House Amaryllis and who was eventually buried in Evermeet. In life, Kithrilia was a famous heroine of the Silver Elves. She fought many different foes of the elves, from orcs and drow to Yugoloth and evil sorcerers. Her lover, Anaralath, was a cleric of Libellus Enerith, but ran afoul of the Tanari and was carried off to the abyss by the Nabasu Haishkar. Picking up her enchanted sword, Darasha, Kithrilia set off for the abyss. After many adventures, she reached the pit where she battled both Haishkar and a horde of Tanari, before finally rescuing Anaralath and fighting her way back to their home. This was only one of dozens of epic adventures for the heroine, who is today revered as the greatest champion of the Silver Elves. Given that orcs aren't native to Toril, it's likely Haishkar or his abyssal allies portaled them in from their homeworld to undermine the elves, just as the elves were portaled in by the Lachey to undermine the dragons. It's portals, all the way down. At this point in Toril's history, Lolth isn't even aware the world exists at all. Her son Varon has been doing his Illithiri nation-building project here without her knowledge, but when Kithrilia charges into the abyss seeking her lost love, chopping down demons left and right, that's the moment when she notices. Kithrilia returns to Toril with Lolth's gaze on her. This is the end of the Dawn Ages, and the beginning of what is termed as the First Flowering. It's an age of heroes. The elves rebuild and then some, settling across the continent. The Sun Elves establish a superpolity called Aravandar, which is where the High Forest is now, just east of Neverwinter and Waterdeep. To its west lay Illifarn, a nation of predominantly green and moon elves, and to the south lay Miritar, a nation founded, quote, by green and dark elves due to political differences with the gold elves of Aravandar. Already, inter-elven racial tensions were simmering. South of Miritar lay an allied nation of sun and moon elves called Shanthel Orethier. And south of them, Keltormir was founded, quote, by moon elves and green elves seeking peace and simple lives away from the strife of the other elven realms. And south of Keltormir, we have the ancient empire of Ilithir, occupying the southern jungles. On Ilithir's northern border, there are a number of sun and moon elf realms. Orishar, a moon elf nation, is closest, and they've had border skirmishes with Ilithir for millennia. In the wake of the sundering of minus 17,600 Dale Reckoning, the Ilithir city of Aternash is utterly destroyed, possibly because it was coastal and a lot of the cataclysm comes in the form of massive tidal waves. The Gonadaran Archmage of Aternash, Canarlist, who once received Charlario Moonflower and his son Cornaith, is killed in the calamity. Danilothan's records by this point that Lolth had reached out to Canarlist and made him her consort. The massive casualties of the Sundering also work out in her favor, since it's churches of Iliastrae and Varan who suffer the heaviest losses, making it easier for her to make inroads into Ilithiri society. Sources differ slightly on how quickly the Ilithiri society was infiltrated by Lolth. According to Danilo, it was basically instant, so all of the Ilithir had essentially been evil all along. But the sourcebook Lost Empires of Faerun lists minus 18,000 Dale Reckoning as the time at which some Ilithiri houses discover Gonadar and begin venerating him in secret. In the centuries that follow, rival Ilithiri houses turn to other dark deities, such as Lolth. Some Ilithiri houses. And this is 2,000 years after the intermittent skirmishes with Orishar began. There's more of an implication that the rot at the heart of Ilithiri society came from the top, from the aristocratic heads of noble houses seeking an advantage, and a sense that the Ilithiri turn towards belligerence comes from their blaming the sun and moon elves for their cataclysm that decimates their people and almost ends their civilization. But again, unreliable narrators, as we've come to expect when exploring the history of elves. Much of the written history of the Crown Wars was lost in the terrible battles that occurred at the close of the 5th campaign. Elf sages in Evermeet, Everesca, and a few other bastions of elven lore have charge of the few chronicles that remain. One of the first preludes to the Crown Wars was the War of Three Leaves in minus 17,100 Dale Reckoning. 3 elven realms near Ilithir's borders, Sirepir, Theonatar, and Eilur, began talks 3 centuries earlier to explore the idea of unifying the Saterwood, now called the Chondalwood, into a single coterminous elven realm. This new realm of moon and green elves would sit right on Ilithir's doorstep, so Ilithir, seeing this as a threat, intervened covertly. They started a campaign of assassination to sow discord between the noble houses of the Saterwood. The campaign was wildly successful, leading to a 700-year war. 500 years after the end of the War of the Leaves, a new noble house rises to power over the gold elven nation of Aravandar, far to the north. House Vishan, led by the new coronal Ivasar Vishan. Aravandar has always been a controversial polity, spawning at least 2 other realms composed of elves who wish to simply get away from the strife of their orbit, namely Mieritar and Keltormir. And after 6 centuries of Vaishan rule, Aravandar makes known their intention to bring Mieritar back into the fold, creating a new empire of Aravandar. The coronal of Aravandar, Ivosar Vaishan, was distantly related to the ruling noble house of Mieritar, House Ulrithi, and therefore, as the coronal saw it, their houses and nations ought to be subordinate to his own. The Vaishanti spent 16 centuries trying to press this case diplomatically, urging Mieritar to accede to vassalage. When diplomacy alone was insufficient, they began covertly raiding Mieritar trade routes and arguing that the great empire of Aravandar could surely protect them from these brigands. 12 centuries of foul play, and Mieritar still resisted. It was in its golden age, considered the beating heart of art and magic in Faerun, which only bolstered the resolve of Aravandar to possess it. They needed Mieritar for national security, and they would like to negotiate its annexation peacefully. But if they couldn't have it... In minus 12,000 Dale Reckoning, the Aravandar invades Mieritar with the intention of annexing it by force. The First Crown War had begun. They also began to pressure the nation immediately to the south of Mieritar, Chantel Orithir, to join the war on their side and then bend their knee to the Empire. They're done negotiating. The glorious Empire of Aravandar will conquer the entire world so that all elves may be ruled by the superior elven race, the Sun Elves. The other elven nations react with mild horror, but don't feel strong enough to contend with the overwhelming power of the Vishanti military machine. Ilifarn to the west declares its political neutrality, but secretly opens its doors to fleeing Mieritari refugees. Within 2 centuries, the First Crown War is over. Meritar's defenders are defeated, and the nation is officially absorbed into the new empire of Aravandar. Many of Meritar's people disagree, and the Aravandar find itself stomping down a 500-year insurgency. 100 years after the defeat of Meritar, the Second Crown War ignites far to the south. Ilithir marches in full force upon Orishar, the Moon Elven nation with which they've been intermittently skirmishing for many, many millennia. Orishar is a close ally and trading partner of Aravandar, possibly for very pragmatic geopolitical reasons. Aravandar is a powerful ally to have, and Orishar, being distant from them, isn't so much of a risk at being devoured by them. Ilithir, however, claims the attack on Orishar as retribution for the brutal subjugation of their Mieritari kin in the First Crown War. Mieritar was, and still is at this point, a nation of green and dark elves being oppressed by a nation ruled by Sun Elven supremacists. But Ilithir is being disingenuous here. The predominant faith of Ilithir at this time was Varan, plus a smattering of lower planar cults, while Mieritar was the heartland of the faith of Iliastrae. Mieritar was also distinctly tolerant and multicultural. Its society included dwarves, humans, and most notably, centaurs. This might be another reason why the other Sun Elf and Moon Elf nations were reluctant to stand up for them. The Mieritari don't look like us, don't worship like us, so sure, it sucks they're being subjugated, but they're weird outsiders being subjugated by our kind of elves, the right kind of elves. And of course, when the elves curate this piece of history for elven eyes only, they're also careful to frame the Dark Elves of Ilithir as being wholly disingenuous, any objection to the imperialism of Aravandar as obvious artifice that they were suckers to treat with any credulity. And when the folk of Ilithir heard about the brutal attacks by the Sun Elves of Aravandar against their northern kinfolk, a shadow fell upon their hearts. The cunning Dark Elves claimed this shadow was the result of grief and woe, and so skilled was their artifice that all were tricked by it. When the Ilithir attacked Orishar, the elves of all empires believed that the grief-stricken Dark Elves were simply lashing out in vengeance on behalf of their cousins to the north. But the shadow upon the hearts of the Sri Tel Kasir stemmed not from grief, but from greed and envy. The shadow wove its insidious tendrils about them and whispered to them of wicked acts and fell deeds. To their own damnation, the Ilithiri heeded the counsel of the shadow and were drawn by it into darkness. Meanwhile, down south, the tiny Orishar falls almost instantly to Faerun's oldest elven civilization, which at this point spans most of the south. But Ilithir's armies keep moving north into the Saderwood. Of the 3 nations of the War of the Three Leaves, Sairpur is the odd one out, because it was founded by Moon and Sun Elves. Its neighbors, Theonatar and Eilur, are predominantly green elves, so of course the Ilithiri go after Sairpur first and burn it to the ground. This is where Ilithir starts using forest fires as a weapon, which, of course, is widely considered a loathsome tactic by other elves for the toll it inflicts upon nature. They start setting sections of the Saderwood ablaze, cut its various communities off from one another, preventing them from reinforcing the front lines. When word makes it north of these tactics, it provokes widespread outrage. It is in fact here that the epithet Darrow comes into common use as basically an ethnic slur against dark elves, fueled by this outrage over their use of fire. It was during this campaign that the epithet Darrow was first used to describe the dark elves of Ilithir. Depending upon the intonation, inflection, and context, Darrow could be translated as face of shadow, heart of night, traitor, or a host of other, even less complimentary terms. Seeing the writing on the wall, and as witness to the destruction of their Moon and Sun Elf neighbors, the Green Elven nations of Theonatar and Eilur join the fray and declare war against Ilithir as newly allied nations, their former quarrels forgotten. At around this time, Lolth spies an opening, and sends a Baelor lord named Wendanai to Ilithir to treat with the Coronal Girildin Sethamir. The Coronal is anxious about maintaining House Sethamir's preeminence in a sea of other ambitious noble houses, so the demon lavishes him and his house with demonic power and seduces him into the worship of his mistress, which implies that he wasn't a Lolthite already. Other high Ilithiri nobles sought similar patronage, some because they envied the Coronal's newfound power, others because they were determined to carve out their own kingdom from the wreckage of the neighboring elven states. The fish rots from the head, and an aristocracy where everyone is grasping for power is therefore a fiend's dream. Meanwhile, Theonatar and Eilur, who have been holding Ilithir at bay for 50 years, invade Ilithir itself, commencing a campaign known as the Sable Wars. They declare their intent to destroy or reform Dark Elven society before they do any more damage to the world. but with the exception of extremely minimal military support from Keltormir and Chantel Orithir, they're kind of on their own. Aravandar doesn't really care about Ilithir at this point. They're focused on conquering their own neighbors. The elves of Chantel Orithir know they're next on Aravandar's chopping block, so they can't afford to overcommit to the south. And Keltormir was founded by elves who just wanted to get away from this kind of nonsense. Both Keltormir and Chantel Orithir have also just recently, at the outset of the Second Crown War, dealt with a forest fire started by a pair of ancient red dragons, which has cut the forest in two and thereby separated the two powers by an expanse of clearings and meadows. The dragons were eventually slain by the ancient elven hero Tethir the Dragon Slayer, after whom the Forest of Tethir, and thereby the modern nation of Tethir, is named. So the Sable Wars go poorly for the two green elven nations. Ilithir's armies, newly hopped up on demonic powers, absolutely massacre the invaders. At Weddenai's urging, they commit all manner of horrific war crimes upon their enemies. The Anatar and Eilur, having seen half their combined armies wiped out, stand helpless. Eilur is the first to fall. Some of their own people, green elves, defect to Ilithir in an effort to secure peace through appeasement. These defectors assist the Ilithiri in subjugating their own home, believing that it's better than the terrible conflict be ended quickly rather than seeing their people endure centuries of Weddenai-sponsored war crimes. Eilur is cut off from reinforcements by more forest fires and mostly burned to the ground. Shortly thereafter, the Mieritari insurgency ends. The First Crown War is officially over, and another century sees the total destruction of Theanatar and the end of the Second. Ilithir occupies the Satorwood with armies of monsters and undead, bringing their effective borders up to the edge of the very nervous Keltormir. 7 centuries pass between the end of the Second Crown War and the Third. In the intervening time, Mindflayer refugees arrive from the most distant planet in the Forgotten Realms of Solar System, Glyph. They found the city of Orendal, where the Duergar will be born from an enslaved clan of dwarves 3 millennia later. In minus 10,900 Dale Reckoning, another cosmological power takes an interest. Malkazid was a solar in the service of a power named, hey, what do you know, Corellon Larethian, until the War of the Seldarine. Malkazid backed Arashni. When she failed, Corellon branded his face and cast him down into the Nine Hells. Danilothan's recounting of the War of the Seldarine doesn't mention Malkazid, which is another indication of his dubious reliability. It's also interesting that Malkazid was thrown into the Hells. The Seldarine, Arashni included, were chaotic powers, so it makes sense that Arashni would be cast into the chaotic evil-aligned Abyss. But Malkazid went to the lawful bad place, and following the fall, his alignment is still lawful evil. Was he not chaotic in Corellon's service? Malkazid also hates Arashni, blaming her for his fall. But he hates Corellon too, because he believes Corellon could have shown him mercy, but didn't. He believes he was tricked, so it wasn't his fault. He's that kind of guy. It's everyone's fault but me. Malkazid quickly became an archdevil, but for reasons unknown, managed to get on the wrong side of Asmodeus. He was exiled from the Hells and ended up somewhere in the middle of the lower planes, commanding an army of exiled devils and Yugoloths, and eventually coming to be considered a Yugoloth lord. Malkazid arrives in the court of Aravandar and offers his patronage to the coronal Ivasar Vaishan, just as Wendenai offered his patronage to the Ilithiri coronal Geirildin Sethamir. And just like that, it's all fiends all the way down. Around this point, the Empire of Aravandar starts to become known as the Vaishantar Empire, as House Vaishan consolidates its power. The Third Crown War erupts at roughly this time, with the invasion of Chantel Orithir, who had so far refused annexation. 2 centuries into the conflict, both parties are surprised by a horde of orcs, 100,000 strong, reminiscent of the horde that sacked Okadan at the behest of the Nalfeshni Haishkar. 70,000 elves perish in the Battle of God's Theater. Vaishantar forces make up most of the survivors, so the northern half of Chantel Orithir falls to them. A century later, after 3 centuries of conflict, the famously heroic coronal Ynoleth of Chantel Orithir dies mysteriously, leaving them leaderless and allowing Aravandar to quickly seize control. Though it's widely considered foul play, no proof is ever found. The Third Crown War comes to a swift end. Meanwhile, in Mieritar, despite the collapse of the earlier insurgency, there are still Mieritari houses who haven't given up the fight against Vaishanti oppression. Some of them are even receiving covert aid from Ilithir. With the disorderly collapse of Chantel Orithir, those rebels are bolstered by the aid from the loyalists of Coronel Ynoleth, who refused to surrender following his suspicious demise, and from Ardeep, a vassal of Chantel Orithir, which remained independent from Aravandar. A guerrilla war against the Vaishanti occupiers flares back up. A century later, around minus 10,500 Dale Reckoning, Sueltar in Mieretar start dropping like flies. A few months after that, unnatural storms gather above Mieretar, and within 3 months, nothing living remained. Mieretar and all its cities gone. Leona could suppress her tears no longer. She wasn't the only one overcome by the senseless devastation around her. Others in the procession openly wept at the blighted sore their homeland had become. Where once stood rolling hills wreathed in verdant foliage, now stood barren moorland, twisted and inimical to life. Behind her, the walls of Mytha Karanar faded away into the cloying mists. She, the last scion of House Fathomlin, understood her duty well, yet the young elf knew in her heart it would be the last time she would set eyes upon the shining capital. The dark disaster lasted for months, and when its cloying black and olive mists and ichor-choked rains finally dissipated, the once proud realm stood revealed as an open, poisoned, and blasted plain instead of a forest. While many of the folk of Mieretar fled far before the killing storm, many innocents died in its fell wake. 90 dark elf wizards and a trio of high mages of Mieretar chose to face it and fight through, though what became of them is lost. For they headed to the heart of the storm a month after its origin, seeking the place of power where they could cast a counterspell against the storm. Like all else within the storm's envelope, there was naught left to find but ash and ichor. Ever wonder why there's such a barren, monster-filled adventuring wasteland between Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep? This is why! The High Moor is the scar left behind by the disaster unleashed by a high magic ritual, the Dark Disaster. It was blamed on Mieretari rebels dabbling in forbidden magic, on the folly of resisting occupation. History, as written by the victors of the Third Crown War, says that Mieretar's attempts to stop Aravandar's armies caused the Dark Disaster. In truth, the fell magic that produced it was called forth by the Vishantar High Mages and proceeded unopposed because a Vishantar assassination campaign had destroyed many of Mieretar's High Mages in the months before. The Dark Disaster hung over Mieretar like a funeral shroud for months, and when its cloying mists and bloody rains finally dissipated, the once proud forest had been reduced to a blasted, poisonous wasteland. Although many of Mieretar's original inhabitants had fled long before the killing storm hit, innumerable innocents died horribly. Even today, the High Moor still stands desolate, its interior dotted with the ruins of the once proud kingdom of Mieretar. The magic that destroyed Mieretar was a high magic ritual of the Myriad known as the Mormhauer Psycheralor, the Killing Storm. And according to the sourcebook Cormanthier Empire of the Elves, it was originally derived from the same magic that sundered Toril to create Evermeet. Magic that tears apart the very fabric of the world. Casting it also involves the death of everyone involved with the casting, including the 12 High Mages at its center. One heck of a material cost. As we mentioned earlier, the Killing Storm ritual is one of the most closely guarded secrets of the Crown Wars, as you'd expect from a weapon that leaves a High Moor-sized scar on the land for tens of thousands of years. Any mage who even thinks of looking into it, and many Netherese mages later would, ends up dead at the hands of a nameless outfit of elven assassins with all their research destroyed. And those who sought to stop the storm at its heart? The 3 remaining High Mages were named Takaron, Hamra, and Alunor, and they were the sole survivors of the Vishanti assassination campaign. They made their way to the Tosifome Caldera with an entourage of 91 other mages. Upon arrival, they set about casting another legendary high ritual of the Myriad, the 3 High Mages at the center of the first circle, with the 90 mages who made it to Tosifome arranging themselves into a second and third circle to support the casting. The function of the ritual would be to transform and fuse the 3 High Mages of the first circle into powerful beings known as the Fahorn Kesir, the Transformed People. But it went awry, and dissolved them into black goop monsters. Yet even as the Fahorn Kesir moved to counter the eldritch bonds of the Killing Storms, something entirely unforeseen occurred. The eldritch bonds restricting the transformative magic to the High Mages of the first circle unraveled, unfettered. Lashing tendrils of wild magic quickly enveloped the second and third circle as well. With nary a moment to scream, all 90 souls, the last defenders of Mieretar, were themselves subsumed into the newborn entity. With no arcane practitioners left to maintain the ritual, the Fahorn Kesir began to dissolve under the onslaught of the Killing Storms. Through fissures in the limestone bedrock, oily black rivulets converged and flowed, forming deep black pools of amorphous goo in the lightless caverns of the Underdark. There, the formless Fahorn Kesir waited, its merged consciousness pondering the mystery of its existence as the centuries passed it by. With a smoking, desolate wasteland where the nation of Miaratar used to be, everyone takes a brief step back to behold in horror what imperial ambition hath wrought. But the introspectiveness doesn't last long. Only a few decades after the Dark Disaster, Aravandar tightens its grip once again. In seizing Chantel Orithir's former vassal of Ardeep, they slay both its ruler, Ilitharath, and his grandson, Taraspur. The whole of the north, with the sole exception of Illifarn, has been brought under the banner of a unified, iron-fisted Vishantar Empire. And between them and Ilithir lies the only other independent realm in the game, Kel Tormir. The Fourth Crown War would ignite only a few decades later as Ilithir begins to push towards Kel Tormir. And Kel Tormir, whose defining ideology is they didn't ask for any of this drama, seeing that they're about to get sandwiched between two imperial powers, decides shrewdly to pit them against one another. So the elves of Kel Tormir withdraw and wholesale abandon the entire east half of their nation, hunkering down against the coast and between the inland mountain ranges, basically where Kalimshan, Tethir, and Am are now. This gives the Ilithiri troops space to advance up to the border of Vishanti-occupied Chantel Orithir. And so the great imperial powers of the Crown Wars, Ilithir and Aravandar, finally get to throw down directly. In the so-called Stone and Claw campaigns, the Ilithiri openly blame Aravandar for the Dark Disaster and are howling for vengeance, though history records it as another disingenuous Ilithiri lie. The Ilithiri houses are also at this point openly worshipping fiends and starting to self-identify as evil. The Fourth Crown War is the point at which it's no longer a polite secret. They're throwing obviously satanic magic around like candy on Halloween, while the Vishanti are doing their ethnic cleansings under a pretext of purity and righteousness, and in practice, they're both in thrall to lower planar powers. The Stone and Claw campaigns over the next 2 centuries basically destroy what's left of Chantel Orithir. The Ilithiri employ magically enthralled dragons and high magic, which Corellon, again, doesn't veto. And there's a 50-year period towards the end where the Ilithiri really start going all in on the Scorched Earth strategy. About 70% of the forest is burned to the ground, and remains mostly deforested to this day. It's the area just south of Baldur's Gate and Elturel. In the words of the Song of the Sundered Crown, Ilithiri high mages called stones from the sky and caused the earth to boil and the trees to scream. Refugees from the doomed kingdom of Chantel Orithir told tales of Ilithiri atrocities that made the actions of the Aravandar for the past several centuries seem tame by comparison. And this shocks elven society, even the neutral realms of Kel Tormir and Illifarn. The Vishanti are something the elves understand, a cruel, grasping empire of haughty Sun Elven supremacists who yearn to conquer the world and grind all inferior races beneath their jackbooted heels. That's just elves. That's just what elves do, and Sun Elves especially. But the Ilithiri are something the rest of elvenkind don't recognize anymore. They don't worship the Seldarine. They don't pretend to be good. Their skin is a different color. Gasp! They've become the racialized other. The elves, in response to this growing existential threat, turn to religion. 1,000 priests and high mages from all the remaining elven realms gather in neutral Illifarn in a great conclave to pray to the Seldarine for deliverance from the horrors of war. And so they pray and pray and pray for years, for decades, for close to a century. And after a century of prayer, they get something other than an out-of-office message. But what happens next is historically murky business, known in the modern times as the Descent of the Drow. All elves on and under Toril's surface do not discuss the descent under any circumstances, other than to admit it happened and there is nothing but hatred between the Drow and all other elves forevermore. How the wars concluded is a vague mystery to all but a few, though many believe high magic and priests of all the Seldarine became involved in this schism. All that needs be known is that no Dark Elf has easily walked in the sunlit lands of Faerun for more than 11 millennia. While the elves continue to use any of hundreds of choice elven curses for the Dark Elves, the old Daero was corrupted by human and other tongues and has fallen into common use as their race name of Drow. What began with decades of prayer became what was presumably a high magic ritual of Myriad in minus 10,000 Dale Reckoning, invoking divine intervention. And this is where Corellon enters the picture directly, having neglected to intervene to end the horrors of the Crown Wars thus far. Where free will once stayed his hand, he is now seemingly granted license to put his thumb on the scale directly by prayers of the faithful. Corellon's magic, as directed through his priests and high mages, transforms the Dark Elves, whether the corrupt Illithiri or others, into the Drow. Whether by magic or by the weaknesses that banish them from the sunlit lands, all Drow retreat within 2 months passing into the Underdark. The curse strikes all Dark Elves. It doesn't just affect the Illithiri. The Dark Elves of Miaratar, too, are cursed, despite being refugees who settled in other realms in Illafarn. This is an act of divine collective punishment inflicted on the entire ethnic group, innocent or guilty, gentle or cruel, and thus cursed they are all driven into the bowels of the earth, refugees included. Although the Conclave had intended to punish only the Illithiri, the ritual altered all the Dark Elves of Faerun except those who had already altered their own forms. The corrupted Dark Elves were then driven underground by the combined might of the United Elven Nations. This event, known as the Descent, mirrored the fall of Lolth and her offspring from the Seldarine, and thus helped to seal the new elf subrace's loyalty to the Spider Queen. The word Darrow, which once meant traitor, was likewise corrupted to Drow, which became the name of the corrupted Dark Elves. Did the commoners of Illithir deserve the fate of their aristocracy? Were they all evil to an elf? What about their children? The Curse of Corellon doesn't care. To Corellon's magic, it's not about perpetrators or victims. It's purely about the color of your skin. Many of the surviving Miaratari are Iliastraean. They aren't spared. What the High Mages of Aravandar started with the Dark Disaster, the Elves of all the realms finish by driving out the Iliastraean refugees, forcing them into a place where they will be bottled up with the Lolthites and brutally slaughtered, their faith driven into desperate secrecy. With this act, Lolth's dominion over the transformed Dark Elves is secured utterly. The greatest gift she has ever been given. This is one of the most inexplicably evil things that Corellon has ever done. And as we mentioned earlier, it won't be the first time he'll allow a high magic ritual to threaten the life of his daughter. But the history is murky, and there are two diametrically opposed ways of interpreting events. The first interpretation, more strongly implied by Lost Empires of Faerun, is that the Descent was the result of magic wrought by mortal will, ultimately no different from any other calamity of elven hubris. The architects of the ritual invoked Corellon's power like a cleric, but not his judgment. They prayed, and when they received no answer, they took matters into their own hands and pressed the button that always makes a huge mess. Why all Dark Elves, and not just the Illithiri, were transformed into Drow remains one of the enduring mysteries of the Descent. Some of the more humble elf theologians believe it was an unintended consequence of the sort that always seems to occur when the fair folk overreach themselves in the application of high magic. In their eyes, the disastrous sundering of Evermeet from Faerun, the Dark Disaster, and the destruction of Jamdath all fall into that same category. The second interpretation is that Corellon himself was moved to act by the pleas of his faithful, and that the priests and high mages of the Conclave were vessels for his magic. He directed them on how to conduct a ritual that would unleash his judgment on the Illithiri, and this seems to be part of the generalized mythology of the Church of Corellon. The Darrow turned evil, and we hate them, so noble, righteous Corellon smote them. The Drow turned their faces away from the sun's purification, preferring instead their fallen goddess. They consciously chose the shadows over the light, and Corellon decreed that such treachery would forever show upon their faces. It is for this reason that the skin of the Drow is dark. Larian Songshine, eh? Probably hasn't spent too long dwelling on the fate of Miaratari refugees, if he's even from the Forgotten Realms at all. The complete Book of Elves was a setting-neutral sourcebook. But the position of the good Corellon-fearing elves does sort of seem to be that collective punishment of the Dark Elves was based, actually. The more neutral, objective-presenting grand history of the realms seems to lend some credence to the second interpretation in a sentence that talks about how the Dark Elves of Narethmalt were, quote, transformed into Drow by the will of the Seldarine, and as we heard earlier, it names the descent as being caused by Corellon's magic as directed through his priests and high mages. Another piece of evidence in favor of this being Corellon's design is that while the Dracorage Mythal, the Killing Storms, and even the creation of Evermeet are types of high magic rituals of the Myriad named and characterized in Cormanthir, Empire of the Elves, the exact ritual that caused the descent doesn't get much clearer than vague theories about how it might have been possible as all a variation of the binding and banishing ritual Encore Care. Legends say that a variant of this ritual, performed by Corellon and his priests alongside the High Mages, banished the Drow from the surface lands. This idea is dubious, as their imprisonment is lax, though many believe their reduced power in sunlight is the nature of the binding. After all, what precipitated the casting wasn't a period of fervent research and development, but prayers for deliverance. One wonders if any of the 1,000 anchorites were dark elves, given Ilifarn's acceptance of Mieritari refugees. In response to this continued destruction, over 1,000 priests and high mages in neutral Ilifarn and other free areas spend decades in fervent prayer for salvation by Corellon Larethian and the Seldarine gods. In Lisa Smedman's Lady Penitent trilogy, we get a brief glimpse of the Church of Iliastrai's outlook on the Fourth Crown War. Compared to other sources, it's a little bit more sympathetic to the Ilithiri, some of whom were probably Iliastraians. Which is another sign that, maybe as elves are wont to do, the official history might have been smoothed over a little by the victors, even after the fact. The Iliastraians are less inclined to let the Vishantar Empire off the hook and lay blame solely at the feet of the corrupted Ilithiri. Cavatina knew her history well. She taught it to novices many times when explaining why the Drow were meant to return to the surface realms. It was in retaliation for the destruction of Chantel Orthir, which the Ilithiri attacked only because the Empire had laid waste to Mieritar. The dark disaster was brutal, and it had to be answered in kind. Wedonai's eyes gleamed. "Spoken like a true drow," he exclaimed. "But there's a portion of the story you don't know. The reason Corellon Larethian consented to driving the Dark Elves below. The Ilithiri, you see, were becoming a little too powerful. They had a divine ally. Both." The demon Wedonai has yet another story. He says in the novel Storm of the Dead that after he was summoned to Ilithir, he began systematically breeding with the Dark Elves, eventually ensuring that the vast majority of Ilithiri bore his taint, as he calls it. A quantum of demon blood, which he explains is why the Ilithiri and now the Drow could not and cannot be redeemed. They're just inherently evil because of their blood. And this is, to be clear, super gross, out of character, though it's also coming out of the mouth of a literal demon. If anyone's going to be spouting this kind of biodeterminist nonsense, it's a creature that is literally made of evil and lies. Wedonai tells Cavatina, who is an Iliastraian, that she too is of Ilithiri descent and bears his bloodline, and so she is tainted forever and irredeemable. He tries to pick at the fact that she's always had problems controlling her anger, a bit of a sadistic streak, and tells her that this is his influence. Cavatina eventually refutes his argument, and with some help from Iliastrae, destroys him. A persuasive refutation. Cavatina does possess the taint of Wedonai's blood, but she's still able to make good choices and be redeemed, which we already know, because that's the whole deal with tieflings. Which makes the ending of the final novel of the Lady Penitent trilogy even stranger. To cut a long story short, a high magic ritual is performed that somehow transforms hundreds of drow back into dark elves. Supposedly, these transformed drow are those of pure bloodlines who lacked Wedonai's taint, and the faithful of Iliastrae. But this is dubious because Iliastrae has thousands of worshippers, not hundreds, and even after the trilogy, Iliastraean drow still exist. Cavatina, the Lady Penitent, Iliastrae herself, and the Chosen of Mystra, Kilue Veladorn, who she was possessing at the time, all die during the climax. Long story. And Cavatina finds herself in the Fugue Plane, the first stop for departed souls out of the Forgotten Realms. She also finds herself in the presence of a pair of non-binary identical twin solars, Lashriel and Felarathael, in service to Corellon Larethian. Corellon Larethian's primary servitors are identical twin spirits who resemble tall, shining, androgynous elves clad in gleaming white robes. They are most often seen delivering messages for Corellon Larethian in the various worlds and planes where his worshippers can be found, and are also dispatched to defend elves if they are threatened. The two have distinctive personalities, however. Lashriel is given to emotional extremes. When delivering a message, Lashriel will speak with great conviction, and depending upon the message, enormous joy or sorrow. In battle, Lashriel is ferocious, neither asking nor giving quarter. Felarathael, on the other hand, is the very image of rational detachment, treating all situations with logic and calm reason. Felarathael always speaks in a slow, measured, but immensely reassuring voice, and fights with unhurried skill. They've come to collect her, but she protests. She's an Iliastraean. Shouldn't Iliastrae be collecting her? They tell her that Iliastrae is dead, cut down by the treacherous Lady Penitent. Cavatina's soul trembled. "No," she gasped. "All part of the plan," Felarathael said calmly. "There is no further need for Iliastrae. The willing were saved, the unwilling cast down. It is time for the Dark Elves to return to Arvendor." "So many," Lashriel cried, arms thrown open wide. "So many souls to gather. Where will we ever begin?" "With this one, Lashriel," Felarathael said in a patient voice. And then, onto the realm where the remainder of Iliastray's faithful dance. The astounding implication here seems to be that this was Corellon's plan all along. Iliastray had literally outlived her usefulness. The sheep worth redeeming are back in Corellon's fold. With the restoration of the Dark Elves, their souls now belong to him. He's sending his angels to clear out her old realm on Eastgard and shepherd her petitioners to his pasture in Arborea. And since souls are the currency of the gods, this is also just straight up something that benefits him. It's certainly framed as an act of benevolence that he's protecting the Iliastrayan faithful from the clutches of Lolth by welcoming them back into the grace of Arvindor, and it sure is nice of him that he's not arbitrarily dumping the souls of good people into the abyss, but this is also him helping himself to the contents of his tragically deceased daughter's literal bank account. Like, the threat that Iliastray protects her faithful from is Lolth, on the one hand, but it's also Corellon. It's Corellon that locks the doors of the elven afterlife whenever a drow comes knocking, whether they're good or evil. And the solution to this, in Iliastray's absence, ends up being that some of her good drow get undrowed. Cavatina's mind spun. Dark elves? As if in answer, a mirror of silver moonlight framed in a circle of shadow materializes between Felaratheel's hands. He held it up for her to see. She beheld herself as she might have been had she survived. Brown skin, black hair, dark brown eyes. The mirror disappeared. Hundreds of you across the length and breadth of Faerun were transformed, Felaratheel explained. Hundreds more below ground. Even now, the mortals who serve our master are braving the Underdark to guide their dark elf brethren back into the light. Corellon had, of course, already moved all his pieces into place for this little coup. The angels then informed Cavatina that Kilue also perished. Her soul was destroyed, Felaratheel said solemnly. But before she died, she saved many. She cleansed the taint from hundreds of drow who might otherwise have been condemned. But the rest, Lashriel wailed. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, no hope of redemption for them, with Iliastray gone, condemned to darkness and despair forevermore. Only a smattering of hundreds saved. The rest condemned by the taint of Weddenai's blood, by their innate genetic badness. That's good enough for Corellon. That's his concession to the injustice of his own acts of collective punishment. Just grab a couple of those willing to be redeemed, but not all of them. Not all the Iliastrayans. And call it a day. The Lady Penitent trilogy is wrapped in the framing device of the depicted events being a Sava game between the gods of the Dark Seldarine. Literally, Lolth, Iliastray, and Kiaran Sali having been sitting in the Outer Planes playing drow chess. With the death, sort of Kiaran Sali, the game dwindles to Lolth versus Iliastray. Then, with Iliastray's death, Lolth glimpses total victory. But... Not so fast, Oroshni, a male voice said. The point of a longsword touched Lolth's chest. Startled, she looked up. Iliastray's realm had not disappeared, nor were her pieces forfeited. Her place had been taken by another deity who stared imperiously down at Lolth along the blade of the longsword. An androgynous elf with golden hair wearing white robes, a sky-blue cloak, and golden battle gauntlets. A crescent moon amulet hung against his chest. He flicked the longsword down. It sliced the web Lolth had been forming between her hands. "How dare you!" the Spider Queen cried. "You've no business meddling here. You're a god of the surface elves, and these are drow." "Look again." She did, rage swelling in her like a ripe egg sac as she saw what had happened. Iliastray's pieces had changed. They were no longer black, but brown. Lolth tried to seize one, but it neatly sidestepped out of her reach. Corellon Larethian laughed. "My move, I believe." And there he is. The mortals suffer, Iliastray dies, Corellon wins. He rubs it in his ex-wife's face. Happy ending. Except, let's rewind a few pages. How did Iliastray die? As the Twin Solars say, she was struck down by Halistra Malarn, the titular Lady Penitent. Halistra was, some time ago, a priestess of Lolth who converted to Iliastray. It was a messy conversion. After losing her faith during the Silence of Lolth, Halistra encountered another former priestess of Lolth who had converted to Iliastray. This convert believed in her, was nice to her, and offered her help to convert. So Halistra repaid that trust by murdering her. But Halistra ends up consumed by regret, and eventually converted for real, encouraged by both her memory of the Iliastrayan priestess, and later her actual spirit on the Fugue Plane. But the conversion didn't stick. When the Church of Iliastray sent Halistra to slay Lolth in the Demon Web pits, Halistra was betrayed and left for dead, and in anger at Iliastray failing to save her, she returned to Lolth and entered the contest to become her new chosen, the Yorthe. But, to no one's surprise but her own, Halistra was not selected to be the new chosen of Lolth. She was instead punished for her apostasy by being transformed into the Lady Penitent, a creature in constant pain, bound to the Spider Queen forever, unable to die. After years of service to Lolth, Lolth eventually gives her to Wedonai as a plaything. During the confrontation between Wedonai and Cavatina, whom Halistra captured for him, it's revealed that Halistra is of pure Mieritari descent. Unlike Cavatina, she doesn't have any trace of Wedonai's blood within her, so Wedonai can't passively read her mind, which she takes advantage of in an attempt to destroy herself while he's distracted with Cavatina. It doesn't take. Lolth just brings her back. And in the final confrontation, it's her, Kilue Veladorn, and Cavatina. Kilue takes and destroys Wedonai's essence within her in an attempt to use her powers as the Chosen of Mystra to break his influence over the Drow. As Halistra gets ready to slay Kilue, Kilue is possessed by Aelius Rei, which distracts Cavatina long enough that Halistra is able to decapitate her. In the meantime, Aelius Rei tries desperately to reach out to the Lady Penitent. Halistra is like a cornered animal. She forsakes Lolth and Aelius Rei both, and says she's tired of being a miserable puppet for cosmic forces. Halistra glared at Aelius Rei. Lolth did claim me for a time, but no more. I'm not hers, and I'm not yours. You abandoned me in the demon web pits. You stood and watched as Lolth degraded me, consumed me. You watched and did nothing! She was surprised at the vehemence that boiled out of her. She hadn't thought it would still sting. She gripped the crescent blade tightly, reminding herself that her mortal life was over. Done. She was Lolth's plaything, no longer. But Aelius Rei persists in her sincere attempt to win back the maltreated priestess. Could it? Halistra wavered. Would Aelius Rei truly take her back after all she had done? Halistra could feel the power of the goddess who stood before her. It radiated from Aelius Rei, filling the chamber, cleansing it, turning a place of darkness and death into a place of moonlight and song. The tiny spark that had been flickering near extinguished deep inside Halistra longed to be fanned back to life. When that happened, her torment could end. She would be forgiven, redeemed. Aelius Rei held out her hand. She sang. Take my hand. Accept my mercy. Rejoin the dance. Halistra leaned close. She lowered the crescent blade, extended her free hand. And in that moment, Wedonai's essence whispers that it's not Aelius Rei in front of her. It's actually Lolth, trying to deceive her. This is all a big trick at her expense, and this is her one chance to kill Lolth once and for all. Her real shot at redemption. And Halistra's brain has been so cooked by all the non-stop tragedy and torment that she believes it. She decapitates Kilue and roars triumphantly that she will be Lolth's Lady Penitent no longer. She's seen through the webs of lies and slain Lolth and freed the Drow and all she hears is Lolth's laughter. It was all a big trick at her expense. And just as Lolth and Wedonai planned it, another Aelius Rei priestess sees Halistra strike the killing blow. She is soon reinforced by another chosen of Mystra, Laeril Silverhand. The Aelius Rei subdue the now feral Halistra and decide to just execute her. And so ends the sad tale of the Lady Penitent, a plaything of the gods who lived a life of constant abuse and made all the wrong choices. Halistra's last words are to beg Aelius Rei for forgiveness. Laeril replies that since she's dead, there's no one to forgive her. We then see the broken Lady Penitent on the fugue plane. Lolth comes and retrieves her various fallen champions, and leaves Halistra behind to suffer forever. Wild laughter bursts from the Lady Penitent's lips. "We're all dead!" she howled. She whirled to shake a fist at the mist. "Do you hear that, Cavatina? Your goddess is dead! I tried to redeem myself, but too late!" The Lady Penitent sank to her knees in the swirling mist, sobbing like a broken slave. Lashrael and Felarathale also just leave her there to suffer. They know she was tricked, that she was a pawn in a game played by gods and demons, but they don't care. All part of the plan. Aelius Rei dies trying to save Halistra, but there's no further need for her brand of mercy. The Drow who didn't receive the golden ticket to the transformation ritual are being abandoned as damaged goods. It's Corellon time. Received wisdom seems to be that the relationship between Corellon and Aelius Rei is founded on a deep mutual love. She loves her father, and he in turn looks out for her. It broke his heart to banish her, but she was insistent. which mostly comes from the myth as retold by Dan Lothan in Evermeet, Island of Elves. But if you look up the write-ups in the source books, a more ambiguous picture starts to emerge. Faiths and Pantheons gives a non-committal nod to the fact that the Seldarine are counted among Iliastrai's allies, but doesn't mention Iliastrai in Corellon's write-up. Demi-human deities elaborates that while they might be allies, their relationship is not good. While the Dark Maiden and the Seldarine remain allies, it is a strained relationship that reflects the division that persists among the elves. Among the elven powers, Iliastrai is only close with Erevan Ilisser, and she has only recently worked out an uneasy truce with Sheverash. Only Erevan Ilisser? So not Corellon then. That's borne out by how he treats her in the Lady Penitent trilogy, and also by the fact that it's Iliastrai who has to do the actual heavy lifting in her dogma and ritual of bridging the gap between surface elves and drow, while the followers of the Seldarine tend to believe that all drow are bad, no exceptions. Now, the Lady Penitent trilogy made some people in the fandom very, very mad, and some will to this day insist that it either wasn't canon to begin with or that it has been entirely retconned. It's been accused of being an unfavorable portrayal of Iliastrai, and it sees Iliastrai killed off entirely, which didn't go down well with the Iliastrai fans. There's a sense among some fans that some of the creative choices in both the Lady Penitent and the War of the Spider Queen series were intended to reboot the depiction of the drow, to return them to being universally evil monster race so that one special boy, Drizzt Do'Urden, wouldn't have his style cramped by the fact that Iliastrai and drow exist. I can't speak much with regard to the story of Iliastrai thus far, as I was not involved in its creation or evolution. However, I know that during the 3rd E and 4E eras, there was an attempt to shrink the enormous pantheon of Forgotten Realm gods, as well as an effort to paint the drow as being almost universally evil, to make it clear that Drizzt Do'Urden is extraordinary. The argument is that Drizzt becomes less of an iconoclast if there are good drow everywhere. And Drizzt, he doesn't get affected by the high magic ritual that transformed the drow worth saving back into dark elves. He's not an Iliastraian, and he presumably doesn't meet the special condition related to being pureblood Mieritari either. So he's presumably one of the drow Corellon is willing to write off as irredeemable and condemned to darkness and despair forevermore. The drow who did get transformed into dark elves, which is a very disorientating experience for them, get ready to migrate to a city called Ramanthin on the High Moor, the hidden city of hope. Ramanthin stands upon the ruins of the old Mieritari library city of Fairtelmere, which was cleansed by a high magic ritual a few years earlier in 1374 Dale Reckoning. The ritual was arranged by, and also cost the life of, Kelvin Blackstaff Aronson, and this is why he ends up in the elven heaven of Arvindor. As far as I know, he's canonically still there. Also involved in the cleansing of Fairtelmere and the raising of Ramanthin were a veritable who's who of magical heroes in the Forgotten Realms. All the Chosen of Mistra are there, Elminster included. Gamelon Idagir was there, the court wizard of Tethir, who sometimes lives in space and is obsessed with German beer that Elminster picks up for him whenever he visits Ed Greenwood's house. Several dragons, and of course the 3 surviving high mages of Mieritar, Takaron, Hamra, and Alunor. Remember them? Though their ritual did melt them all and their collaborators into goo monsters, the Faorn Kesir, more commonly known as Sharn, the transformed Mieritari mages, have still been kicking around. As Sharn, they devoted themselves to staving off magical disasters and preserving the knowledge of dying civilizations by assimilating survivors into their hive mind. In the twilight of the Netherese Empire, the Sharn threw down against Netheryl's great enemy, the Faerun, and after the fall of Netheril, it was the Sharn who sealed off the aberrations behind a magical barrier so they didn't conquer all of Faerun. So of course, fast forward to the present, and the Sharn participate in the high magic ritual to restore this fragment of Mieritar, and at its conclusion, the lingering pollution of the killing storms have been driven out, and a new city stands tall, a city of hope. Upon the conclusion of the ritual, many of the Sharns who were once Mieritari are able to transform themselves back into their original forms. Many, but not all. Know that there are yet Sharn in the realms. There are those of Mieritar who would become Darrow with the Corellon's descent should they become Faorn Kesir. They choose to remain as Ramanthin's defenders, as well as defenders against corrupt magic across the realms. Tessara and the others wept for their sacrifice. Yep, the Dark Elven Sharns, the 3 High Mages of Mieritar included, can't change back, because if they did, Corellon's curse would transform them into drow against their will. Something they've never been. The sunlight would scorch their eyes, and they would be denied the Seldarine's grace, barred from Arvindor. Despite all their heroism, despite participating in a ritual Corellon ordained to undo the sins of the Dark Disaster, they are still cursed. 5 years later, in 1379 Dale Reckoning, is when the plot of the Lady Penitent trilogy wraps up, and hundreds of drow are turned back into Dark Elves. It's unclear whether this finally lifts the curse on the Mieritari Sharns, but one has to assume that it does, right? So, 11,874 years after the injustice of the Dark Disaster, Corellon, with the aid of the Second Mystra and a gaggle of other deities, finally makes it right. Sort of. Kind of. Better late than never, right? But you might be wondering, what about all the drow that Lolth tormented for millennia? All the souls that could have been redeemed, but who were discarded like so much refuse? And Corellon's answer seems to be... Let's return to the Crown Wars.
Hans, are we the baddies?
In the wake of the descent of the Drow in minus 10,000 Dale Reckoning, Ilithir is wiped off the map within 2 months. Its former citizens driven underground along with the Mieritari refugees and the newly cursed Dark Elf citizens of the rest of the Elven nations. Shortly thereafter, Corellon starts sliding into the Surface Elves' DMs. Nearly 12 millennia ago, the descent of the Drow brought a truce to the Crown Wars. Clan elders, high mages, and holy elves in all the Elven settlements across Faerun received a summons from Corellon Larethian, the Creator, while in states of reverie. They were to prepare for court to decide the fate of the Crown Wars and the future of the elves. Almost instantly, i.e. 2 days after the first reverie message, these elves began disappearing at dawn when they first greeted the sun. Their disappearance was consistent with legends of Corellon summoning an elf to his side, so few elves worried about the abductions. In all, 500 elves, 125 of each surface elf race, and 125 aquatic elves, magically arrived in a deep, untouched wood, far to the east of any elven realms yet established. Here, Corellon's voice proclaimed, is the place and time of Elven Court. Now you must all decide your future, for the path on which you walk leads to destruction. So the chosen elves of the newly formed Elven Court get to work deliberating how to bring the Crown Wars to an end. Meanwhile, in Aravandar, the descent of the Drow triggers a brief moment of anxious self-awareness. The Ilithiri were cursed because they were belligerent and committed to a whole truckload of war crimes. But weren't we also kind of belligerent? Aren't we also committing a whole truckload of war crimes in our imperial conquest? Heck, I think we might have started the war in the first place. Fearful, the Vishanti began to very quietly persecute and assassinate high mages and high-level priests. Anyone who might be able to call down the same judgment upon them that they were just meted out upon the Ilithiri. They also launch a brutal assault on Ilifarn, one of the 2 independent realms still standing along the coast. It takes them less than a century to annex them into the Vishantar Empire. Refugees from Ilifarn end up fleeing south into the blasted wasteland that was once Chantel Orthir, while Aravandar starts setting up shop even further south as they colonize the jungles, formerly home to the Ilithiri Dark Elves. The Vishanti dream of ruling the entire world seems closer than ever. The Empire becomes ever more cruel and oppressive internally. Refugees who just fled to Chantel Orthir end up fleeing east, a new wave of elven migration that results in settlements on the eastern shores of the Sea of Fallen Stars, where they were beginning to cleanse the forest of non-elves. Out west, Aravandar turns its gaze to the sea and towards the elven homeland of Evermeet, created almost 8 millennia before. Now that Aravandar has emerged, the victor of the Crown Wars, and leads the elven people, Evermeet belongs to them. Much to their surprise, Evermeet had already been an elven homeland for quite some time. Not even the wild elves native to the island could say how long they'd been there. Ultimately, the elves decided that the highest houses of Aravandar would settle the isle and do their best to civilize it until a coronal could arrive to claim governance over it. Finding a land over the ocean out west, discovering people already live there, and declaring it belongs to your brutal empire and you're going to civilize it, doesn't exactly undermine the point about elves being a fantasy of whiteness, huh? Centuries pass, and around minus 9,200 Dale Reckoning, 8 centuries after the establishment of the Elven Court, they issue their first proclamation. The time of judgment is nigh. By this time, the Elven Court has grown from its initial population of 500 elves, handpicked by Corellon, to 673. The first proclamation of the Elven Court puts the blame for the Crown Wars squarely on the shoulders of House Vishan, the ruling house of Aravandar. Meanwhile, after nearly a millennia of debate, the elves of the Elven Court judged the Sun Elf clan of Vishan, the ruling house of Aravandar, and the Vishantar Empire. to be the root cause of the strife and suffering of the Crown Wars. The punishment proposed for the Vishan was severe. They were to be stripped of their rulership and their nobility, and their lives would be declared forfeit for the crimes against elvenkind. So yeah, obviously the Fifth Crown War kicks off right away. At the behest of Malkazid, the Mad King, Gilvas Vishan, orders the murder of all wizards and high mages that stood against him, counting on his high mage sons and brothers to protect the clan. The troops and supporters of the Vishan were quite loyal, but even they could not hope to stand against the combined power of all other elves, especially with the power of Corellon Larethian's mandate behind them. It's more of a civil war than a war between nations. A lot of elves are trapped between loyalty to the temporal and theocratic hierarchies, and yes, it is weird that elves are consistently given a chaotic alignment, but in practice always end up with these ultra-rigid hierarchies. The Elven Court, the Seldarian priesthoods, and the long-hidden High Mages restore pockets of resistance and freedom across the entire Vishantar Empire, fragmenting the armies and nobles to limit their coordination. House Vishan just can't hold on forever against the theocratic principles from which their empire derives much of its authority, and soon enough, Malkazid decides, you know what? GG, and bails back to the lower plains, because he knows when to fold them. The Fifth Crown War rages on for 2 centuries and ends with House Vishan deposed. The Crown Wars finally drew to a close some 3,000 years after the march of the Vishan clan first ignited the strife among the Elven kingdoms. The elves of current-day Faerun rarely speak of this time of madness even among themselves, let alone in the presence of non-elves. However, a few remnants of that period survive in the Elven language. To this day, Vishan is a vile curse and an insult nearly as potent as calling an elf Darrow. The Fifth Crown War ends, in other words, with a few bad apples being exiled from the barrel, and the rest of the apples living happily ever after. Just compare and contrast the treatment of Aravandar with the treatment of the Ilithir. Both were brutal, racial supremacist empires corrupted by diabolism among their power-hungry noble classes. But though the elves curse Vishan, they remember Aravandar as being great and glorious elven civilization worthy of honor. They venerate their revered ancestors' ancient tombs and ruins, and especially in Evermeet, which was colonized by Aravandar, and who consider themselves heritors of that glory. Ilithir got slapped with a hereditary curse upon not just their nation, but their dominant ethnic group. Even the non-Ilithiri members of that ethnicity were not spared. They were purged not just from the surface, but barred from heaven itself, cursed forevermore. And Aravandar got an extremely surgical excision of the one guy responsible for all this, plus his bad sons who bore some of his bad blood. All the soldiers, all the high mages, all the architects of all the war crimes, do they face any consequences? Nope. Truth and reconciliation. It was just the one bad guy at the top. It certainly wasn't systemic. The notion the Sun Elves are the superior elven race never gets addressed, never grappled with, and still haunts elvenkind to this day. The imperialism inherent in the Empire of Aravandar, the support for that imperialism, forgiven, swept under the rug. We got the Mad King, the Bad Apple. Surely it would be unjust to punish innocent Sun Elves for the crimes he made them cheer for. Weird, huh? And of course, the rejoinder would be that, well, actually, the Ilithiri were just so much worse. Aravandar was bad, but in a polite way. Only wholesome war crimes. Whereas the Ilithiri were savage, blasphemous, they were scandalous, they were rude about it. They broke taboos. And on the one hand, yes, that is the way that it's written, because elves aren't real, so writers can stack the deck as hard as they want. They were working to the constraint that ultimately the Ilithiri kind of have to be the bad guys to justify the existence of drow in the game. So sure, the Ilithiri were eating all the babies and kicking all the puppies, and they laughed the whole time because they just loved being evil. We know very little of the Ilithiri, or Elves of the South, before this crucial event. Even then, they were known as Dark Elves for the hue of their skins. They dwelt in the jungles and hot forests of the South, a proud, warlike, culturally advanced, some sages of the other elven people say decadent, folk. The Ilithiri attacked all neighbors, including other elven tribes. Their cruel raids and depredations, ordered by warlike nobility and the clergy of their 2 cruel deities, Gonadar and Lolth, forced elves, humans, dwarves, and others to ally against them. Defeated in a series of titanic mega-battles, the Dark Elves fled into the underground warrens they had earlier discovered. This event, known as the Descent, marked the end of the Drow as a surface-dwelling race. But that's not the whole picture. The violence of Ilithir is also magnified by a filter of illegitimacy, where Aravandar's violence is excused by a filter of legitimacy. Aravandar is ultimately going to be remembered as a great noble elven civilization, and Ilithir as decadent and depraved. Aravandar is still beautiful. Current-day historians portray the elves of Aravandar as a haughty lot who believe themselves superior to all other elves and vastly superior to non-elves. The Vishan clan, Aravandar's ruling house, constructed many enormous fortresses and citadels for the war effort, as well as several cities so beautiful that even the most jaded and cynical elf would weep for joy at the sight of them. Their magic produced impossibly slender spires of stone and crystal, stonework so fine and intricate it resembled lace, and perfectly smooth, seamless construction. Many of these features are still visible in Aravandar and ruins. Whereas Ilithir's sinister architecture makes you uneasy. Their vibes are bad. They tap directly into the ceaseless torrent that is D&D's fear of the racialized other. Racialized others, by D&D's logic, don't deserve the presumption of innocence or due process that is the birthright of those races cast in a Western mold. They instead get collective punishment and violence against them that's seen as defensive and legitimate by default. And of course, the Dark Elves didn't worship the Seldarine. Worse, they associated themselves with Corellon's ex-wife. It's hard not to conclude that didn't tilt the scales at least a little bit. Evermeet Island of Elves probably can't be trusted as a source on what really went down between Lolth and Corellon, insofar as there's an answer at all. But there is an interesting passage that might shed some light on the harsh treatment of the Dark Elves by the Seldarine. Arashni's relationship with the Seldarine leader was unique. Corellon Larethian was all things elven. Warrior and poet, mage and bard, even male and female. But since the coming of Arashni, the deity had settled into a single aspect, that of a gold elven male. In Arashni, he had seen his perfect counterpart, female to his male, artist to his warrior, the mysteries of midnight to balance the brightness of day. Though Arashni was but a minor goddess, Corellon had been utterly enchanted with her beauty, and had made her his consort. She had borne him children, twin godlings as darkly beautiful as herself. As the beloved of Corellon, Arashni held a place of honor among the Seldarine, as well as new powers that the elven god had bestowed upon her. By Corellon's decree, the destiny of the mortal elves who shared her dark beauty was in her keeping. The elves who shared her dark beauty, which suggests that Arashni was always the patron goddess of dark elves specifically, even before she knew they existed, and she ended up with the drow in Greyhawk too, and Kiaran Sali was once mortal, a powerful dark elven necromancer queen from another plane. Not drow, dark elven. And Evermeet Island of Elves says this too. Lolth cast a disgusted glance towards the corner of the abyss where the goddess of the undead held sway. Kiaran Sali was a dark elf like herself, though she called herself drow. Her followers were pitiful shadows of the creatures they had once been, evil elves from an ancient world whom Kiaran Sali had slain and made into unthinking minions. When she was not on distant worlds bedeviling her drow children, Kiaran Sali was content to rule in her frigid corner of the abyss. She demurred to Lolth because she had no choice in the matter. In this place, the former goddess of dark elven destiny ruled. So one could conclude from all of this that the Dark Elves are sort of inherently fated for doom. There are drow all across the multiverse, even in the absence of the Crown Wars, because the destiny of the dark-skinned elves is somehow entangled with Arashni. Yikes. The sourcebook Faiths and Pantheons from 3rd edition had similar language to Evermeet Island of Elves, including the aspect that Arashni was given guardianship of the fate of the Dark Elves, again, by Corellon's own decree. Lolth was once Arashni, the consort of Corellon Larethian, patron of artisans and deity of elven destiny, and later, by Corellon's decree, the keeper of those elves who shared her darkly beautiful features. All of this would explain why Corellon just doesn't seem to care about the Dark Elves much, why he's quick to bar them from heaven, and why he's textually said to love and cherish all his children, but demonstratively doesn't seem to extend that love to the elves with a darker skin tone. Because they're the kids his ex-wife won in the divorce. Speaking of, I mean, we have to talk about Arashni.
Yeah, I know she keeps saying that, but she's clearly an evil queen.
Yeah, well, I'm not buying it.
If you know anything about Lolth, it's she's one of the baddest, cruelest, most depraved deities in all of D&D, which in this arena of godly malfeasance is saying something. She's the divine patron of the drow, but she doesn't love them. Even on the level that Grumsh loves orcs, she wants her children to suffer. Lolth is a cruel, capricious goddess thought by many to be insane. She delights in setting her worshippers at each other's throats so that the strongest, most devious, and most cruel survive to serve her. Lolth roams the realms often, appearing in answer to the rituals of drow priests, and working whatever harm she can to the enemies of drow. During the time of troubles, Lolth appeared in the northern city of Menzoberranzan for a short period of time. The Spider Queen secretly wants to be worshipped by humans and elves of other races on the surface realms, and sometimes journeys among their communities, whispering of the power Lolth can bring. Lolth is malicious in her dealings and coldly vicious in a fight. She enjoys both personally dealing and causing death and destruction and painful torture. Even more, Lolth enjoys corrupting elves and humans to her service. Lolth can be kind and render aid to those she fancies, but she really only cares for herself. Her favor and aid can never be relied upon. She seems to actively enjoy the antics of powerful dissidents among the drow, like Drizzt and Gromph and Jarlaxle, who foil her plans all the time because of the chaos that they create. She discards priestesses who are nothing but loyal to her, and sometimes she even seems to directly reward heresy, just frequently enough that her faithful are constantly off balance. It's couched both in a survival of the fittest type ideal of strength through suffering, and also in sheer personal sadism. If Lolth is pleased, why did she favor Lyriel Bainray over me? A lesser goddess has shown favor to this girl. That Lolth cannot abide. A shiver of dread raced down Shakti's spine. After all, she herself had a foot in 2 divine camps. As she considered this answer, however, it seemed that the whole story had not been told. Other drow follow other gods. I have never heard that Lolth pursues and rewards these heretics. Why grant such gifts to Lyriel when better, more loyal priestesses would gladly receive them? The Yoklol's face twisted in unmistakable scorn. Do you think the goddess answers your prayers out of love? And this is because Lolth leans very, very chaotic. Chaotic to an almost self-defeating extent. She loves betrayal, and that even extends to those who betray her. She'll absolutely still swing at you and condemn you to the most horrific fate you can imagine for it, but she respects it. Maybe even craves it. Lolth tempts even the most senior members of her clergy to be wary of betrayal, while always remaining on the watch for a chance to betray their enemies, who in drow society are often professed friends. No act demands Lolth's attention and admiration like treachery, and thus she favors those servants who achieve their station through guile and political ruthlessness. The Spider Queen is capable of showing great kindness to those favored servants, but her ultimate motivations are almost always purely manipulative. Lolth is also, as you might expect, pretty erratic. In 1372 Dale Reckoning, she disappears for a year and cuts off all her clergy from divine magic, the so-called Silence of Lolth. She even stopped collecting her faithful from the afterlife, leaving them to mill around aimlessly in the fugue plane. All attempts to contact her failed. This directly led to the period known as the War of the Spider Queen, and spawned no small amount of chaos in drow society as rebels, Varonites, Duragar, Illithids, Fiends, and others sought to overthrow her now powerless church, and the matriarchy that it upheld. It eventually became apparent that this silence was part of a sort of divine metamorphosis on the part of Lolth from an intermediate to a greater deity. But deep scars in drow society remained. The drow, as you'd expect, have a self-serving variation, several in fact, of the elven myth that mashes together both aspects of the War of the Seldarine and the descent of the drow. Drow legends have 2 versions of their origins. One concerns the banishment by the surface elves of the drow when Corellon Larethian would not allow Lolth to spread her wisdom and magical inspirations among the elven people. This version labels Corellon as arrogant and stupid, unwilling to acknowledge Lolth as an equal, and unwilling to allow the elves to grow and develop other than in ways of his choosing. An epic massed battle resulted in the banishment of the race to the Underdark. The alternative version has Lolth realizing that only a minority of elves were wise and intelligent enough for her gifts, and here she leads them away from the effete, time-wasting, lazy surface elves to a deeper world where the blossoming of their innate magical skills mirrored their growing wisdom under Lolth's tutelage. These 2 versions aren't mutually exclusive. In the hybrid version, Lolth's triumphant leading of her people causes Corellon panic and anxiety, and he seeks first to prevent the exodus so that he can force Lolth and the drow to give up their secrets. When he fails to force this, he throws a tantrum and raises up a pursuing force to slay the Dark Elves. By their wit, ability to cover their tracks, a key drow survival skill, and general superiority, the Dark Elves avoid the fate Corellon intended for them. And like the generalized myths from the complete Book of Elves, these myths conflate the comparatively more recent Descent of the Drow with the War of the Seldarine, in which Lolth originally broke from Corellon. In the Forgotten Realms, there's a 20,000-year gap between those two events, which is a longer span of time than the 11,000-year gap between the Descent of the Drow and the present day. In other words, the Dark Elves were Dark Elves for a lot longer than they've been Drow. But both the Surface Elves and the Drow have a vested cultural interest in forgetting that fact. So we've talked a little bit about both, but why did Corellon and Arashni break up 31 millennia ago? Grand History of the Realm says Arashni was simply cast down, but doesn't touch on why. Likewise, Planescape doesn't give a lot of details, but says she, quote, convinced some elves to turn stag against their kinsmen. And we know from the story of Malkazid that Arashni seduced the former Solar into betraying Corellon somehow. The trouble is, if you gather up 10 source books about elves, you'll have 12 different stories about the fall of Lolth. Like our old friend Asmodeus, Arashni has something of a multiple-choice past, and the story of her fall is sometimes closely intermeshed with that of the conflict between Corellon and Grumsh, which is itself a knot of conflicting mythology. It's all very close to the heart of the unreliable narrator Fog of War. 3.5 editions, Races of the Wild, starts the story like so. In the time before time, the gods sprang fully formed from the primeval void. All of these first gods were equally endowed with the power of the cosmos, and each claimed jurisdiction over certain aspects of the universe. In a spirit of cooperation that has not been seen since, they built the world together, separating matter from energy, land from sky, and sky from earth. The wiser of the gods banded together and called themselves the Seldarine, or Brothers and Sisters of the Wood, while the other gods squabbled over custody of the various aspects of the world they had jointly created. The Seldarine used their power to cover the barren lands of the world with lush forests, tall grasses, flowers of incredible beauty, and animals of every kind. Moradin, Yondala, and Garl Glittergold allied with the Seldarine, claiming the mountains, plains, and hills, and underground areas of the New World as their own. When Grumsh, the evil god who later fathered the Orc race, realized there was no good portion of the world left for him, he grew black with rage, seizing the caves, rocky cliffs, and sections of the darkness below that no one wanted. He began to plot his revenge. Does the phrase grew black with rage sound vaguely familiar? 'Cause it is. The language used is eerily similar to the language used in Larian Songshine's Mythic History of Elvenkind in 2nd edition's Complete Book of Elves, right down to the way the story concludes on the next page with the claim that elves were the first mortals of which all other mortal races are a flawed imitation. Seeing the creations of the Seldarine, the other gods scrambled to emulate them. However, their hurry was too great, and each of their creations was but a flawed, forlorn imitation of the magnificent elves. Because of these flaws, the other races could not live as long as elves, or reach the same heights of civilization. Still, the elves were kind to those races that had good hearts and helped them to establish themselves. The orcs, however, seek always to avenge themselves on the elves for their god's mutilation, and the two races have nursed a deep-seated enmity ever since. The story of Grumsh here also echoes his story in 2nd edition's Monster Mythology. We start with all the gods present at the beginning of time, squabbling over who will get what piece of what thing in the world. Though in Monster Mythology, it's less about divine land ownership. The gods are rather drawing lots to determine in what biome each pantheon's creations will live. Whatever the telling, the consistent part is that Grumsh always draws the short straw, and ends up with the worst bit of the new world, and he feels aggrieved about this. He's portrayed as sort of a sore loser with a persecution complex, whose peers are legitimately contemptuous of him, and are trying to close ranks and hedge him out of their group project. So he loudly swears that he'll ruin their game and storms off. Then the assembled gods turned to the orcish gods and laughed loud and long. "All the lots are taken," they said tauntingly. "Where will your people dwell, One-Eye? There's no place left." There was silence upon the world then, as Grumsh One-Eye lifted his great iron spear and stretched it over the world. The shaft blotted out the sun over a great part of the lands as he spoke. "No, you lie. You've rigged the drawing of lots hoping to cheat me and my followers. But One-Eye never sleeps. One-Eye sees all. There is a place for orcs to dwell. Here!" he bellowed, and his spear pierced the mountains, opening mighty rifts and chasms. "And here!" The spearhead split the hills and made them shake, covering them in dust. "And here again!" And the black spear gouged the meadows and made them bare. "There!" roared he who watches triumphantly, and his voice carried to the end of the world. "There is where orcs shall dwell, and they shall survive and multiply and grow stronger, and a day will come when they will cover the world, and they shall slay all of your collected peoples. Orcs shall inherit the world you sought to cheat me of. In Races of the Wild's telling, Grumsh's act of revenge is to kidnap Corellon's consort Arashni and imprison her within his fortress. Corellon, of course, ever the heroic figure, rides to her rescue and does battle with Grumsh, but Arashni at this point is already rooting for her supposed captor. The two gods clashed with a fury that rocked the newly born world. Furiously they fought for a day and a night. Arashni, who hoped that Corellon's death might give her the opportunity to rise as queen over the Seldarine, secretly aided the orc god. Other gods joined the fight on both sides, and fire rained down from the heavens. On and on went the divine battle, thereafter known as the First War. Which leads into the standard tale of Corellon, Grumsh, and Seanine. Seanine weeps, Corellon takes Grumsh's eye, Corellon's blood mixes with Seanine's tears to create the first elves, and Arashni's treachery is exposed. So Corellon ditches her, throws her into the abyss, and shacks up with the moon goddess instead. Arashni's treachery did not go unpunished. For her betrayal, Arashni was cast out of the Seldarine and transformed into a demonic spider form. Renaming herself Lolth, she called to the elves created in her image, the Drow, and retreated with them beneath the earth. Seanine Moonbow, whose tears had given Corellon strength in his time of need, and whose silver light had revealed Arashni's evil, became Corellon's new consort. But having already established that this is a retelling of a tale as told in the hilariously propagandistic Complete Book of Elves, can we trust it? Maybe. Maybe not. The same goes for the tale as told in Evermeet, Island of Elves. Chapter 1 is set in Arborea, here called Olympus, where Grumsh has chased Corellon home after one of their many, many clashes. Obviously, Corellon is far cooler and more badass than the stupid, stinky orc god, and would totally have won, but his sword, Sahandrian, mysteriously broke apart mid-battle, leaving him defenseless. Corellon was a warrior, the father of all elven warriors, and he wanted nothing more than to stand and see the battle through to its conclusion. But his weapon was shattered, and he was bound by honor not to use his godly magic against his foe. There was no choice but retreat, for if Corellon fell, Corellon, the essence of elven strength and magic and beauty, then the destruction of the elven people seemed assured. He took some comfort from the knowledge that for each drop of blood he spilled, an elven child would be born. Thus had it been many times before. This was not his first battle with Grumsh. He suspected that it would not be his last. And obviously later, we discover it's Arashni who cursed the sword, though it's not obvious because all the goddesses surrounding Corellon have a hand in enchanting it. One of those goddesses, Seanine Moonbow, appears to aid Corellon in his hour of need by restoring Sahandrian with her magic. Grumsh is upset by this, since he perceives it to be a betrayal of Corellon's oath to not employ elven magic in their one-on-one duel. And here's the third player entering the ring on Corellon's side and using magic. What the heck? But Seanine's view is that obviously foul play has already occurred, so such restrictions are void. Grumsh shook his now useless spear and fairly danced with rage. "Knave! Coward!" he howled at Corellon Larethian. "Bested in single combat, you hide behind a female's skirts. And what of your oath? You swore that no elven magic would be brought against me, yet you suffer this witch to undo my victory!" "Not so," Seanine said firmly, her silvery voice floating out over the valley that lay between them. She rose and faced down the angry god. "You have broken the truce, Grumsh of the Orcs, and thus it will be remembered for all time. Corellon holds to the contract he has made with you and all the tenets of honorable battle. He was never bested. Destroying his sword was no victory of yours. By an elf was Sahandrian undone, and thus it falls to the Seldarine to restore their own." With these cryptic words, the goddess turned back to Corellon. Her silver eyes swept over him. Tears sprang into them as she took note of his many wounds. Seanine wiped the tears from her cheek and reached out with gentle fingers to touch the god's bleeding face. Instantly, the mingled droplets on her hand took on a mystic glow. "Children of the moon and sun," she whispered, "behold my lord, the soul of elves yet unborn. Even battle with a dishonorable foe cannot diminish the magic we share." There's also clearly something unusual going on here between Corellon, Arashni, and Seanine. Arashni is Corellon's consort, but there's another woman fighting for him, stroking his cheek and literally having his babies, mingling his blood with her tears to create elven souls that she literally refers to as their children. Does Arashni feel bad about this? Sorta no, because that'd be too relatable, too reasonable, too comprehensible as a motivation. Arashni's only grievances are unreasonable. She hates Corellon because she's mad and wicked, no other reason. But, like, is Corellon cheating here? It's not especially clear, because Sayanine will instantly become his consort the moment Arashni is revealed to be a traitor. And once she's gone, Sayanine and the rest of the goddesses will Voltron fuse together into Angarad, the goddess of being Corellon's trad wife, which is itself a point of contention among elven theologians who claim that Sayanine is Corellon's only consort, and therefore Angarad is a moon elf heresy. But back to the confrontation with Grumsh. The god of orcs and the god of elves get back to it, and this is the fight where Corellon takes Grumsh's eye. Again, that's also an event with a multiple-choice backstory. Some sources claim Grumsh always had one eye, and that it's in the center of his forehead, like he's a cyclops. But other sources say Corellon took it. In this story, it's the latter, putting Grumsh at Corellon's mercy. "You are forsworn, blinded, and utterly defeated," Corellon said coldly. "Yet I find these things little enough payment for what I have lost this day." The orc dashed blood from his face and squinted at his foe with his one remaining eye. "You don't know the half of it, elf," he growled, "and you can't begin to understand what you've lost. You don't even know the names of your foes. As for defeat, I admit none. Kill me now if you can, and your own silver whore will bear witness to that you struck down a wounded and unarmed foe." Corellon wants to slay Grumsh there and then, but his hand is stayed because he knows Sayanine is watching, and Sayanine will tell the others. It's not Corellon's conscience that saves Grumsh. It's that Corellon doesn't want to look bad in front of his mistress. Grumsh promises to give chase once he's recovered, and Corellon is injured. So he makes haste back towards the safety of Arvindor, where he runs into Arashni, who has of course been watching all of this unfold, hoping her curse upon Corellon's blade would be enough to let Grumsh finish him off. She doesn't really have an immediate apprehensible motivation for this treachery. She just muses about how doing away with Corellon will create a power vacuum. Arashni awaited the outcome with tense anticipation. She had much at stake. There was no telling what might happen among the Seldarine if Corellon did not return. Although none among the elven gods could truly replace Corellon, many would certainly try. When she sees Corellon coming back from the fight, Arashni is frustrated. The plan didn't work, so she impulsively bars his passage with her magic and then realizes that this is a terrible idea. In the subsequent fight, he will win. So she thinks on her feet and jumps out to tell Corellon that her barrier will stop Grumsh from following. She opens her barrier to Corellon and he eats it up. Another loyal goddess has his back. Nice. He sets out back to Arvindor and she remains behind, which gives her an opportunity to ask Grumsh some questions off-screen. Their exchange isn't shown, but Grumsh taps out. He wants nothing to do with internal Seldarine politics. His grudge against Corellon is its own thing, and he's loath to be used as a pawn. So he basically tells her to shove off. She's an elf too, they're not friends. So Arashni goes in search of another pawn to use against Corellon and finds herself in the Forgotten Realms, where she ultimately runs into Malar, slaying another god called Herne. She makes Malar an offer. She's got the ultimate quarry for him to hunt. The king of the elven pantheon, currently injured and making his way through the woods of Arborea. Malar is hesitant to hunt so close to the elves' home turf, and is kinda suspicious. What is this elven goddess getting out of this? Arashni gives him an answer that she thinks he wants to hear. Namely, that the reason she wants Corellon dead is because he's weak. She can't do it herself because the rest of the Seldarine would turn on her, and when he's gone, she'll rule the pantheon. Which definitely sounds plausible, but we're told this is something Arashni has made up to sound plausible to Malar. Again, we the readers are denied her actual motivation. He also reveals to Malar that Corellon blinded Grumsh, so when Malar defeats Corellon, he'll have proven himself mightier than the head of the Orcish pantheon and may be able to usurp them. She promises that when she seizes power, she'll send elves to the Forgotten Realms for Malar's orcs to hunt in his name. But Malar tells Arashni something she doesn't know. There are elves here already. Then go, destroy, and claim your trophy, and when it's done, you'll have what you most desire, she says in a voice that was all silk and temptation. Which is? Worry. Worry that will tempt the finest hunters of this world and win you many new followers. Elves, she says, spelling it out at last. When I rule in Arvindor, I will send tribes of elves to this world. Orcs will hunt them, and in doing so they will follow Malar, the greatest elf hunter of all. Elves, Malar snorted. There are elves here already. The weave is strong. Where there is magic, there are always elves. The goddess quickly covered her surprise. She had not sensed the presence of elven people upon the world, something that any member of the Seldarine could easily do. Perhaps she had been too absorbed in her quest to be attuned to their presence. This isn't true, per the grand history of the realms. The War of the Seldarine happened around 30,000 years before the Dale's Compact in Year 1 Dale Reckoning, and the first elves arrived on Toril 3 millennia later, around minus 27,000 Dale Reckoning. It's another incongruity, like Curdlemac appearing long before he was born chronologically, but the discrepancy makes sense in terms of elven mythology. When the Sun Elves arrived from Tintagir in minus 25,400 Dale Reckoning, they found the continent already inhabited by elves. The Green Elves they found to have been living there for generations already. The Green Elves might not have precisely recorded their history, and the Gold Elves may not have cared to ask them for it. As far as the Gold Elves were concerned, elves must have always been here. This was the Promised Land, revealed to the priests by high magic divination, rich in magic. So of course, elves have always been here. This land belongs to elves, now and forevermore. So when they go about writing the history of the War of the Seldarine, of course they'd include a canard where there is magic, there are always elves. And of course, even Malar would acknowledge this. Arashni uses her magic to send Malar to Arborea to hunt Corellon, and does an evil laugh to celebrate, as a treat. A triumphant chuckle started in Arashni's throat. Her laughter deepened to shake her flat belly and grew in power as it rolled out in peal after peal over the mountains. On and on it went, growing higher and more uncanny, until it seemed to meld with the shrieking of the wind. And in the valley below, the fierce orcs paused their orgy of slaughter and celebration to listen to the ungodly sound. For the first time that day, they knew true fear. Malar finds Corellon as he's nearing the safety of Arvindor and attacks him, but of course Corellon wins because he's so cool and good and badass and awesome. Malar only briefly gains the upper hand by exploiting Corellon's elemental weakness, the power of blackness. Again, the god changed form. As a shroud of utter blackness, he enveloped his elven foe. Corellon froze in mid-swing, not because he was startled by the sudden midnight that had fallen around him. He knew of Malar's manifestations and had expected this, but because of the suffocating sense of evil in the miasma that surrounded him. Corellon instinctively darted to one side. The cloud that was Malar simply moved with him. Deep, snarling laughter resounded through the blackness, deepening the smothering pall of evil. Do I need to point out the issue here? Just as dragons are color-coded for your convenience, so too does D&D give good and evil an official color scheme. White is the color of good, and black is the color of bad. Light is right, dark is evil. Now, D&D didn't invent this, it's sort of a pervasive cultural motif. So pervasive to most people it's probably confusing to even question it. Isn't it just a universal thing? It's even a specific motif in D&D's antecedent Western genre, in which the convention was that the heroes wear the white hats and the villains the black. But this particular motif, the association of black with evil things, clings to Corellon in this mythology like a pungent odor. These are the background assumptions that set the stage. This is the context in which the Complete Book of Elves says that elves can't have dark skin because their superior biology protects them from needing to tan, or that other gods grew black with jealousy. When I say elves are a fantasy of whiteness, I obviously mean that metaphorically, in that elves are a fantasy of white supremacy, sort of thematically. But I also mean it literally, in that elves are embedded in a mythological framework in which the color white is the symbol of goodness and purity, and so elves are literally paler than other races. And Corellon, a god of, quote, light and beauty, is almost literally vulnerable to the color black. So when it's said that Corellon makes the bad elves black to mark them as evil, this isn't happening in a vacuum. It's happening in the context that Corellon is painting them the literal color of bad, the color that is the opposite of his nature. And when this sort of thing is brought up, one way in which folks will excuse it to appeal to the fact that it isn't racist because it makes sense in the fiction. In the cosmology of D&D, black really is the color of evil. But this is anti-blackness. This is part of the all-encompassing systemic prejudice that runs through the veins of society and bleeds into our cultural works. Because D&D is fiction and it makes sense in the fiction still means the author decided that it works that way. It doesn't need to be actively malicious. It's doubtful that any author put this sort of stuff into their story because they get out of bed and think to themselves, I'm gonna be racist today. But when it goes unexamined, it becomes just another brick in the wall of white supremacy. When it goes unexamined, that wall piles even higher, its foundations driven deep into the earth by the weight of history, and it becomes harder to tear down. Returning to the clash between Corellon and Malar, Corellon defeats the Beast Lord by just stabbing him directly between the eyes, destroying his avatar and banishing him for a time. Easy peasy. Though he'll be insulted to have been challenged by a being he considers, unlike Grumpsh, his lesser. Corellon was angry now. It was one thing for Grumpsh to challenge him on this, his home plane. Grumpsh was first power of his pantheon, a mighty god and worthy, if treacherous, adversary. Malar, on the other hand, was a minor god who scavenged for worshippers among 100 worlds and many races of predatory beings. That such a god would challenge Corellon was beyond insult. Interesting that Corellon has such a strong sense of hierarchy around who's worthy of being his enemy and who's beneath him. Arashni, meanwhile, not very pleased. In the space of a single day, 2 of her chosen agents had failed to do away with the elven god. Once again, Corellon had unwittingly blocked her progress towards her rightful place at the head of the elven pantheon. So there's a motivation, even if it's a very vanilla one, as motivations for villainy go. Arashni just wants power, and Corellon's standing in her way. She wants his chair. But when she goes to visit her daughter Iliastrae, we see the hint of another motivation. She doesn't like Sayanine, her hated rival. Iliastrae was no longer a child, and she was far too beautiful to suit Arashni, who didn't care for competition from any quarter. The fledgling goddess had inherited her mother's face, but her hair and eyes were of a silvery shade that always brought to Arashni's mind her hated rival, Sayanine Moonbow. So there maybe is kinda sorta something here going on between Corellon being unfaithful to his consort, though Sayanine is framed as sort of justified in wanting to spirit her beloved Corellon away from his evil wife who hates him. She has long known Arashni resents her, though it's only in a subsequent scene that Sayanine discovers Arashni's treachery against her husband. As the Seldarines celebrate Corellon's double victory in battle against Grumpsh and Malar, Arashni goes off and starts recruiting a rogues gallery of other gods, the anti-Seldarine, for the next phase of her plot. And when she returns from her travels, Sayanine confronts her and tells her that she knows that it was her who sabotaged Corellon's sword by working curses into the magic she'd wove for him. Sayanine is, of course, far more powerful than Arashni because she's better than Arashni. She's cooler and more beautiful, and Arashni could never. But her power is tied to the moon, waxing and waning with its height. So currently, with the moon beneath the horizon, Sayanine just happens to be weak, and Arashni is able to overpower and bind her. She then commands her son Varon to take Sayanine to a place without moonlight, so she can't escape the bindings after the moon has risen. And Varon does the Scott Evil thing. He's like, "Why don't you just slay her now?" And Arashni slaps him and tells him not to be so stupid. It's not possible. A god cannot kill another god. And Varon is like, didn't we literally just see Malar killing another god a few pages ago? Arashni's explanation is that gods can't kill other gods from the same pantheon. And that's strange, because the Faerunian pantheon is constantly killing one another. What's going on here? Arashni explains to her new plan to her son. The army she has recruited obviously cannot win, because the Seldarine are the greatest, best, most powerful, purest, awesome gods in the entire universe, who none of the inferior lesser gods are going to be able to match. But in the chaos of battle, she plans to create an opportunity to take out Corellon. With Corellon fallen, she'll take control of the battle as the tide turns, and take credit for the inevitable victory. And when all those stinky non-Seldarine gods lie defeated, the Seldarine will surely turn to Corellon's consort as their next leader. Gotta say, as evil intrigues go, this is like baby's first evil plan. Is Arashni supposed to be some sort of devious mastermind? Because it doesn't look like it here. But maybe that's part of the myth. The elves are the ones telling us this story through Danilo the Bard. So Arashni can't be sympathetic, can't have realistic motivations, can't be stronger than any of the gods they currently worship, and can't make complex plans beyond betrayal, profit. Meanwhile, the only mistake the Seldarine make are being too good, too kind, and too trusting. Because the elves aren't going to tell a story where their own gods are at fault in any way, or display any complexity beyond being the best, the goodest, the most worthy, and when Arashni voluntarily departs from their glorious communion, sin enters her heart, and she loses the inherent purity of elvenness. For the first time, Arashni realized how truly alone she was on the path she had chosen. With this realization came a moment's regret, but the emotion did not linger. When it passed, something else went with it, a part of Arashni's heart that had slowly been dying, unnoticed and unmourned. The slender thread of magic that connected her to the other gods of the Seldarine and to their elven children had finally snapped. Whatever else Arashni had become, he was no longer truly elven. The anti-Seldarine army is encountered first by Ilias Rei, who is nothing if not absolutely dutiful and devoted to her father. With difficulty, Ilias Rei stayed her hand. She was Corellon Larethian's daughter, and her first duty was to the elven pantheon. Setting her jaw in determination, Ilias Rei sped lightly through the treetops to do as duty bid. Yet there was in her heart a certain pride that it was she who would sound the alarm. And speeding her on was the hope that Corellon, the ultimate elven warrior, would reward her diligence by granting her a place by his side during the battle to come. She was certain that he would do so, and not just for her sharp eye and quick report. Ilias Rei spent much of the previous night searching the moor for her father's lost sheath. Corellon treasured it because Arashni had made it, and he wore it always into battle as a token of his beloved. Wistfully, Ilias Rei wondered if he might not also love her just a bit more when she returned such a treasure to him. Yeah, shout out to Corellon's angels telling Cavatina over 30 millennia later that Ilias Rei had outlived her usefulness and that her death was all part of the plan. So the gods do battle, and Corellon is awesome and heroic and saves everyone, and then gasp, treachery. He's ambushed and pinned in place by Gonadar, and as he goes to draw his sword, his woven sheath, which Ilias Rei returned to him, refuses to let him draw the blade. An ogre god goes to exploit the opening, and Ilias Rei protects her father by slaying the ogre god with her arrows. The fourth arrow, however, is directed towards him, guided by the cursed magic of Arashni's sheath. A fourth arrow was already in flight. Corellon felt again the tingle running from the scabbard, saw the arrow suddenly change course. As his daughter's arrow spun towards him, Corellon realized why his sword had shattered during the battle with Grumsh One-Eye. The pain of Arashni's treachery swept through him in a great, crushing waves. Corellon did not even feel his daughter's arrow pierce his breast. This shot is witnessed by Airdrie Fenya, who immediately knows Ilias Rei to be the traitor and attacks, incapacitating her. Which begs the question of whether Ilias Rei was already the odd one out. It seems like the moment they see a flicker of betrayal from her, they're ready to cut her down in an instant. The battle is apparently pretty much over at this point, and the Seldarine assemble around the injured Corellon to treat his wounds. Halani Selenil notices that the arrow Ilias Rei was using were sized for ogres, so they couldn't pass between Corellon's dainty ribs. He's still alive, so Arashni goes to administer a healing potion that is, in fact, poison. But before she can, Sayanine reappears to save the day. Baron has let her out in order to make a play against his mother, but he hasn't quite thought through his plan all the way. Arashni's plot is undone, and the three other goddesses of the Seldarine suddenly fuse into a single tripartite goddess of being faithful to Corellon. In response, Sayanine Moonbow and Airdrie Fenya came to flank Hanali. From them all rose a luminous mist, one that coalesced into a single goddess of impossible beauty and daunting power. Arashni, beholding her, knew with a certainty that she beheld her own successor. "I am Angharad," the new goddess said in a voice that was wind, moonlight, and music. "From the essence of the three greatest elven goddesses I am born. I am three and I am one. Three to ensure that treachery never again enters the heart of a goddess of Arvandor, and one to stand at Corellon's side." They awaken Corellon, and Sayanine tells her story. The truth is revealed, and when Corellon asks what should be done about Arashni, the council is unanimous. Banishment. And this brings us back to the quote we saw earlier in the video, where Corellon professes his love for Arashni, and she says that he'll live to regret it. What we do get is a muted flicker of a possible motivation for Arashni. That Corellon was an oppressive, controlling husband who kept Arashni in basically a gilded cage. The way it's presented, alongside no evidence of such, makes it nearly a non sequitur. The unreasonable complaint of an unreasonable, jealous, power-hungry witch. But in the version of events that hasn't gone through the High Elf spin machine, maybe there's something to it. Again, we can't really know from the source. "What is this that you've done?" he said softly. "What could you possibly hope to gain by such actions? If there's anything that you lacked, you had only to speak it, and I would have given it to you with joy." "Exactly," snarled Arashni. "You would have given. True power is not given, but seized. As to your great gifts, I held in my hand the destinies of mortal beings, but was my own ever mine to command? You treated me like some cherished and cosseted possession, while standing in the way of everything I desired." Baron is also sentenced to banishment for abetting Arashni's plot, but Corellon recognizes his potential for redemption. He's still young, he was just going along with his evil mother, so he isn't sent to the Abyss. He's just kicked out of the Pantheon to the material plane. But he does make an attempt to get Ilias Rei condemned along with him. After all, Ilias Rei looks guilty. Sayanine has her doubts, but Airdrie Fenya snaps at the moon goddess for suggesting otherwise. Iran convinces Arashni that if she backs him up and helps get Iliastrae banished, he'll consider them even. So Arashni also testifies that it was all Iliastrae's fault. But Corellon doesn't believe it. Corellon makes them go and retrieve her, wounded though she is, and assures her that he'd never believe she was behind all of this. She tells Corellon that although she's not guilty, she'd like to be banished anyway, because she sees the future and wants to be a part of the story of the Dark Elves. She falls unconscious, and Corellon tells Veron to take her with him when he goes, but tells him never to harm her on pain of death. Because of course, Corellon and Iliastrae, according to this, are both omnibenevolent and love each other very much. In the wider lore, Corellon and Arashni did have a third child, the notably lawful, neutral-aligned Vandria Gilmadrith, but this story forgets about them entirely. Another strange omission that hints this may be a bit of a game of telephone. The source book, Races of the Wild, tells us that in this conflict between Corellon and Arashni, she was firmly on Team Corellon and was never in any doubt. So she just stuck with the rest of the Seldarine and disowned her mother and siblings. With their children dealt with, finally he rose to his feet and faced his fallen love. Arashni, your sentence has been spoken by the Seldarine. For what you have done, for what you have become, you are declared Tanari. Be what you are and go where you must. Before the horrified eyes of the elven gods, Arashni began to change shape. Her slender body grew to monstrous size, and her limbs lengthened, divided, and divided again. Arashni, the cunning weaver and treacherous lover, had become a spider-shaped monster. Most terrible of all was her face, for although her beauty was not altered, her visage was now stripped of the artifice and twisted in hatred. Shrieking like the damned creature she was, Arashni advanced upon her former love. The elven gods drew swords and moved forward to stand with their lord. "Hold!" Corellon ordered in a voice so terrible that it froze the gods where they stood. Slowly, regretfully, he stripped the accursed tapestry from his scabbard, and then drew Sahandrian. Sword in hand, he faced Arashni alone. They do battle, and of course Corellon wins. He finds that his sword Sahandrian wants to kill Arashni, but he of course doesn't. Because he's the goodest boy, who would never do a single bad thing or think a single bad thought, whose honor is unimpeachable for all time. Arashni dares him to kill her, because obviously she doesn't care about her own life. She has no motivations other than to hurt innocent Corellon. But she also taunts him that he won't do it because he's weak. Sahandrian yearns to, but instead, Corellon severs the thread from which she's suspended, sending her tumbling down into the abyss. And that's the story. But do we believe any of this? That's always the question, isn't it? As we've seen and heard, very little about the history of elves can be trusted, and very little about the histories of the divine can be trusted. So we're double-dipping into unreliable narrator sauce. Internally to TSR and Wizards of the Coast, it might as well be considered a more or less accurate, in-spirit retelling of the way the War of the Seldarine went down. After all, there's no reason to suspect the authors see anything wrong with Corellon. His character sheet says good, so he's the good guy. His ex-wife is chaotic evil, so she's the quote-unquote crazy bitch, in the sense that she's almost a deliberate evocation of that old misogynist trope. But we're going deeper here, because there's another canonical perspective.
I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
The Rose of Sarifal is a novel by Paulina Claiborne, a pen name of author Paul Park, published in 2012. Its protagonist is named Amaranth, and she's a princess of the Kingdom of Sarifal. She is also half-elf and half-Lachey. Remember them from earlier in the video? They're relevant again! To briefly recap, the Lachey once inhabited Toril during the Days of Thunder after the Great Ice Age. They retreated after a great plague, suspected to have been the doing of draconic or demonic power, prior to the era in which the first elves started reaching Toril. It was the Lachey, the rulers of the Plain of Faerie, who created the network of Fae crossings that allowed Fae-worshipping green elves to start migrating into Toril through the forests of Faerun, supposedly as part of a great work to undermine draconic rule. And it's possible to speculate that this might be some kind of, retaliation for the plague. Later, when the Seldarine-worshipping elves caused the cataclysm that destroyed the supercontinent of Meroboros, a whole continental plate at its western edge was driven out into the ocean and submerged. Its inhabitants drowned as the land sank beneath the waves, while the unfortunate inhabitants of the sea itself were slain when a continental plate came down on top of them. The shattered remains of that plate became islands of the trackless sea. The largest such island chain became the Moonshae Isles, which are mostly volcanic. And after a few millennia of geological turmoil, the earthquakes and volcanoes began to stabilize under the remote influence of the Lachey. And finally, During the Crown Wars, the Lachey returned to Toril, where they established the Kingdom of Sarifal on the Moonshae Isles. They built their capital city of Carador in the middle of a lake, which in turn sat in the interior of the largest island in the chain, which would eventually be known as Gwynedd. A few centuries later, the Luirwood, which is where Neverwinterwood is now, and was then a colony of neutral Illafarn, was annexed by the oppressive Empire of Aravandar. The Luir elves follow their queen, Sinoria, in fleeing the mainland entirely and setting sail into the west. The Luir refugees come upon the Moonshae Isles. The Lachey welcome them and allow them to settle down in the mountains southeast of Sarifal, where they name their reclusive new realm after the queen who has led them there. Millennia later, during the twilight of Netheril, the Lachey decide to leave again. They don't elaborate. They just sink their city into the lake and vanish. So, from around the fall of Netheril onwards, Sinoria is on its own. When humans start to arrive, there's a brief conflict, and then an uneasy peace. There were two main human groups in the Moonshaes: the Northmen, a kind of Viking-inspired society of raiders, and the Folk, a more pacifistic society of farmers who inhabited the Southern Isles. In 1371 DR, High Queen Alicia Kendrick of the Southern Human Kingdom of Cornwall managed to get the Northmen kings to swear fealty to her, becoming Jarls. This marked the birth of a new political entity, the United Moonshae Isles. 4 years later, in 1375 DR, Carador, the sunken capital of the old kingdom of Sarifal, rose out of the water, grandeur restored. The Lachey are back, as inexplicably as they left, led by their High Lady Ordolf, and the Luir kingdom of Sinoria re-pledged their allegiance. It's in this political environment that our protagonist, Princess Amaranth, takes the stage. The Rose of Sarifal takes place in a Forgotten Realms in which the Spell Plague happened about 100 years ago. You want to segment the history of the Forgotten Realms by edition? This is taking place during 4th edition, but just prior to 4th edition's default starting date of 1479 Dale Reckoning. Amaranth is the daughter of Princess Kalia, High Lady Ordolf's mother, making Ordolf her half-sister. Her father was a Luir elf knight rather than another Lachey, and this was both a scandal and a threat, because as it turns out, the Lachey are the worst. Ordolf's son, Prince Araith, whose father was also Kalia's husband and therefore Ordolf's father, was in love with his own grandmother, Princess Kalia. When she rejected him and eloped with a mortal, he had both his grandmother and her lover assassinated in a fit of jealousy, and instead focused his amorous intentions upon his own mother, who is also his half-sister, Ordolf. But their child didn't survive. So Araith instead schemed to raise his aunt Amaranth as his own, and wed her when she came of age. This made Ordolf jealous and politically threatened, so she made plans to have her half-sister assassinated, but she was rescued by her caretakers, who had sworn to Kalia that they would keep her safe. But they didn't make it. They were attacked by Drow, who in the Moonshae Isles served the Lachey of Sarifal. Amaranth fell off of a hippogriff and was presumed dead, but ended up being raised by the lycanthropes of the Isle of Moray. Yeah, it's a lot. Long story short, Ordolf finds out where Amaranth is and sends a party of captured adventurers on a quest to go and bring back her head. Some of those adventurers find her, and instead of committing to the assassination, they instead end up going on an adventure with her. Eventually, they meet a group of young Drow in service to Prince Araith, who has been cooking up his own plot. Meanwhile, the Luir elves of Sinoria have come to resent High Lady Ordolf's leadership, and were beginning to scheme to depose her. A younger, more malleable half-elf, half-Lachey princess was a vastly more attractive option. One of these Drow was named Amaka. She'll be important, and she and her friends recite to the protagonist a lament which tells of how it was Aroshni who was wronged by Corellon and cursed. Then they stopped moving. Each had found a corner of the room, and their voices fell into a kind of unison, as if they were reciting a catechism they all knew by heart. Of all insects, she is the most industrious, the thriftiest, and the most useful. A model for all mothers at their looms, and fathers at their nets in the dark water. All storytellers owe a debt to her, all musicians and artists, and all kings and queens who strive to weave a pattern in the world's fabric. Cruelly abandoned and cast into the abyss, despised by Corellon Larethian, her children's father, still she was able to redeem herself because of the 1,000 female virtues that we celebrate in our lives. All of this was part of Aroshni's lament, Lucas guessed, the Spider Queen's self-serving liturgy. Other races had different ways of spinning this same narrative. He was interested, though, in the language of redemption, which seemed fresh to him, a fresh motif in the goddess's history. Cast into the abyss, given a new, disgusting name and shape, she had dragged anyone who worshipped her down into darkness, away from the light. Thousands of years before, the Dark Elves had left their forest halls to migrate downward to the Underdark, drawn into a web of lies. But perhaps they had dreams now of returning to the surface, which were echoed and reflected in the goddess's prayers. Soon she will come back, the elf maidens chanted. The Earth Mother has permitted it. She will guide her to her rightful place among the Seldarine, just as she raised Malar the Beast Lord out of the abyss. This sounded delusional to Lucas, but there is no creature so debased that she cannot dream of rehabilitation. So, basically, they are heretic Lolthites. They have some very unorthodox ideas about their goddess. Lucas hesitated. They go to the same place, she said. Cambrid Gap, just as you wanted. I swear to you on the shrine of Arashni's virginity, before she was abandoned long ago. What kind of oath was that, Lucas thought. The Dark Elves goddess was the biggest slut in the entire pantheon, and that was saying a great deal. And to the protagonists, some of whom are more familiar with Vanilla Drow, Amaka is kind of an enigma. Every step they took, Amaka seemed more terrified. She had her hand on Lucas's wrist, and she pulled him onward, while at the same time she muttered words that seemed ridiculous to him for a Drow priestess, a handmaid of the Queen of the Demon Web Pits. Ah, goddess, never to see the sun again or walk under the stars, never to feel the wind on my face or the grass under my feet. A wraith, via these Drow, invites Amaranth to a masquerade ball beneath his castle, Citadel Umbra, but it doesn't go smoothly. Ordolph arrives and tries to humiliate Amaranth. A wraith strikes her, and it all erupts into chaos. As the protagonists escape, a force of Drow soldiers with Amaka in tow arrives to lead the party away from danger and down into the caves beneath the island. Their leader, Amaka's father, explains that a wraith wants Amaranth back and the rest of them dead, and he finds this kind of intriguing. He knows the Elves of Sinoria want to place Amaranth on the throne, and he expects that regardless of whether he hands her over to a wraith or Ordolph, the result will be that they end up killing each other in the resulting power struggle, which will leave the promises a wraith has made to him and his people unfulfilled. As Lucas explains, Amaranth basically weakens whatever side she's with. So Amaka's father tells the party that he has another plan. He'll let them go so they can run to Sinoria and kickstart a rebellion against the Lachey. He says the Drow always fight for the winning side, and he warns her that when they meet again, he'll probably be their enemy. But he does wonder whether, if Amaranth were on the throne, she'd permit him to bring his people, the Drow, to the surface to live under the night sky. So it seems like he has an angle here. He has his daughter lead the party to Sinoria via the Underdark. But this is a lie, another trap. Amaka's father has something different in mind. She leads them not to safety, but into an ambush, where some of them perish and the survivors are captured by a Hierophant of Lolth who takes them to a ruined temple around what seems to be a bottomless pit. Amaka explains their real plan to one of the protagonists. It's Amaranth's blood they want, in the hope that it will entice Lolth herself to come out of the pit. He paused for a moment, then went on. This is the place where he intends to raise my lady out of the abyss. Then she laid her cheek upon her knees, hugging her shins within the circle of her black arms. Arashni, Lucas murmured. Arashni, she repeated. They've tried and failed here for months. The Guardian has worn through an entire circuit of the lady's rituals over and over, but it was her idea. She could entice her with the rarest blood in Faerun, and Arashni would answer to the smell of it, as if she were some predatory creature and not a goddess or a queen. Silly, Lucas murmured, too softly for the girl to hear. It's so silly, she continued without irony, as if she knew his thoughts but not his mind. Her spider's nature is the curse Corellon laid on her. She yearns to cast it away, reject it, and be free. When we speak of our desires to live again on the surface in the forests of Winterglen, simple wood elves like our ancestors, it is so we also can share in the goddess's aspiration and be more than the creatures fighting in a hole. This is why she did not come, not until now. We should be looking for her in the shrine I built for her. You saw it. And not here in a pit of corpses and carrion, stinking of sulfur and decay. This is an insult. Tears were in her eyes, Lucas saw, touched in spite of himself. He'd heard different stories of Arashni's fall and the emergence of Lolth from the Demon Web Pits. He wouldn't think about those stories now. It is so easy to fall back into old habits, said the girl. How beautiful her voice was. How had he not noticed until now? Creatures in a hole, hiding and fighting. But if we're to walk among the moon and stars, surely we must change. Come back to what we were long ago in the simple time, Captain, she said, surprising Lucas, who had thought she was speaking mostly to herself. But it soon becomes apparent that the Lolthite cultists are also all dead, with the apparent exception of Amaka, and that she has somehow killed them all, by terrifying supernatural means. They look like they've been picked up and thrown around like ragdolls, and they're covered in spider silk. The Hierophant has been bitten in the throat by a gigantic spider, implied to be the Spider Queen herself, of which it turns out Amaka is apparently an avatar, but perhaps specifically an avatar of her Arashni aspect rather than of her Lolth aspect. Amaka brought her hand from her right shoulder, stretched it palm up towards the candles, which burned now with a purer, bluer flame. The wind had died. Her garment, whether it was just a trick of the new light. Lucas didn't see any more rents or tears in it, or any dirt and filth. The cloth itself seemed transfigured, the garment wafted to the ground. There was a time when I would gladly have accepted these gifts, she said, these offerings. Not now, not today, not from these hands. Besides, she said, I have already eaten. I have no more room. Amaka then whispers something to Amaranth, then climbs down into the bottomless pit from which Lolth was supposed to emerge, and vanishes. The Forgotten Realms wiki notes here that there isn't just one way to interpret this. The Rose of Sarifal does not clarify the nature of Amaka/Arashni's final appearance. It can be interpreted as Amaka having been possessed by her goddess to free Amaranth, or it may be inferred that Amaka died in the preceding fight, and Arashni simply assumed her appearance. As for the content of her final whisper to Amaranth, she heard a voice whisper to her, You are as different to these creatures as a man is to a stone. You are like a goddess on this world. Do not let them judge you, for their ideas mean nothing. 1,000 years will not wash you away. Your life is not with them. Do not be fooled by any chance resemblance or feeling. Remember this, if nothing else. These words convince Amaranth to embrace her alien immortal nature, reject her human companions, and return to Sarifal to join the court of Lachey on her own terms. It's unclear how it works out for her, though Ordolph and Araith are still both around by the time of 5.5e's Forgotten Realms adventures in Faerun, which apparently takes place a few decades later in 1501 DR. Now, the Rose of Sarifal wasn't especially well received. Just look at the very wide range of reviews on Goodreads. But this unorthodox take on Arashni is, I think, a good one, regardless of whether it's actually quote-unquote true. On the one hand, this feels like something Lolth would do, a disconcerting misinformation heresy purely to mess with people. On the other hand, if it's true, it also makes a lot of sense. A curse that doesn't just harm you, but makes you bad, is a particularly pernicious kind of curse, the ideal weapon for someone who wants to remain on the side of the angels. It would also explain a lot about Lolth's sometimes self-defeating nature if there was a part of her that was yearning to break free of a nature that wasn't entirely her own. It would also go some way towards filling the dubious hole in the story of the War of the Seldarine, giving Arashni something of an actual character and motivation beyond a very shallow kind of evil for evil's sake. If true, it'd be less likely that Arashni was a good goddess wronged by the wicked Corellon, and more likely that she was neutral, fell out with her consort, and paid the price for it. And clearly, something strange is going on here. It's almost thematically foreshadowed by a scene earlier in which a group of Malarites have captured a Shantaean druid, Marika, and her ward, a young orphan named Kip. They intend to resurrect the dead Malar, and they plan to do so by having him possess the body of Kip. They menace Marika to force Kip to acquiesce to this. As Marika prays to Shantaea for aid, Shantaea reveals that all of this has her blessing, even though her character sheet says neutral good, or lawful good during the era of 4th edition. She wants the evil Malar back. For inscrutable reasons, and to her own druid's horror, she's willing to sacrifice an innocent child to that end. And when Malar does come back, with Shantaea's aid, he unsurprisingly commits an endless series of atrocities upon the people of Marae. But Shantaea explains to Marika that good and bad, evil and kind, they're just words in the common tongue. Maybe they mean something to you, but I can't describe them that way. I'm bigger than you can imagine. We all are. We that you call gods. If we create, then we destroy. If we destroy, then we create. Which is almost a rejection of alignment as a concept as applied to deities, an interesting inversion of the usual contention with alignment, that it's all very well and good for deities and outsiders, but it's less applicable to complex mortal people. But we do have endless examples of gods behaving badly in the cosmology of D&D, of good gods doing cruel things in the name of upholding their station. When it comes down to a choice between morals and solidarity with the institution of divinity, gods almost always choose the latter, and mortals always pay the price. If it were otherwise, they wouldn't remain divine for very long. Maybe there's a lesson here regarding the subject of our video.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
So you all know what a warlock is, right? You make a deal with a demon or a fae or a giant squid from the forgotten sock drawer of reality and get spells and cool powers in return, right? Well, sure, that's the way it works in 5th edition, but in earlier editions, things were different. Back in 3rd edition, warlocks were kinda about making pacts with otherworldly entities, but they were much more like a kind of sorcerer. And they weren't even spellcasters. Warlocks first appeared in the 3.5 sourcebook Complete Arcane, where their gimmick was that their powers were centered around, quote, inborn abilities, not spells. Invocations that granted spell-like abilities, usually at will. And in the Complete Arcane write-up, it also says that warlocks were, quote, born, not made. You don't become a warlock by making a deal with a supernatural patron, as you do in 5th edition. You become a warlock because you're descended from someone who made a deal with a supernatural patron. The idea of patrons and pact magic is obviously one of the central gimmicks of the warlock class in 5th edition, but it originated not from the Complete Arcane warlock, but from 3.5e's influential Tome of Magic. The earlier 2nd edition Tome of Magic was the source book that introduced the idea of metamagic, which obviously became a staple of D&D's magic system. The 3.5 version introduced a new class called the Binder, which used a unique magic system called pact magic, and it had a really unique eldritch flavor. Beings that cannot exist in a place that cannot be, cursed by gods and feared by mortals, these entities fall outside the boundaries of life, death, and undeath. They are untouchable by even the most powerful deities, though they can be summoned and used by the weakest mortal. The practitioner of pact magic contacts these alien forces by means of special symbols and rituals. Once the summoning is complete, he strikes a bargain with the summoned being to gain great supernatural power. This is where we get the idea, in later editions, of warlocks being bound to a particular patron, like an edgier mirror of the cleric class. The alien entities with which the Binder class may make a pact are called vestiges, which is an idea that makes a reappearance in 5th edition Ravenloft's setting, as one possible true identity of the setting's enigmatic dark powers. Vestiges are basically the remnants of a once powerful entity that's somehow been exiled from reality itself. Now they're scratching at the walls of the universe and whispering in the ears of those with forbidden lore enough to hear them. They crave the sweet taste of existence like a dehydrated wanderer in the desert craves water, and so they cling to anyone who will channel them back into the grounded warmth of the real, granting them strange and terrible powers in exchange. A pact magic practitioner gains his power by bargaining with entities called vestiges, the remnants of once living beings now trapped beyond life and death. Whether they were mortal souls strong enough to shatter the cage built by death, wayward outsiders too willful to cease existence, or dead deities unable to lie quietly in their astral graves, vestiges are the outcasts of the cosmos. They dwell in a place no one can reach and exist only in a manner no one truly comprehends. This eternal distancing from reality drives most vestiges mad and twists their view of all beings, even themselves. Because vestiges have been divorced from normal reality by some extraordinary means, they can return to it only by binding themselves to other souls. Binders, so named for their willingness to share their souls with these exiled spirits, can summon them forth by means of special rituals. Since vestiges constantly hunger for any small taste of reality, they always answer the call of any binders powerful enough to draw them forth from the void. So the 4th edition and 5th edition Warlock is basically a fusion of the 3rd edition Warlock and the 3rd edition Binder. But what we're interested here is in one particular vestige, Larethian, who has an interesting story to tell about, you guessed it, this winding road leads us right back to Corellon. Pact magic treatises maintain that Corellon Larethian called upon Larethian to be his first herald among mortals. She taught the elves how to make and use bows, though none could ever come close to matching her prowess. Legends hold true that she killed Taiaiake, the goddess of hydras, by shooting a single arrow through all 1,000 of her heads, thereby causing her children, the hydras, to be dull and crude throughout eternity. One day, Larethian helped Corellon save Lolth, who had not yet fallen from grace, from an ambush set by Grumsh. Lolth praised Larethian for her skills, claiming that not even Corellon could fire an arrow as fast or as accurately as his herald. Larethian beamed under the compliment, and a bemused Corellon challenged her to an archery duel to settle the matter. When Larethian agreed, Corellon declared their target, her heart. Corellon expected his servant to realize the error of her pride and yield the contest. But Larethian instead brought up her bow, aimed an arrow at Corellon, and pulled back the string. Surprised, he raised his own bow and fired at her. Larethian released her bowstring at that same moment, aiming not at the god, but at the arrow that sped towards her heart. Larethian's arrow met that of her deity in midair and ricocheted back, piercing her heart before Corellon's arrow even touched her chest. As punishment for wasting her life for the sake of her stubborn pride, Corellon Larethian cast Lirage's soul from heaven and earth. What do we think of that? This is a classic sort of myth in the original sense of the word. A character espouses hubris in the presence of a god and is punished for it. Rip to everyone killed by the gods for their hubris, but I'm different and better, maybe even better than the gods, I say as Zeus suplexes me into a pit of snakes with human faces. Corellon has, since quite early on, been identified as a god of, quote, excellence. Whether explicitly or implicitly, he is the best. He is better than you. And so when someone comes along and shows off their possibly even better skill, that kind of thing always tends to go poorly in stories involving the divine, as with the ancient Greek myth of Arachne. Lirage's sin here is that in seeking to prove her excellence, in seeking to prove herself better than Corellon, she would go so far as to shoot an arrow into her own chest, which is a particular kind of folly, but does that really deserve such callously absolute punishment, destroying her very soul and exiling her from reality itself? The reason Lirage was in this situation in the first place is that Corellon put her there, literally, giving her a choice between besting him or dying. Her real sin, in his eyes, was challenging him to a contest of skill that he might lose in the first place. What does that say about him? He couldn't entertain the thought that a better archer might exist, so he first attempted to trick her into an unwinnable situation, and then when she won anyway, reacted with extreme violence? Perhaps that speaks to a certain insecurity on his part. I also really don't know what it says about Corellon that not one, but two of his divine servitors have separately fallen from grace, though Lolth was lurking in the background both times. We can add that to the count too. Two divine servitors, his consort, and his son. What I will say is that this is very Fae-coded, which is one of Corellon's more interesting aspects, that of a cruel, capricious trickster of the malicious fairy variety, which rather clashes with his more common depiction as a quote-unquote serious person, a stoic warrior possessed of deep, solemn wisdom. Let's look at another myth, from an even earlier source. Lafarillin, a young elven ranger who lived in an ancient heroic age. He possessed a magic ring which allowed him to unerringly detect the presence of evil, like a paladin. And, of course, whenever he detected anyone evil in his vicinity, he would murder them. Classic paladin behavior. And classic elf behavior. But Corellon, to his credit, didn't really think this was particularly cool. Corellon Larethian looked into the elf's heart and saw a lack of mercy within it, and so he determined to teach the mortal a lesson. A cruel one, but no moral diatribe would touch such a heart, the creator god deemed. Lafarillin was staying at a tavern between his journeys in the wild, and as he ate his supper, his purse was stolen by a young elven thief. Pursuing her down the back streets, he caught the thief as she fell, her breathing ragged from a disease which afflicted her lungs. His ring glowing, he drew his longsword to slay her evil, but his hand was stayed when he looked into her dark eyes, dilated with the terror of imminent death, and in that instant, Corellon granted Lafarillin insight into her heart. The ranger saw the cruelty and brutality of her childhood, the cruelty of her peers, the indifference of her parents, the squalor of her upbringing, and the god made the mortal feel pity for one who could not have become other than she was. And as the ranger's hands reached out to touch her face, Corellon drew some of the disease within her body into those hands. Lafarillin wept, and picking up the fragile body of the girl, took her to the healers, taking his recovered purse to pay for their menstruation. Their help did not prevail. The girl died of a racking consumptive disease, and Lafarillin was left desolate with his love for her. His hands were crippled, so he could not raise a sword to slay again. Then Corellon's avatar appeared to him, and told him the lesson he had been given. That love, mercy, and pity divide good from evil, and had not been within Lafarillin's heart before. Lafarillin was broken, and too late he lamented his uncaring destructions of the past. Pleading with Helani Selenil for forgiveness and healing, the goddess could not countermand Corellon's actions, and her tears availed him not. Many years later, Corellon himself was departing a conclave of elven bards he had secretly observed, when he encountered a hunched, limping, cowled figure making his way home in the darkness. Something gave Corellon pause, and as he hesitated, an intuition in the figure made him throw back his cowl and look at the god. Lafarillin, now in middle age, recognized the god, and silently drew from the folds of his cloak a silken bag. From within the bag, his gnarled and crooked hands drew a crystal sculpture of the girl he had loved, and he held it out before the god, tears in his eyes. Corellon looked into the elf's heart and saw years of loving work made real in the statuette and the endless pain of the sculptor's crippled hands. For years, Lafarlin had suffered torment while bending in unwavering concentration to make the statue, motivated purely by his love. Corellon stood humbled. His lesson had been learned all too well and returned unto him. The god realized that he had never shown the mortal the mercy of consideration of his efforts. Not once had he looked back to see if Lafarlin had learned the virtues Corellon had sought to teach him. Gently taking his hands, Corellon called to Natalie to heal him as she had wished to do so, and placing a hand gently on Lafarlin's forehead, he took away all but the ghost of the memories of the years of pain. Lafarlin, in his later years, became a great priest serving both Corellon and Natalie, and a sculptor and artist without peer among the elves. When his time came to depart mortal realms, the myth tells he donned his armor and weapons, and aided by Corellon, went forth to the very abyss to claim the soul of his lost love. With Corellon's blessing, the two souls passed to their final resting place in Olympus. Again, this is Corellon as a fey trickster, but there's a lot to unpack here, so let's break it down. Lafarlin is, at the outset of the story, not a good person. He is successfully taught the error of his ways by divine intervention, and becomes a better person as a result. On the surface, so far, so wholesome. But torturing someone with agonizing chronic illness for hundreds of years and forbidding his peers from alleviating his pain, as the story admits, is a cruel lesson. Corellon, in his bid to teach an elf about the value of mercy, displays an utter lack of mercy.
Ironic.
And this is part of the mythological thrust of the tale, the lesson of which is that Corellon is also capable of learning his lesson, because he's just so humble. But had Corellon not learned about mercy up to that point? That's kind of concerning. The second thing to notice is that Corellon in this story is a bit of a scatterbrain. He starts his scheme to teach Lafarlin mercy by afflicting him with a disease, and then just swans off and forgets about it. He left his chicken in the oven and forgot it was there, and by chicken in the oven, I mean centuries of terrible suffering. Whoops. But the worst thing about this myth is the treatment of the thief. She doesn't even get a name! And she most certainly doesn't get any justice. The disease she has is obviously curable. When the disease is transferred into Lafarlin, it's not that it's an incurable disease, it's that its treatment is subject to a divine veto. Corellon's veto. And even though the whole point of this cruel lesson was that the thief's designation as quote-unquote evil is purely an arbitrary coincidence of environmental influences that left her crime as the only option, Corellon still lets her die and is fine with her being condemned to suffer in the abyss, where she no doubt has an absolute hell of a time. She suffers unfathomable depravities for centuries, and then centuries later, when Corellon finally remembers that she should go check on Lafarlin, he still doesn't do squat about her. Lafarlin lives a long, full life, presumably for many more centuries. Only at the very end of this life does he go to retrieve her, his supposed love. Gee, thanks Lafarlin, thanks Corellon, what a sweet and thoughtful rescue. In 1999, writer Gail Simone coined the term women in refrigerators to refer to the all-too-common situation where a woman is hurt or maimed or killed purely to further the development of a male character's story, often for shock value. The original example comes from the Green Lantern comics, but this here is a classic example. The thief, deprived of her agency and even her name, is used as a prop to motivate the male character to become a better person. Corellon cares that Lafarlin experiences redemption. Sort of, when he remembers to care. Corellon does not care about the thief. Equally, Lafarlin devotes his life to loving her memory, but she doesn't seem to have any agency to reciprocate or otherwise. She's a victim, an object of pity, a prize to be won. It might be that she would have found the whole situation with the statuette kind of creepy, or maybe would have found it touching, but she doesn't actually get a voice to, say so. And when Lafarlin comes and rescues her from the abyss to take her to Arborea to be his girlfriend forever, that sure is a situation in which consent is dubious. And this touches on one of Corellon's deepest and strangest contradictions. In his first ever write-up in Deities and Demigods, Corellon is said to be, quote, alternately male and female, both or neither, which implies that there might be something interesting going on gender-wise, but perhaps because Corellon is written by cis people, there's apparently nothing going on gender-wise. He's apparently just cis, and throughout the editions, he's portrayed as a very, very patriarchal god until 5th edition, which we will talk about later. Even the Forgotten Realms wiki lists his gender as masculine, with the explanation that Although Corellon has no biological sex and appeared as either male or a female, all sources refer to him by male pronouns exclusively, since elves perceive him as a father figure. His avatar is also stated to manifest as an androgynous male elf in Demi-Human Deities, page 101. He engages solely in masculine-coded activities. He's a manly warrior. He has a very cishet-coded relationship. He surrounds himself with sexy goddesses, with their gestalt Angarad having her whole deal be that she's faithful to her man. He has an evil ex-wife who he hates, their marriage having broken down for reasons that were entirely her fault, and she even took the kids, man. And here he is reducing a woman to an object to teach a man to be a better person. It's so perplexing that they would put all this on Corellon and not anyone else. Wikipedia, at the time I'm writing this, has an article on Corellon Larethian which says that he is, quote, an important fictional character for LGBTQ inclusivity. And sure, I get that the bar is low. I get that Asmodeus is tripping over the bar in the basement of the Citadel of Malshim in the deepest pits of Nessus, but woof. Now that said, if you, a queer person, have seen Corellon and draw strength or inspiration or joy from that representation, cool, more power to you. I can't take that away from you, and nor would I want to. But at some point, we've got to be able to say that we deserve better than their scraps. We've got to be able to point out that this is objectively piss-poor representation. And I get that folks are unavoidably going to hear this and say, how dare you suggest we piss on the poor? But we're straying into a topic that deserves a whole video on its own. This one is long enough as it is. Whatever Corellon's gender identity or lack thereof, he doesn't come out of the story of Lafarlin looking particularly wise or just. Finally, we have the story of the Dusk Elves from Dragon Magazine in the era of 4th edition. At the dawn of creation, no difference between the Eladrin and the Elves existed, and no wickedness sundered the Drow from their light-dwelling kin. They were one people, bound through common love and life, and united by the eagerness and curiosity for the natural world's many wonders. All this ended during the dread wars between the houses, because Lolth's poison sundered family, shattered bonds, and altered the Eladrin's course for all time. Even as the Eladrin rallied around their dark kin, some chose no side. They sought escape from the escalating violence and retreated to the mortal world. The nobles who had led the Sylvan armies against the Dark Host deemed those who fled traitors, and Corellon vowed vengeance against them for their cowardice. Taiaiake did not share her counterpart's wrath and saw their flight as fitting for those who would embrace her tenets. So when the Drow were driven into the world's Underdark and Lolth was cast into the Abyss, Taiaiake sheltered those who abstained from the war as her chosen people, raising a veil to hide them from anyone seeking retribution. Dusk Elves are elves but sadder, more melancholic, and they would also survive the transition into 5th edition, with Dusk Elves being said to inhabit 5th edition's take on the Ravenloft setting. We see Corellon again as kind of an antagonist here, cruel and wrathful, pressing his subjects into war and hunting deserters like a Stalinist commissar. Taiaiake has to protect this particular group of elves from him. And as a result, the worship of Corellon is said to be forbidden in Dusk Elven societies, while his consort Taiaiake is their main front and center goddess, so fondly regarded by Dusk Elves that many of them consider her the only worthy member of the Seldarine. An interesting line to draw, given how many of the myths of other elves characterize their moon goddess as being so singularly ride or die for her husband. The article even mentions that not all Eladrin who left with the Dusk Elves were even on board with the plan. Some of them were zealots for Corellon, who nevertheless considered family ties so important that they accompanied their kin into exile. It characterizes these Corellon dedicates as particular tragic figures, shamed in the eyes of both community and deity, who must keep their veneration of the Protector secret. Again, Corellon doesn't come off as especially benevolent. Taking all this into account, there's something just a bit suspicious about the myth of Corellon, the unimpeachably good, another few breadcrumbs of doubt.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
5th edition, like its predecessor 4th edition, shook up sweeping parts of the D&D canon. One of the places where 5th edition introduces big changes is regarding the nature of elves, Corellon, and the War of the Seldarine with Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes in 2018. But glimpses of Corellon had turned up earlier in the original 2014 Player's Handbook. Strangely enough, in the character creation section, under the heading, Sex. You don't need to be confined to binary notions of sex and gender. The elf god Corellon Larethian is often seen as androgynous or blank, for example, and some elves in the multiverse are made in Corellon's image. You could also play a female character who presents herself as a man who feels trapped in a female body, or a bearded female dwarf who hates being mistaken for a male. Likewise, your character's sexual orientation is for you to decide. The language used here is painfully clumsy. Running this by any trans or non-binary person would have helped, but with Wizards of the Coast being a small indie publisher on a shoestring budget, there's only so much they can do. The original printing even included a literal slur against intersex folks, which they removed in later editions, but didn't include in the errata. Now, the intention here was laudable and benign. Wizards clearly wanted to push back against the earlier editions that had originally set up the idea that Corellon Larethian was, quote, alternately male and female, both or neither, only to do absolutely nothing with that and portray Corellon as basically cis out of, at best, cowardice. So the writers of 5th edition instead set up this idea that Corellon is gender, somehow, and that some of the elves are also gender, but, like, how is Corellon gender? The writers may have lacked the understanding or vocabulary that would have let them clarify, so we get this. Often seen as androgynous. Being seen as androgynous isn't really sufficient to be queer, but hey, they also call Corellon a slur, so maybe Corellon really is queer now. When Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes came out 4 years later, the designers got the chance to go into more depth about Corellon. Jeremy Crawford also confirmed on Twitter, Corellon is gloriously fluid. We touched on that fact in Player's Handbook, and then delve into it more deeply in the chapter on elves in Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. So, Corellon is gender fluid then? Except not a representation of that, or a representation of a non-binary entity. Just fluid. Physically fluid, not gender fluid. Representation in the sense of winning accolades for queer representation, but not representation in the sense of actually representing any actual queer experience. Corellon is not a representation of non-binary people or an attempt to represent being gender fluid. Corellon is a magical god who is physically fluid in every way, including sex. Being queer, as many of us are, requires no magic and no elven gods. We are gloriously real. You might notice that every time I refer to Corellon in this chapter and onwards, I'm not using any pronouns for Corellon. That's intentional, because that's the way the 5th edition text treats Corellon too. Corellon's pronouns are now none, which sure is a valid choice of pronouns, link in the description. Though it's unclear whether this was intentional or just a way to get around a lot of using they, them, or recommitting to he, him. Only the text trips itself up a lot. They get this wrong constantly. The pantheon of elven deities, called the Seldarine, includes Corellon and the group of primal elves whom he graced with divinity. At a time when Corellon became distracted and lost in thought, Lolth crept up on him and sought to strike a mortal blow. Stories about the mysteries are preached by many theologians as example of Corellon's abiding love for his wayward children. In stories of the Seldarine, Seanine is Corellon's steadfast companion, the one being who can persuade Corellon to pause and reflect rather than allowing his emotions to rule him. Again, they're a small indie publisher, it's just not reasonable to expect them to be able to afford a copy editor. So, what does Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes say about Corellon? Once we followed in Corellon's footsteps, but we strayed from that path. For our whole existence, we pay penance for a misstep. Is it just? Mayhaps not. But when is love just? Is loss and longing a matter for judges to decide? The heart knows what the soul wants. 5th edition introduces the concept of capital letters original sin to elven culture. Once upon a time, it says Corellon was a deity of constant change, fluidity without permanent form. They also retain the idea from earlier editions that elves were born from the blood of Corellon, shed in Corellon's battle with Grumsh, but shifts the dynamics considerably. These primal elves, born from the first droplets of Corellon's blood, weren't the elves we know today, but echoes of Corellon's divine power. When Corellon noticed them, Corellon decided to stay a while in Arvindor and hang out with them for a time. To some of them, Corellon gave names, and they became the Seldarine. But one of the Seldarine, Lolth, started spreading the poisonous idea to turn away from constant change and adopt static forms in exchange for power. Later on, the decision is framed as the choice to accept mortality in return for destiny, which is an interesting and ambiguous framing. This was the original sin. As these primal reflections of Corellon's nature changed their nature and defined themselves, they came to see Corellon and Lolth in new lights. They now viewed Corellon as their father, the one who had sired them, and Lolth as their mother, the one who had set them on the path to their own destiny. Each of the other primal elves, as children will do, favored one parent or the other. Corellon was revolted by this perceived betrayal and rallied against Lolth's intrusion. Some of the primal elves rose to her defense. So this is the reason that Corellon has or had a masculine aspect. It was forced upon Corellon unwillingly, maybe. And as we heard earlier, as the elves were distracted with the debate, Lolth snuck up on Corellon and attacked Corellon. This is the new story of the War of the Seldarine. Corellon was saved from receiving a fatal injury by those elves who remained faithful to Corellon, but the damage had been done. Corellon and Lolth, quote, parted ways, unquote. Lolth retreated to the Abyss with no mention as to whether it was voluntary or punitive, and Corellon assumed a role as the head of a pantheon of those named elves who supported Corellon. All other elves, even those who supported Corellon, were cast out. Save for those who had been named gods, Corellon cast out the primal elves from Arvindor and consigned them to a physical existence on the material plane and other worlds of the multiverse, such as the Feywild and the Shadowfell. From then on, all elves would be mortal, fixed in their forms they had adopted in defiance of Corellon's will. The elves who most revered Lolth became drow, and the others divided themselves into a multitude of surface-dwelling groups, each worshipping some or all of the Seldarine in their respective enclaves. As a consequence of this rift, no elf would ever fully return to Corellon's embrace to enjoy life eternal in Arvindor. Instead, when an elven soul returns to Arvindor, it is adopted by the other gods of the Seldarine, and given respite from the world for a time, during which it is left alone to contemplate its creator's disappointment. Then the soul emerges from Arvindor to be reborn into a lithesome, graceful body that lives for an incredibly long time, evidence that their creator holds a love for them that deep down is boundless. So, Corellon's disappointed in the elves for their original sin and collectively punishes them by forever exiling them from the Garden of Eden for eating the Apple of Knowledge, which also made them mortal. And this is why elves are melancholic, because they all know that they let Corellon down and denied themselves paradise by their own choices in a past life. Even those who did everything they could to protect Corellon and agreed with Corellon unreservedly. It's implied that they all at least entertained Lolth's offer at first, and tasted her forbidden fruit, so they're all guilty, and all barred from true paradise. It really is strange how biblical this story is, divorced from a biblical cultural context, but incorporating a lot of the same story beats. And of course, Lolth even sounds kinda like Lilith, though that's always been true. I do wonder whether these parallels in the more recent material are intentional allegory or coincidence. Priests among the elves typically believe that the broken link can never be healed unless Corellon has a change of heart. And as changeable as Corellon is, the god has been adamant on one point. As long as Lolth remains in existence, the responsibility for her betrayal falls on all elves. When the primal elves cast aside formlessness and impermanence for the promise of greatness, they forsook the part of their nature that Corellon most cherished. And worse still, by doing so, they somehow compromised Corellon's mutability as well. Whether or not Lolth tricked the primal elves, to Corellon's mind, is besides the point. They chose to follow her lead, which precipitated the schism between Corellon and Lolth, even if many of them ultimately remained loyal to Corellon. Now the elves of the world must forever live and die and live again, suffering the consequence of their ancestors' poor judgment. In this one regard, Corellon is as inflexible and unchanging as the foundation of the world, and all elves grieve over the memories of their irreparably broken bond between themselves and their creator. So Corellon is kind of recontextualized here as a bitter, wrathful, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed sort of person. Corellon loves elves just as Corellon always has, but Corellon also scorns elves for their original sin that can only be wiped away by the death of Corellon's ex-wife, and Corellon refuses to take Corellon's children back until it happens. So, get to it, kids. And the sin that they're eternally paying for isn't Lolth's attack. She acted alone. Their sin was that when she suggested they adopt a fixed form, they tried it. That's a really super esoteric thing to get mad at someone over. How dare you make choices? But Corellon was so intertwined with the beings born from Corellon's blood that their choices also affected Corellon through some unknown mechanism. Corellon also seems strangely bereft of moral agency, since Corellon's whole deal is never wanting to make any choices in favor of just frolicking in a meadow forever. So it's difficult to imagine the Corellon of Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes as a solemn war god, or as a conqueror of Arvindor. But the Table of Elven Deities confirms that Corellon does still possess the war domain, and while it doesn't touch on the conquest of Arvindor, it doesn't contradict it either. Likewise, the heretical theory that Corellon and Grumsh are siblings is neither touched on nor contradicted, and neither is the Rose of Sarifal's interpretation of Lolth's evil spider nature being a curse imposed upon her by Corellon. In fact, it might even fit better with this new context, since this Corellon is so much more bitter and capricious, and so much more tied into the lore of the Feywild, taking on more aspects of that dangerously chaotic Fey trickster archetype. Corellon's flamboyant, mercurial personality showed through no matter which form the entity took. Corellon loved wholeheartedly, broke oaths without reservation, and took pleasure from every encounter with the other divine beings of the multiverse. And given what Lolth offered the primordial elves was not just a singular form, but destiny, it's reminiscent of Lolth's rant in Evermeet, Island of Elves. As to your great gifts, I held in my hand the destinies of mortal beings, but was my own ever mine to command? You treated me like some cherished and cosseted possession, while standing in the way of everything I desired. Corellon seemed to desire that the primordial elves live a life without choice, without destiny, ever-changing and unbound, breaking oaths without reservation, never able to decide for themselves, because that's the way that Corellon preferred to live. The idea that Corellon's children made a choice Corellon did not approve of, possibly influenced by Corellon's wife, and that Corellon punished them disproportionately for it, is a bit of a compelling one, because parental disappointment is something we see in the real world. Parents seeing their children make choices they wouldn't have made, and yearning to put their kids back on the right path. Children chafing under the yoke of parents who want them to be one thing, when they want to be another. Though this is kind of undercut by the fact that Corellon's wife is then cast as a wholly evil monster, the queen bitch, every stereotype of the evil ex rolled into one, which clumsily marks one side as being correct. The Rose of Sarifal version, that Lolth's contemporary nature is also Corellon's fault, and that their initial conflict was much more morally gray, two deities with differing but more or less evenly valid philosophies about the nature of choice and destiny, both scared that their children will grow up to become something they don't recognize. That makes for a really interesting backdrop to a narrative. You could use this to explore so many themes. But alas, 5th edition also recasts Evermeet as an act of sacrilege, rather than provenance or hubris. At one time or another, every surface elf during every lifetime pines for Arvindor. They might not know of Arvindor or be able to fully define the longing, but they can't escape it. Getting to Arvindor, on the other hand, is extraordinarily difficult for most mortal elves, requiring magic far beyond what most practitioners are capable of. Yet even if one could manage to open or find such a pathway, Corellon doesn't look favorably on elves from the mortal world who get near to him in this way. He suffers their presence only for a short time, forcing them to vacate the realm or be overcome by it. It was in part this situation that led to the creation of Evermeet, by means of a cataclysmic ritual. The greatest elf wizards of Faerun summoned into the world a piece of Arvindor and bound it there. Their intent was to craft a new homeland for the elves, a place protected from the outside world and so similar to their afterlife as to allow elves to live in a virtual heaven on earth. Although the performance of the ritual was an act of supreme sacrilege, it didn't bring divine retribution down on those responsible. Perhaps the Elderine deemed the consequence of the act to be punishment enough. The ritual ripped continents apart, it shifted seas, the lives lost couldn't be counted. Even time and space were for a time torn asunder. This event was the first sundering of Faerun, and the world was forever changed by it. And just as a bonus, we get a turbocharged version of the elves as a metaphor for white fragility from Mordenkainen. Elvenkind is fading away to be replaced by humans, but humans are also at risk of being replaced in turn by another racialized other. Can you guess which one? The elves of Oerth are a sorry sort, abused by their past conquerors, often in hiding and much divided. Although I have found evidence of greater elven empires in other worlds, these too seem shattered. In so many worlds, the rise of humanity seems to follow the fall of the elves. What will follow should humanity fall? Orcs. There is evidence of this already in the world of Eberron, a place where humanity lost a war with itself. Super gross! Though very much in line with the old racial politics of Dungeons & Dragons, and that quote-unquote civilized races are constantly on the verge of being overrun by the racialized barbarians at their gates. It's a very old imperialist way of thinking. And though the designers of 5th edition have made a conscious and concerted effort to escape that problematic past, they didn't manage to scrub away all of it. And there's a direct parallel between this exact kind of fantasy racial politics and the great replacement conspiracies that animate the monster that is the modern far right. Likewise, there's also a pretty direct parallel between Western fantasy's obsession with Götterdämmerung, the twilight of the gods, the fading glories of lost civilizations, and the Tolkienian narrative of ethereal beauty fading from the world, and the politics of an imagined past to which we must return, the need to make something great again. I'm not even going to touch on the Blessed of Corellon thing, or the fact that Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes sort of tries to cast the Drow as being inherently transphobic. But lest you think I hate 5th edition, or D&D in general, I don't. In fact, Let's talk about what it means to hate something.
I hate you! You were my brother, Anakin! I loved you!
What does it mean to hate a fictional character? It's easy to get tripped up here, because it can mean really different things. It might mean that I find a character particularly loathsome as a fictional person. Joffrey Baratheon is a great example. Great character, but I love to hate that guy. Or it might mean that I find the character poorly written, or inconsistently written, or a tired stereotype. It may be that I find the character grating or annoying for reasons you deem an error on the author's part. It might mean that I think a character is setting a bad example for the viewer, or that I feel the author is disingenuously setting up a scumbag as virtuous. About half of all male leads in romantic comedies fall into this camp. Or it might mean that I simply don't gel with the character through no fault of them or their author. Not everyone has to love every flavor of ice cream, and it's a lot of meanings for a simple statement to have. So what am I saying about Corellon here? What's the conclusion? I don't find Corellon especially loathsome as a fictional person, because I can't find Corellon, the fictional person. Who is Corellon? Having watched this video, can you even tell me? The depictions across the sources and across editions are too wildly at odds to cohere into something recognizable as a personality. On the other hand, many of Corellon's designers do have a clear vision for who Corellon is. The goodest, wisest, kindest, gentlest, most understanding, most morally correct, smartest being who is also literally the best at everything and can never be surpassed and could never, ever, ever do anything wrong, ever. Someone who only ever gives the right answers and who has only ever made the right choices, with one exception. In this way, Corellon reflects elves as a power fantasy. Elves are the bestest race, so the elven god, bestest god. This is probably the closest thing to a core of authorial intent that Corellon has. If you were to ask almost any of the designers about Corellon, they'll probably tell you that Corellon is a good guy. In the stories that involve elves, Corellon is the good guy. The big good to Lolth's big bad. Not only is this the most straightforward interpretation of the text, but the authors of D&D are able to communicate moral valence more directly than most, because morality in D&D is sort of ostensibly objective. Good and evil aren't abstract philosophical concepts. They're physical constituents of the fictional cosmology. You can physically dunk people in evil juice that turns them evil. You can put people in the evil detector and get a readout telling you if they're evil or not. That's what the alignment system is, and Corellon is good because Corellon's character sheet says good. And so we do have a lot of fun with this whole genre of video, where I'll take a character whose character sheet says good and tell you all about the time that, hey, remember that time they drop-kicked a puppy? Remember that time they committed a genocide? Remember that time they used a gnomish egg descrambling machine to Tuvix unwilling captives for their own gratification? It's like the whole Google Docy thing that we VTubers love doing to each other, but for a fictional character. The same rush of dopamine from the same vicarious moral vindication. But this leads us to one of the great pitfalls of this kind of in-universe analysis, which is what lawyer and commentator Olayemi Olurin calls virtue mirroring. Virtue mirroring. The idea that a person cannot enjoy media or characters in media that don't align with their personal values. Link in the description to her excellent video about this. It's almost certainly something you've seen before. The idea that you're somehow not allowed to like a character or a piece of media if it's quote-unquote problematic. Once the Google Doc has dropped, you've got to stop being fans of that thing now. Virtue mirroring is also distinct from the concept of virtue signaling, which was a dubious concept even before it became the way overly online fascists expressed their disapproval of being a good person. Olurin explains the whole thing a lot better, so go watch her video. I'll wait. When I say that D&D is racist, or that elves are a fantasy of white supremacy, what I'm saying is literally just that. D&D is naturally going to absorb the pervasive racism of the culture in which it was written if its designers aren't making a particular effort to avoid replicating it, if it's obscured by their privilege, and if they maybe haven't deeply examined their own assumptions. But what you might hear, if you're steeped in a culture of virtue mirroring, as many people are, is that if you enjoy D&D, you're necessarily racist. If you play elves, you're necessarily a white supremacist. And that's utter nonsense. You are not a bad person for liking quote-unquote bad characters or villains, just as you are not a good person for hating them. Preferences aren't praxis, but we should be critically examining our media and turning over all the stones to look at the ugliness underneath. D&D's racism does make D&D worse, and it's good to look at it with a more critical eye, because doing so will help us understand the world that we live in, and that will help us create better media and a better world. So, with that in mind, Corellon gives me the ick. Corellon trips my danger detector, because Corellon hews so closely to an infamous archetype. Someone who wraps themselves in signifiers of queerness, but in a very evasively non-specific, non-experiential, and cis-hetero way. Someone who is obsessed with being better than you, who cannot tolerate any kind of competition or disagreement, perfect hair, perfect teeth, strutting around in that mean girl sort of way, making it clear that if you displease them, they will hurt you, and everyone will take their side. Like an anti-grungler. In real life, no one owes you their queer credentials. No one owes you their life story. No one deserves to be tarred with the brush of being a fake queer. It's an accusation that can so easily be exploited by bad actors, and which is so often used to pressure people to out themselves against their will. But Corellon isn't a real person, so I can say that Corellon fits this stereotype to a T, and maybe reminds me of people with whom I've had bad experiences. So, for that reason and others, despite being distracted elf, I don't really gel with Corellon, on a level independent of any critical judgment. Just not my cup of tea. Aesthetically. Lolth, on the other hand? Ugh, they could never make me hate her. I'm just saying. We've talked about the reason why Corellon is like this, because Corellon as a character is derivative of the way that elves are depicted. That's why we've talked so much about elves in this video that's ostensibly about Corellon. The two are inseparable reflections of one another. Corellon values the things that elves value, and elves, in turn, are colored by the presentation of their primary deity. And what the elves of Dungeons & Dragons are, at their deepest level, is a morass of unexamined and contradictory power fantasies projected onto something that was cribbed aesthetically from Tolkien, more or less wholesale. You could write whole books on what exactly their statements mean, and still have stuff to say. Elves are, to borrow a turn of phrase, a riddle wrapped inside a mystery inside an enigma. When used uncritically, because Tolkien, you gotta have elves, right? Or else it isn't fantasy. They can lend themselves to a lot of rather repetitive, reactionary tropes. And as a bit of a reaction to that, we've seen since Tolkien's time a lot of works who turn that on its head and deliberately cast the elves as the villains for more or less the same reasons. See, for example, the Thalmor from the Elder Scrolls series, the elves we all love to hate. And this too can get repetitive. But I think the sweet spot is where we give the elves some room to breathe within our stories. The lore of the Forgotten Realms is rich and vast, and I think it supports a much more messy, nuanced reading of the elves than the text itself wants to afford them, which I think is a shame. And one of the many reasons for this is that the often contradictory character of Corellon, and how alignment, both as world-building element and a game mechanic, can quickly become a cage, suffocating any flicker of interesting nuance in order to preserve a simplistic and ultimately very colonialist narrative. I feel like we've reached the point where in order to unlock the true potential of elves as a narrative device within a fantasy setting, we need to set aside the power fantasy that the text seems to insist upon. And that we could stand to learn a lot from characters like Winterflower Duskmere in the short story Traitors, both in terms of their characterization of elves as a whole, but also with regard to Corellon's own characterization. Sure, if this video was about a real person, the take-home message might be something along the lines of, you're falling short, do better. But again, Corellon isn't a real person, so I don't think Corellon should do better. I think Corellon, and Mystra too, could actually stand to do worse. Just so long as the text can stand to relinquish its precious, needy urge to defend the honor of its blorbos. As we've heard, a more morally ambiguous Corellon could be a fairly consistent with a number of standing elements of Corellon's prior depictions, and, I don't know, just more interesting overall. But let me leave you with this rallying cry. Let elves suck. Let Corellon suck. Elves are wonderful. They provoke wonder. Elves are marvelous. They cause marvels. Elves are fantastic. They create fantasies. Elves are glamorous. They project glamour. Elves are enchanting. They weave enchantment. Elves are terrific. They beget terror. The thing about words is that meanings can twist just like a snake, and if you want to find snakes, look for them behind the words that have changed their meaning. No one ever said elves are nice. Elves are bad. Thank you everyone for watching. You can probably see my YouTube members and Patreon subscribers up on screen right now. Thank you for being patient with the creation of this video. Originally, I wanted to have this out in December, but it just became something so much larger than it initially sort of looked like it was going to be, that it took us a lot more time to get it done. So, more to come, and thanks again.